The future isn't waiting. It's being written by every decision we make today.
Technology is the pen. Humanity is the author. The story is still ours to write. And that story can be a positive one of a brighter future.
Small actions at scale don't just change industries, they change history.
We don't inherit the future. We co-create it with courage, code, and compassion.
Every startup, every breakthrough, every bold idea is a vote for the world we want to live in.
The greatest disruption of this century won't be in technology. It will be in how we choose to treat each other.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, Casey Lau.
That robot's going to take my job very soon. All right, good morning, Vancouver. Welcome to day one of the second ever Web Summit Vancouver. Look at this view. We have the mountains on one side, of the Pacific on the other, and the world's brightest tech minds right here in the convention center. How many of you were at the night summit last night? Raise your hands. Okay, wow, amazing, a lot of you, great. Now, many of you know me from our flagship event in Lisbon, but as a local boy, let me tell you, there is nothing like bringing the Web Summit energy back home. Last year, we proved that Vancouver isn't just a pretty city, it's a global powerhouse. We have thousands of you here today from over 100 countries, 1,200 startups and 800 investors, all gathered in North America's hottest up-and-coming tech city. And it's been a wild 12 months since I saw you last here on stage in Vancouver. We've seen NVIDIA cross the $5 trillion mark. A new CEO is ready to take the reins at Apple with a big AI focus. US AI companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google, who once had a massive lead on China's AI companies just 1 year ago, now only have a razor-thin lead against Alibaba, ByteDance, and DeepSeek. And GameStop is attempting to buy eBay by selling GameStop collectibles on eBay. It's a crazy world we live in. But it's not all AI glasses and boba delivery drones. We know the industry is facing real questions, from our shifting job market to our ongoing frenemy relationship with AI. This week isn't just about celebrating the wins, it's about navigating the future. Are we building a tech utopia for future generations, or are we just keeping up? If you need a reason to be optimistic, look at the numbers. Startups from our 2025 Vancouver cohort have already pulled in hundreds of millions of dollars in post-event funding. That is the goal of the next 3 days. Whether you're in the pitch competition or just networking at the coffee stands, the person sitting next to you could be your next co-founder or your next lead investor. Across our stages this week, we are diving deep. We're talking agentic AI, clean tech, which BC is leading the world in, robotics, the film industry's future, and how to build a startup in a world that's rapidly changing. We've got an incredible 3 days planned for you here on center stage, where my co-hosts William Johnson and Kira Haley will join me introducing you to the most exciting and innovative minds from around the world. Today, we have the president of Sony ImageWorks, the company behind the mega hit K-pop Demon Hunters. We have people from OpenAI, Microsoft, Photonic, the New York Times, the founder of Techstars, David Cohen, and so many more right here. Everyone has the Web Summit app, and it's your secret weapon to keep track of everything happening here over the next 3 days. Meetups, master classes, mentor hours, it's all in the app. I checked the schedule this morning before I came on stage. We have meetups for women building in AI, indigenous tech founders, meetups for founders from India, the Netherlands, and Austria, UI and UX designer meetups, SaaS builders, ed tech, and because they're one of the fastest growing cities in BC, let alone the entire Canada, Surrey founders have their own meetup. It's a long time Vancouverite. I never thought I'd be announcing that. All right, and don't forget, Night Summit continues tonight. We're taking over the city at the Rec Room on Granville Street tonight from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. for cocktails, connections, and something brand new we're debuting here in Vancouver. It's called After Hours, and it's a new format where we bring speakers to Night Summit to debate a provocative topic from differing viewpoints. With Chatham House rules in play, things might turn unconventional, so do not miss this tonight. All right, Vancouver, is the energy here? Is the future here? Are the Whitecaps staying in Vancouver? All right, we're ready to kick off day one. Let's go. All right, we're starting locally to discuss how at a time of global uncertainty, government and private sector partnerships are helping to grow BC's already leading tech sector. This is a key part of the province's plan to grow a more resilient economy that can withstand shocks that are beyond our control. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Bloomberg's Thomas Seal, the Premier of British Columbia, David Eby.
Okay, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Vancouver. Welcome to Web Summit. My name is Thomas Seal. I'm the Vancouver Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News. I've been very happy to call this place home for the last 2 years, and I'm really happy to be here speaking with Premier David Eby, who has been Premier since 2022, lawyer by training, and MLA for the beautiful Vancouver Point Grey just down the road. So we're going to talk about the tech sector in BC, and specifically what BC's government, the provincial government, is doing with the tech sector to help the tech sector. So yeah, let's get into it. The title of the panel is Partnering to Grow BC's Leading Tech Sector. So maybe to help set the scene, how do you respond to that phrase of partnering? What's BC's government doing on that front?
Well, first of all, the goal of our government, especially right now, is to diversify our provincial economy and respond to some real challenges we've faced, and none of which will be particularly unique to the people in this room. You'll know what I'm talking about. We've had big challenges with our closest trading partner, with the US. We see the impacts of the war in Iran, and so building up a resilient economy is really important to us provincially. The tech sector is a crucial component of where we hope to build on our strengths in the province. And since we formed government, we've been adding to our tool belt of ways to, and the word partner is right, because we're not doing this work alone. We require those partnerships to be in place with the federal government, with industry, with post-secondary. And so whether it's venture capital investment support, whether it's tax credits, whether it's investment related to large-scale facilities, whether biomanufacturing or other types of advanced manufacturing, we've been just building up these tools that allow us to be a good partner to facilitate our companies to go to the next level.
And maybe it's worth spending 30 seconds just a quick tour of some of the highlights of BC's tech sector for people who might not be familiar with it. I mean, there's big tech offices here, as people would understand, Amazon and the like, but also there are some real homegrown successes in biotech, legal tech.
Yeah, absolutely. We are proud that we're Canada's fastest growing life sciences sector. across the country, and that is as a result of companies like Stem Cell that have been here for a really long time, that they're like the picks and shovels of the biotech sector, the growing media, all those kinds of things. They've been on the cutting edge of this for a long time. They have facilitated the growth of companies like Abcelera, and the research out of UBC, Dr. Cullis, and lipid nanoparticles, the ability to encapsulate these mRNA vaccines within a membrane that'll be able to be delivered to people. So we have that kind of ecosystem that has a historic footprint. That's just one sector. I could tell you the same story about Ballard and hydrogen. I could tell you the same story about AI. We have remarkable research roots and development roots and companies that were anchored here that have turned into strengths. And they form key nodes in our Look West strategy, which is about diversifying the economy, really doubling down on our areas of strength in the province.
You mentioned, Premier, the idea of almost acting as a venture capitalist as a province. And you announced in February the Strategic Investment Funds, $400 million. What made you want to get into the venture capitalist business yourself?
Okay, well, there's two tools I talked about. We're putting these tools on our tool belt to be able to be a good partner to grow our tech sector. We have a goal of doubling employment in the sector, and there's two specific tools here. One is InBC, which is an investment arm of the provincial government. It is along the lines of what you're talking about in terms of venture capital. It requires there to be other investors piling in. But we're not afraid to be dollar one. The requirement is just that you go out and find other investors to partner up. And so we've deployed about $200 million through that $500 million fund. And what we're seeing from the companies is they are 5Xing our investment with other private partners. And we're also partnering with venture capital funds themselves. And those funds are 4Xing our investment. And that's resulted in 1,800 jobs in the province and significant economic impacts. So that's one. That's the NBC program.
And that's been going for about 3 years, is
that's
that right?
Right.
And so are you building on that fund with the new one?
Yeah, so that's earlier stage companies. We also, and this isn't something that we chose, this is just something that feels like the reality of economic development currently, is industrial strategy is a reality for governments, which basically means government participating in some way in supporting the build-out of economic activity in the province. We have companies here that get calls they're like, we got a call from Alabama and they're offering us $100 million to move our facility down there and all these tax credits and whatever else. And what do you guys have? And the federal government has a strategic investment fund, and they say, well, we'll come and provide some funding in British Columbia to anchor a company here. But we need the province to be at the table too. So that $400 million fund that's in the budget that you're asking about, this is really typically for companies that are more established. They are making a decision about a significant expansion, usually around advanced manufacturing, biomanufacturing, refining, value adding to resources in the province. And that money helps them to be able to expand. It keeps them located here in British Columbia.
And we'll see that spin up over the course of this year, I guess.
Yeah, we're already engaging with companies on that we have a number of proposals, yep.
Just seeing as this is the subject of every tech event for the last 2-3 years, AI, how is the province itself using AI? I think you've mentioned in the past, 6 to 12 months, the province is trying to do things more efficiently itself. Are there any examples of that we can talk about?
Yeah, British Columbia is such an interesting jurisdiction when it comes to AI, in my opinion, and I'm not just saying that as the Premier. It's both in the extremely positive end of AI and the extremely negative end. So I'll start with the bad news first. Those of you who aren't from British Columbia, we had a horrific school shooting at Tumbler Ridge in a small community in the North British Columbia. It's a coal mining community. It's essentially the community where everybody works in the coal mines, and you only go there on purpose. It has an incredible tourism opportunity around dinosaurs and other things, but this is a small, tight-knit community, and there was a horrific school shooting that it came out after the event that the shooter had been using OpenAI's chatbot tool to allegedly plan the shooting. we don't know all the content of the chats or so on, but it was sufficiently concerning that allegedly the OpenAI employees were petitioning to call the police, and the company made a decision not to involve law enforcement, and the shooting resulted in the deaths of a number of children. So here in British Columbia, we have seen acutely the challenges around AI and the human fallibility around the decisions of how these tools are being used and what the safeguards are, and that's resulted in us being a leading province and calling for a minimum threshold for reporting to law enforcement when it comes to using these tools to plan harm to others. On the other end, on the good news side, we have remarkable and incredible research that's happened here in the province. We have 600 AI companies, and I think a lot of jurisdictions could say that, but they couldn't say that 75% of them are revenue positive. And AI is also pairing up with other industries that we have here in the province, for example, quantum and other cutting-edge technologies that are really increasing the impact in pretty dramatic ways. As a government, we're embracing the opportunity of AI. As one of our biggest challenges is issues related to healthcare, different healthcare records that don't talk to each other, legacy systems, and the only solution historically to that being these massive software programs that inevitably go hugely over budget, don't function as hoped, and result in huge learning curves for local users that don't like them. And so AI creating the possibility of, in healthcare, which is our biggest spend as a provincial government, to be able to bring all of those different records together so that they talk to each other from the hospital, the family doctor, and others, without having to do a multi-billion-dollar roll of the dice on a huge software solution. These are huge opportunities for us. And also we're leading the way on, in terms of just following on the healthcare theme.
Yeah.
Anonymizing healthcare data and being able to use that data as a provincial government to deliver better care to people using AI tools, using that data to be able to inform government decisions and predict how we can do a better job. So I'm really excited about the opportunities of AI, but as a premier, I've also seen the worst of it. And I know that both the opportunity and the threat. So I still am a huge optimist about AI, and I also recognize that we're going to need some strong safeguards around things like how people use these tools at the federal level.
Yeah, no, that was navigating the treacherous waters here. It's on the software side, as you've been just discussing. I think also on the hardware side, BC is having a nuanced debate about how to develop the data centers and the infrastructure. I think it is one of the earlier jurisdictions in North America to put a limit, maybe the first, to put a limit on the amount of power that AI data centers can suck from the grid. But at the same time, we had a big announcement yesterday morning. Downtown Vancouver is going to get big data centers. So how are you judging the kind of economic benefit of that? And obviously, data centers don't really employ many people, if any, but they can lead to jobs elsewhere. So how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we're, for those of you who aren't from British Columbia, we have a provincial power authority called BC Hydro. It's a publicly owned utility. As a result, that gives us a huge advantage on a couple of fronts. One is historic and geographic, and that's that we have within the third lowest electricity costs of any jurisdiction in North America, and 97% clean energy plus. We use gas for peaking in a couple of places in the province, but otherwise it's all hydro or clean electricity. This enables us to, and because it's public, it enables us to really be thoughtful about how we build out and value things like sovereign AI capacity, how data centers are used, and so on. So you will have seen that. We have a call for proposals, and recognizing that data centers, although there is employment in terms of building them out and flipping over the cards as they burn out and those kinds of things, more than you might expect from like a crypto mine or something like that, but that you can get more benefit from these data centers if they are carefully planned and coordinated. And So we've had calls for proposals to BC Hydro about here's where we'd like to do a data center, here are the benefits it brings to the community. So the downtown Vancouver one is a great example. That data center plugs into a district energy system. The waste heat from the data center heats downtown buildings and hotels and companies.
150,000 people, I think they said yesterday.
Incredible.
Right.
And also gives us the opportunity with the federal government to have that sovereign AI capacity that's so important to the country. And so we're looking for those because the demand is so huge and because we have very low rates, we would be overwhelmed.
If there was no policy.
If it was next in line, we've had a next in line policy for so many industries for so many years, and what we have to do now is be a little bit more intentional about where our power is going.
For sure. Obviously, a big part of BC's tech sector is American firms, and it's been a time of greater tension with America, to put it mildly. How have you navigated working with those firms? I mentioned one of them earlier. There's also Microsoft, Meta. With big offices, particularly here in Vancouver, they're a really important part of the ecosystem. Those people often go on to work for Canadian firms or start Canadian firms. So how has that been over the past year and a half?
Yeah, it's been an adventure. We, without question, are uniquely positioned here in a really advantageous way when it comes to tech. One of the things we really believe in British Columbia is that by attracting the best and the brightest, and we put a lot of energy into that, and by being an open and welcoming and celebrating our diversity as a province, whoever you are, you come as you are, you're welcome here. If you're willing to pitch in and help us build, that is actually an increasingly scarce resource internationally, and one that we're trying to hold on pretty tight to in the province as people try to come at that and sort of villainize different groups. And so for a company, whether it's a big American tech company or whether it's a Canadian company or whether it's an international, like if you want to attract the best and brightest, if you want to seize that opportunity, and you want safe, livable communities, and you want to be able to access sort of a high quality of life and those kinds of things, you want to make that pitch. Like British Columbia, we have these huge advantages. And so we're actually trying to lean in, and I say this with respect, our fight is not with Americans. We have a real fight with the White House right now. I try to understand why. I can't understand why. We didn't choose it. We don't want it. And we hope that sanity prevails. But at this point, we're leaning in. We're saying, you know what? You don't have to compromise on bringing the best and the brightest. You don't have to compromise on your ideals around what kind of world you would like to see. We're glad to see you here in British Columbia, and you can access Asia and Europe in the same business day, and you can maintain your connections with the United States at this point. And so, like, all of these things are coming together to favor. Everything's coming up Millhouse for British Columbia, and very deep Simpsons cut. But it's all coming up in a really positive way for our province, and we're trying to lean in hard, and we're trying to make that pitch to the federal government around immigration policy, especially. Like, this is our time.
And in fact, it seems to be kind of developing more, despite all these tensions. Just had Netflix open up quite a substantial office in Vancouver. I think some people were actually surprised to see that because, is AI replacing animation? I think there's another panel on that sort of subject during Web Summit. But how did that come about?
Yeah, we were really excited to welcome Netflix, and they're not unique. We're a real hub for animation and game design, and I think when people think about the impact of AI, they often think about those two sectors as being some of the most exposed sectors. It's as someone outside the industry and engaging with these players and their international partners on trade missions, it seems consistently that they are hiring, that they are expanding, that they're showing up here in significant numbers. And I am not in a position to predict what AI is going to mean in terms of employment in these different sectors. But what I have seen so far is that it is not, at least in British Columbia, reducing demand to show up and to do this work here. And so we welcome it in terms of the activity that we're seeing here in the province. When I had the tour of that beautiful new Netflix building and the discussion with them about AI and how does that work in with their plans, I think like most companies, just like our government, AI is one tool among many that's available to them and that they're actively experimenting with and figuring the way forward. And if there's a challenge around it that we're going to have to navigate, it's that entry rung challenge for entry rung animators or game designers or programmers or so on. And I know that through internships and co-ops and programs like MyTax, we'll be able to have those co-op programs that facilitate those entry positions.
Just seeing we've got about a minute left. I wondered if maybe it might be worth, if there's any interesting examples of how tech has helped the province, carry out some of its important duties. I think there's been some examples, for instance, in like wildfire management or scanning for new mine sites. Is there anything that's kind of really impressed you over the last few months?
Yeah, well, let me take a step back and just underline that Web Summit is actually part of our Look West economic strategy. This event is not sort of adjacent to what we're doing around economic development. This is part of what we're doing to expand our presence internationally. So is the World Cup. We'll be welcoming major companies in as part of the World Cup games that are happening here. This is part of our outreach work. And the other piece is our integrated marketplace, to take it from the big global attraction in, but to support BC companies and being able to have that first customer be the BC government. So whether it's in wildfire or at the ports or other places, we have Ocean Robotics, for example, Open Ocean Robotics that is doing ocean monitoring, a BC company, or their first client is the Port of Prince Rupert. The Swarm, which is doing wildfire detection work, integrated marketplace initiatives to give that first customer opportunity to BC companies. So we're supporting our local firms, but also really welcoming that international attention and presence here in British Columbia. And you are a part of that, so I'm really grateful that you're here. Thank you for coming to British Columbia, and welcome to British Columbia.
Thank you so much, Premier. It's been great speaking with you.
Thanks, Thomas. Right on.
Scaling compute is AI industry jargon for spending more and more money on data centers and the chips, typically GPUs made by NVIDIA inside those data centers. So-called hyperscalers like OpenAI, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, xAI, and Anthropic aim to spend nearly $1 trillion on compute this year, more than a dozen times the cost of the Manhattan Project. Here to give us his take on this big bet, AI expert and scientist and author Gary Marcus, in conversation with Times' Zachary Karabell.
Well, good morning, Web Summit. I want to apologize in advance for my EOS hair, which is short for early onset Einstein syndrome. I've been traveling a lot and have neglected to do anything about it. So if you can get beyond that, we can have a good conversation. I am looking forward to this talk with Gary, or at least I think I'm looking forward to this talk with Gary. As the introduction just mentioned, you've been highlighting, as have some people, the immense amount of spend that the hyperscalers are spending on data centers, chips, 12x, the Manhattan Project. So I guess the first question I have for you is, these are really smart people, or at least they are purported to be really smart people at some of the largest, most successful tech companies in the world.
Like Mark Zuckerberg?
Like Mark Zuckerberg.
Who spent $80 billion on Meta and didn't get a return?
Yeah, so we can get into this in a moment, but could they all be wrong? Could they all be sort of herd mentality, jumping off of a multi-trillion-dollar cliff?
Of course they could be. I mean, it is a bet. We have to acknowledge that it's a bet. And then we can talk about whether it's a good bet or a bad bet, whether it's small bet or a large bet. It's obviously a very large bet. Daniela Mode, who is the president of Anthropic, actually kind of acknowledged it in those terms. Most of the time the industry doesn't, but she actually did in the last few days say it's a big bet. Now, the question is, could it be a wrong bet? Well, there's a lot of ways to think about it. One is like, how big a number is this? Lots of people are a little bit innumerate. They don't really understand the difference between $1 trillion and $1 billion, or don't think about it a lot. There's lots of studies showing that people are not necessarily fully in touch with these numbers. So let's give a couple of pieces of context. One is they're spending about the amount of the Manhattan Project every month. Nobody has ever done that. I think, or at least I'm hard-pressed to think of examples where people have spent this much. Maybe the trains, actually, in the 1800s, depending on how you think about time, were comparable. It's very rare to place a bet that large. Then you could think about how much return do they have to get in order for this to make sense. There was a journalist who works for The Economist yesterday who posted on Twitter, kind of back of the envelope estimate. He was basing on an earlier estimate that Sequoia, leading venture capital firm, had made, where they said that they need to make $600 billion to make this back, to make this make sense. But that's older. And what he came up with now, this person working for The Economist, is $1.6 trillion a year in revenue. Now, maybe that sounds like a lot, maybe it sounds like a little. Let's give some context. Google, in its best year ever, which was last year, made $400 billion. So this is 4 times what Google made in its best year after 20 years of optimizing its service. So yes, this bet, just looking at the numbers, and then we can get into the technical side, could easily go wrong. And yes, these people could be wrong. And there's lots of times in history where lots of people spend lots of money and been wrong.
So let's talk about the bubble effect for a moment, and then we can actually talk, because you have other critiques, which is, even if it's right, it might be wrong. Which is, you mentioned the railroads, 1870s, 1880s in the United States, also true in Canada, I've been told, although I'm an American, so I learned absolutely nothing about Canada except notionally where it was growing up. The internet bubble of the 1990s, which as we know wasn't really an internet bubble, it was a telecom and fiber investment bubble. Laying the tracks in the 1880s and laying the tracks for the internet in terms of fiber in the 1990s meant that a lot of people lost a lot of money. It also meant that the infrastructure for the next wave of, in the case of the 19th century, innovation, industrialization, and in the case of the 1990s, you don't have Google, Meta, et cetera, unless you have the overspend on, between Global Crossing, which was satellites, and Cisco. So couldn't this both be a misallocation of capital in the sense of many people will lose their money, but a constructive allocation of capital in the sense of it will create the infrastructure that we need for the next wave of technology?
It could be. Like, nobody really knows. This is all speculation, which is part of the point. But here's an argument against, which is a lot of this speculation is going into chips. And we know that chips depreciate over time, right? So, a chip that you bought 10 years ago is probably worthless right now. Elon spent a fortune building something called Colossus, or we now call it Colossus 1, and he just leased it out to Anthropic because he didn't need it anymore. He built that in 2024, and 2 years later, he doesn't need it anymore. Now, that's partly because he built something else, but he just put 220,000 H100s that people were like stealing from trucks and stuff to get. He just put them on the market, basically, secondhand. So one part of it is, I would say, chips depreciate. The glass that people put down for fiber is still good 30 years later. Its value hasn't changed. But chips tend to depreciate, and that is an important thing that is being left out. Another issue is, are we building the right hardware for the right software? I would argue, and maybe we'll get into it, that large language models are not the right software. They might be part of the answer. They probably are part of the answer, but we might find ways to do them much more efficiently, the part that they do, and then not need so many chips anymore. And then it's turning out that we're using something called neurosymbolic AI now, and maybe we can get into that. That's something I championed last time I was here. They're starting to do that now, and that means people are starting to buy CPUs again. And a lot of the recent gains, as opposed to the gains in the first half of the decade, are actually coming from CPUs rather than GPUs. So if we spend trillions of dollars on GPUs, and it turns out that side can be done more efficiently, and hey, we need a bunch of GPUs, then that part of the capital might be misallocated too. It's not a done deal. Nobody really knows for sure. But I can give you some arguments. And my take is, yeah, we're not going to get as much out of it as in the fiber. We'll probably get something out of it. We'll get some learning. Right now, large language models are the best tool we have for pattern recognition, and we need to do that. That's part of what we need to do for AI, but it's not all of what we need, and some of it will be salvaged and some won't.
So I want to get into a moment your kind of general theory of critique of LLMs, but there was one instance of the Chinese company DeepSeek purportedly developing a sophisticated LLM model for substantially less money. I mean, I think the claim was $10 million, which clearly was predicated on lots of other people's investment, meaning they piggybacked on other investment, which didn't cost them as much. But is that an example of what you're talking about, meaning that there will be people who will be able to develop the next generation of things using embedded investments, but very little capital outlay of their own?
That's right. I mean, you're right. They piggybacked or drafted onto other work, and people will be able to do that. I mean, we had a talk here yesterday about how someone took the entire work of Claude Code and rebuilt it in a night because there was a leak and there were tools now to do that and so forth. And so the question about what is the durable value here starts to come. Definitely DeepSeek showed that you could do this stuff more cheaply. And the ideas that DeepSeek used have now been widely adopted, I think, in the industry. They're probably successors to those ideas. So there's a constant effort to optimize these things. They're insanely expensive to run, especially agents, right? If you think about how much ChatGPT, the original, cost to run, the agents, instead of making one call, I type in a query, get an answer, may make tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of calls. You may not see it. It may be kind of offline or not visible, I should say. But they're making many more calls to these things. So there's enormous pressure to optimize them. And in principle, it just, like, these things are measured now in terawatts and things like that. Your brain, and I don't mean to insult you, but we have a fun shtick going, your brain runs on 20 watts. It's vastly more efficient.
On a good day, yeah.
On a good day, bad day, 15 watts or whatever. And so the human brain is much more efficient, and that tells you that there is a lot of headroom to optimize, to do better. So there are other techniques, like people have talked about Bayesian techniques and so forth, that at least in principle might be more efficient. Right now, those techniques are not as effective. They're not as accurate, and so people don't tend to use them as much, but there might be advances there. There are lots of ways in which you could at least imagine something more efficient than, hey, in order to answer any question, I need to memorize the internet. And there are lots of questions you can answer, at a world-class expert level, and you didn't read the entire internet. You read a lot, but you were selective and so forth. There's clearly efficiency gains to be made, and every one of those efficiency gains potentially risks or causes trouble for this massive multi-trillion-dollar bet, because it might turn out you don't need all this infrastructure.
And you've also been, there's increasingly a differentiated discussion about AI. Are we going to have artificial general intelligence? Are large language models, LLMs, the OpenAIs, Anthropics, et cetera, going to get us there? Is agentic AI, which is a more, as you said, agent-focused use of AI, but often incorporates a lot of LLMs. And you posit, and have been for years, that even those are missing an alternative, right?
That's right. So I'll correct one thing you said, but essentially that's right. So there are a couple different things. Let's lay out a taxonomy here, or a geography. So on the one hand, everybody in the field talks about artificial general intelligence. That means AI that can solve basically any problem a human can. And then there's maybe even super intelligence that's maybe better than the best humans, even Einstein or people who have hair who looks like Einstein. So you have that on the one hand. Then you have large language models. I don't think on any reasonable description you can call those artificial general intelligence, right? Because they can do some things people can do pretty well, and some things they're pretty bad at. Like
I'm just saying, there's the people in that industry hold out the prospect.
So the premise of this whole scaling bet that all you needed to do was to scale those large language models, and scaling meant more data and more compute. And for a while, that's all anybody was doing. And I kept yelling at them saying, that's not really going to work. You're going to need to use neurosymbolic AI. You can read this paper I wrote in 2022 called Deep Learning is Hitting a Wall. And the premise of that paper was not that artificial general intelligence is impossible, but that you can't just scale LLMs. And everybody got really mad at me. Not too many people actually read the paper. But what the paper said is we're going to reach a point of diminishing returns from scaling. And that's what actually happened. And the industry knows this but doesn't want to tell you. And we'll come back to why they don't want to tell you this. And so companies like Anthropic are now doing the thing I said you needed to do. I said you need probably to do a bunch of things, but one of them is neurosymbolic AI. Well, what does that mean? Well, there are two classical approaches to AI. One is called neural networks, and large language models are an example of them. And they take the statistics of data, and they're good at that. And the other is symbolic AI. That just looks like computer code. It's if-then statements and case statements, if you know what that is. operations over variables. It looks like algebra. It comes from the tradition of logic. And that stuff used to be really popular, and it got supplanted by the large language models. And people like Hinton said, you don't need any of that symbolic stuff. That's like putting a gas engine on an electric engine, and we're just much better off with the electric. But what Anthropic figured out is that Hinton was wrong and that I was right. They may not say that publicly, but if you look at what they're doing, and the Claude code leak that people talked about last night really makes this clear. If you look at the leaked code of Claude code, which I think is the most innovative product that has come out since GPT-4, GPT 3.5, it's actually a marriage of these two approaches. It's a whole bunch of symbolic AI. It's 500,000 lines of code. It's 52 different symbolic tools. So it's all classical AI techniques working together with the large language model. So what has made Claude Code so good is not so much the scaling, it's actually borrowing old ideas that were out of favor.
So there is one question that seemingly gets unasked and unanswered, maybe because it's not supposed to be asked, right? Which is, who cares about artificial and general intelligence? Like, why does it matter? These things are tools. They are clearly tools that are highly useful. They're highly efficient. They're already transforming the workplace in the sense of they do things well quickly. They also do some things quickly and badly, but so do human beings.
I mean, the answer to your question is going to hinge on the badly part. So the way I think of large language models, to a first approximation, is as approximators. They can approximate almost anything, but they often do so sort of like 80% correct. And in some domains, that's good enough. So if I want you to approximate not very good advertising executive and say, make me some ad copy, it's not going to do it as well as, a superstar, but it'll get you some ideas that you can get working with. And it doesn't matter that it's sort of 80% correct. You, the human, are in the loop. Where it really matters is if you want one of these machines to be autonomous. If you want it to drive a car or direct a robot or make decisions about targeting in a war or something like that, you don't really want 80% accuracy. You want more.
For zero-fail systems, you do not want 80%.
For zero-fail systems, and there are a lot, where the cost of error is high. You don't want them to do bank customer service and lead to a lawsuit, et cetera. And so pure large language models are not good at reliability. In principle, going back to the first part of your question, artificial general intelligence might be better. Part of the problem with the large language models is they're just approximating. We call them language models because they model how humans use language, but they don't actually model the world, or even like how a financial system operates would be an example of what we call a world model. They don't actually have that. Presumably an artificial general intelligence system would actually operate over these world models, would be more accurate, would be less likely to hallucinate, less likely to make errors. Now, I don't know if we need AGI, but I think we need AI that we can actually trust. I don't think we have that. It's probabilistic. That's why we're building now these neurosymbolic scaffolds or harnesses people are talking about to try to get some of the determinism by borrowing techniques from symbolic AI. And to some degree, that's working. Maybe there's something that's short of AGI that people can still trust, and maybe not. One other thing to mention here, maybe we'll get into it, is a lot of the customers, and I'm talking about corporate customers, are not finding return on investment. There's been study after study. Like the most popular one was the MIT study, which was maybe somewhat flawed, but found that only 5% of companies were getting return on investment. There's now been like 6 or 7 other studies from McKinsey, Accenture, BCG, et cetera.
Although you could push back on that and say, for a long period in the 1990s, internet, i.e. adoption, showed no productivity enhancements and wasn't shown. It can take a while for these things to work their way through.
Right, and part of why it took a while was you needed better computers, you needed faster computers, you needed better software. Like a lot of the software stank. And what I'm saying is not that AI is impossible, but the current AI software, from the perspective of 10 years from now, kind of stinks. People in 2035 are going to say, those dudes in 2025, who are they kidding? That wasn't really the right way to do this. They had the idea of how powerful all this stuff would be, but the techniques weren't that reliable. Nobody, except for NVIDIA, was really making much money off of it. And then, eventually they figured it out. But it takes some innovation.
So in our closing moments, I want to go from the sublime to sort of the mundane and talk for a moment about your thoughts about this trial that's going on between Elon Musk and OpenAI and Sam Altman and Microsoft. I'm sure everyone has heard about this. It has a kind of a court TV, real bros of Silicon Valley drama to it, and so it's fun. and you get to everybody's diaries are being read. Someone remarked this trial shows that no grown individual should keep a diary. But I wonder, is there any greater import in this other than the massive egos of multi-billionaires coming up against each other because person A didn't get what person B said the person C could get, and they're all annoyed and pissed off at each other?
Some of it is definitely about ego, but something is huge is at stake too, right? And Elon will lose if he makes it about him, which in his testimony he kind of did. And now his lawyers have to undo that. But what's at stake is what OpenAI does with all of its money. Now, one theory is they were built as a nonprofit to benefit humanity and not any particular commercial interest. And that is what they said in their filings to the state of California, in their public recruitment, in their press statements, on their blog, and at least somewhat to Elon. And the other possibility is they're just another one of the players in the large language model working on mass surveillance, right, which is not in the public interest in my view. And so it's up to the judge what to do. But the judge could say, hey, OpenAI has to follow its mission, and that would really change the world if that's how the judge decided.
All right, we're going to have to leave it on that note. I'm sure there will be no other conversation about AI in the coming days at Web Summit, so I'm glad that you graced us with your presence for this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're delving into agentic AI. Let's start with a show of hands. How many people in the audience are using AI agents to help them in their jobs every day? I guess everybody's hand should be up, right? Okay, that's great. Foundational models have transformed what AI can do. Agentic platforms are changing how work gets done, but there's a layer that most enterprise AI stacks are still missing: the operational context that tells AI not just what to do, but how the business actually works. Our next speaker is here to explain why context is key. In conversation with Fast Company's Harry McCracken, his co-founder and CEO of Celonis, Alexander Rink.
Good morning, Web Summit Vancouver, and hello, Alex.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us, and why don't we just dive in. Celonis has been at AI for a long time. You co-founded the company 15 years ago. But just in case there's anybody in the audience who needs a refresher, tell us a little bit about what the company does.
Yeah, good to see you, first of all. Thanks for having me. And great to be here in Vancouver, my first time. What a beautiful city. It's amazing. Celonis is the leader in process intelligence. So for the last 15 years, we've specialized in partnering with the biggest and many of the most complex companies in the world to really give them an understanding of how all their processes actually run. Because there's a big difference on what you put on a paper. This is how we think we do things, but then how things actually run. So you think about a big airline, right, as an example. Everything from you buying a ticket until you being on the plane, your baggage hopefully being on the same plane, and you taking off on time, landing, maintenance, all this stuff. There is a lot of decisions and actions that happen in various systems, maybe some emails. There's a lot of activity that happens. And our specialty at Celonis is to bring all this context together and show them how it really operates.
You actually have some news this week relating to this, so tell us about that.
Yes, so it's a very exciting day for Celonis, and we think a very exciting day for the enterprise AI industry, because what we found out is that this context that I just talked about is really, really essential. So we've really doubled down on this, and we are launching today the Celonis context model. So it brings together all the context about what I just said, all these processes, all the interactions, all the steps, all the tasks, unstructured context, structured context, in one model, and puts it in a language that AI can understand. So that you have this living digital twin of your company that can fuel AI. And then there's another announcement.
You made an acquisition.
Exactly. We acquired Ikigai Labs, which is a leader in building AI for decision intelligence. So they were founded by Dev, an MIT professor, who's joining us as our new chief scientist for enterprise AI. And they built a really, really strong team, built on years of research to basically build AI that can simulate time series, that can predict things, that can do what-if scenario simulations. What if this plane doesn't take off? What should we do? What if this supplier is late? What if this part for my car doesn't arrive, right? What can I do? So that our context model can't just look at what's going on right now and what has happened, but also what is going to happen. And agents now have access to the ability to simulate scenarios, just like we do. You know, humans, we simulate all the time. In our heads, we simulate hundreds, sometimes thousands of scenarios, and we're going to give AI the ability to do that in a business context.
You have a lot of well-known customers who are doing interesting things with your technology. Talk a little bit about some of the other real-world use case scenarios that might resonate with people.
Yeah, and we just heard from Gary about this gap between the capability of the models and then what's really happening within businesses and how they're able to adopt this. And you know, we've seen some great adoption in coding, we've seen some great adoption in customer service, but we really want to integrate AI deeply into the business processes. You know, we talk at Celonis about industrializing enterprise AI. And this is where this context model is really essential. And we work with many of the leading companies in the world to do this. So an example is Mercedes-Benz. I think everybody here knows them. It's a big luxury car manufacturer. Think of the production of a car, right? You have so many variables, so many variants, so many steps, so many materials that go into a car that they are using Celonis on top of their manufacturing, but also logistics systems, to basically bring all this together, understand it, and then use AI to make their operating system better, to be more precise, higher quality, higher efficiency. Another example I really like is Florida Crystals. So they are one of the biggest sugar companies in the US. You might know Domino Sugar, for example. And they, which is a subsidiary of Florida Crystals. So they are putting Celonis at the heart of their enterprise AI strategy and really deploying AI and agentifying everything that they do in supply chain, in finance, in core operations. And they're using Celonis as this foundation for that, because we're bringing together all the context on what's happening, what is desired to happen, and they've seen millions of dollars in improvements. They've seen entire teams be freed up from this manual grudge work and reworking orders or invoices. So it's really incredible that we can see how AI is actually transforming large businesses and making a big difference.
It would be nice if companies had all their data all in one place where it was easy to apply AI to it, but in the real world, they might have it in dozens or hundreds or potentially thousands of places, and they even have some data in areas where they don't even know where it is because employees are doing stuff off the books. Is that a basic obstacle to getting benefit out of AI, or is it possible to round it all up?
Yeah, that's a great question. And this is really when we see sort of how to use Claude Code. I use it every day. It's really exciting. But then you step into an enterprise setting and you see the complexity, right? So, for example, one of our large customers, a large bank, they have around 4,000 different systems running their markets operations. Think about that, 4,000 individual systems. And then, by the way, in the average enterprise, around 40 to 50% of the work doesn't actually happen in a system. The system is Excel or email or desktops. So even if you tap into those hundreds of systems, you don't have the full context of what's going on. So this is what we specialize in, right? Rolling it out across many, many of these systems, but then also capturing all the work that happens outside of the system.
Is having data in 4,000 places inherently a bad thing, or is it actually okay as long as you know how to get that into AI and use AI to help make decisions?
Well, I think it's a really interesting question. I think whether it's a good thing or a bad thing is just the reality. And I don't think it's an obstacle necessarily to adopt enterprise AI. So I had this discussion with a customer the other day, and they were thinking about, what if we had one system that did everything in our company? Well, obviously that would be great, but that's probably not realistic, right? And I said, well, what if you had one system that knows everything, right? Not that did everything, but that knows everything. And I think that's very much achievable. So even if you have thousands of systems, you can bring them into one context model. You can put it into a language that AI understands, and then you can design. You don't want to just have the AI reason of that information. You also want to put in the design of what you want to happen, right? What happens today might not be what you want, and then AI is this very powerful context model to reason. And we're building our context model in a way of how enterprises actually deploy AI. So we have strong partnerships with data platforms like Microsoft Fabric, Databricks, Snowflake, so you can really have zero-copy integration, and then all the leading agentic frameworks, whether it's the Copilot framework from Microsoft, or Bedrock from AWS, or OCI from Oracle, so that you can really leverage this together with the ecosystem of partners our enterprise customers work with.
How about the fact that, as you mentioned, like regardless of where the data is stored, a lot of the action might be going on in places like Excel historically, and human beings using these tools? Is it possible to coordinate that and AI in a way that's more than the sum of the parts?
Yes, 100%. So what we can do, and we are introducing a new iteration of that as part of our context model launch, we can deploy task mining agents, they're called task mining agents, on top of the desktops. And in a very privacy-oriented way, watch basically what users do, privacy control it, and take those patterns back to understand the work that happens outside of the systems, so that you can really get a full context about how the work is going on in your organization. And that's very, very powerful, because then you don't have this blind spot anymore, that 40 to 50% of the work happens outside of your systems. And AI is actually great in our ability to do all this much faster. So we can have AI agents help us deploy this across complex landscapes much, much faster than we were able to do that in the past.
Gary mentioned that in a lot of places, LLMs are maybe 80% of the way to being good at things. And we know that at least with general purpose chatbots, hallucinations are still an issue, although even if they're not as big a one as they used to be. AI getting stuff wrong in a business context could be catastrophic. Talk a little bit about the degree to which that's a problem, and how companies can make sure that it's not a fundamental issue for them.
Yeah, I think it's all about how you deploy the AI and the foundations you build around it. So imagine you had a company and you would hire Einstein, right? A great AGI system, Albert Einstein. Well, in order for Einstein to be your best accountant, or your best salesperson, or your best supply chain manager, well, they still need a lot of context about what's going on in the company, right? If they get it right without any context, without any specific learning to your company, 80% of the time, you'd be impressed, right? So it's not about necessarily how capable the LLM is. I think LLMs are going to get much more capable over time, and they're already very, very capable. It's about how can I put the organizational context in a language that the AI can understand. All the policies, all the interactions, all the all the desired behaviors, or the actual behaviors. And there's a lot of the reason why it's so hard for a large enterprise to deploy AI is, well, I was in a meeting 3 weeks, and someone looked weird. And that's how I know I can't trust this data set that's actually in my system. How is the AI going to know that? How is Einstein going to know that, right? So you need to capture this and build this context model for your business. And you want to control that, because that's your IP, right? That's not something you just want to put anywhere, right? You want to have that in a very secure environment. And I think that's what we are helping customers with. The second part that's very, very important is you then need agent mining. So you need to understand what those agents do and combine it with the rest of the process, everything that's going on with human systems, and put guardrails in place to say, here's what the agent can do and here's what it can't do. Here's where I want to escalate it to a human. So if you put the right foundations, the right context in place, and then you put the right guardrails and observability around it, agents can be very powerful. And we're actually measuring this. Agents with context and agents without context. And what you can see is accuracy goes up, task completion rate goes up, and cost goes down. Because the other thing we haven't talked about is how expensive the token consumption can get. And I think if you give it just a lot of unstructured context, well, it's going to consume a lot of token. If you are able to really give it precise context in that moment that is accurate and well structured, it's going to use less tokens.
We expect GPT to be an expert on all of human history. In a business context, AI doesn't need to know everything, but it does need to have an extremely deep and sophisticated understanding of that particular business. Is that a more difficult challenge for AI, or is it actually easier if it's a more well-defined area of knowledge?
Well, I think what we are starting to figure out is, to your point, right, I don't need to know when the pyramids were built to complete a business task. Obviously, by teaching it all that, today that's how intelligence emerges. But when you use the smaller models and you fine-tune them to specific business environments, you're actually starting to see really, really good results. So that I think over time you can use a combination of smaller, more specialized models that can do the majority of a task, and then they can escalate to a larger model if they can't complete it, and you can have evaluators evaluating that. So I think that the answer is not just going to be one model. I think it's going to be a mix of smaller and larger models that allow you to do it, make sure you have the best quality, but also the best cost.
Speaking of cost, is what you're doing over the arc of time about getting better results or saving money, or over the long term, both at once?
Yeah, I think better and cheaper is always wins, right? So I think it's both, but it's also about the fact that some things LLMs can't do, right? Especially if they don't have the right tools and context. So I would say it's three things. It's enabling them to do more things, enable them to do them with high quality, and do it cheaper.
How much headroom is there for AI to get better over time? And if 2 or 3 years from now, do you expect radical improvement in terms of what's possible?
Well, that's very much how things look like today, right? So we're on this arc, I've been really impressed with the latest models that came out, and I think there's new models coming like Mythos that are even better. So I think we expect that model improvement is going to be quite dramatic, and that's why we focus on actually making these models work in large businesses. Because as I said, even if your model was as smart as Einstein, you still need context for it to operate, and so do you need guardrails. You know, when you think about it, for the last 15 years, I've been spending my life optimizing processes, and that's what all of our 4,000 sellouts do around the world. And our mission is to make processes work for people, for companies, and for the planet. And that's a very big mission. And we've chipped away at it. We've made a lot of progress. But I think with AI, we can make so much more progress, right? And actually make a dent in all processes in the world, right? There's so many processes. You call your airline, you manufacture something, you purchase something that are just frustrating, they're slow, they're inefficient, they suck up human potential. And if we can make those way, way better, that's huge, right? And it serves companies, it serves people, and it serves the planet if we do it in the right way. So it's a really exciting mission. But our ability to deliver on that mission is much, much better with AI. And it's going to get better with more capable AI.
Gary talked about how he's skeptical about LLMs kind of being the ultimate answer over time. As you said, there's been a lot of progress lately, but do you think that we need technology beyond LLMs for what you're doing to reach its full potential?
But obviously, the more intelligence, the better, right? So I think it's an open question of how far just scaling LLMs will get us. But people have talked about a wall many times, and the wall hasn't come, and it looks like the ceiling is extending. You know what? I think that world models are really interesting approaches, and we think about that a lot. Like how can we get there in enterprise settings? So yeah, I think it's going to be a mix. I think LLMs are going to get a lot better, but I think ultimately in 10 years from now and 5 years from now, you'll have a mix of different approaches. Language is beautiful because it has there's a lot of examples of it. It has this coherent structure, but it's not the only thing that is like that, right? So I would be surprised if language models and I think even today they're not the only thing out there. So I think you're going to have more and more types of intelligence, and the intelligence is going to get a lot better. I think, however, if I think about our work, certainly we contribute to that, But even if you stopped LLM progress tomorrow, you could drive a ton of productivity in the economy and within businesses by putting the right context and the right foundations around it and actually adopting it. So I think there's this huge adoption gap that we can make tremendous progress on, and I think this context model is a big step in that direction.
Well, it will be fun to see where Celonis goes over your second 15 years,
Yes.
no matter what happens with AI. Thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you, audience. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Thank you. Thank you.
How many people here, show of hands, have seen this movie called K-pop Demon Hunters? All right. How many people have seen Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? And so the people here in the audience are not from Vancouver. These movies are made here amongst a lot of other films. Actually, just the other day, we saw they were filming that zombie show right outside here, The Last of Us. So a lot of stuff is happening here in Vancouver that you may not know of. So from Hollywood productions to streaming giants, Vancouver has quietly become one of the most important creative tech hubs in the world. What made it work? And what will take it to the next level? Let's find out with this powerhouse panel of speakers. So please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Forbes' David Bloom, the president of Sony Imageworks, Michelle Grady, the SVP of Production Technology at Walt Disney Animation Studios, Nick Cannon, and the president of Blue Ant Studios, Jennifer McCarran.
Fanfare. Good morning, Vancouver. We have a fantastic panel talking about the extraordinary collection of talent and companies that have built up in this area, despite the excessive amount of rivers you have here. I say this as a Los Angeles person, but that have built up here in the creative technology areas, making some of the great films, Spider-Verse and Spider-Man and K-pop Demon Hunters, which did okay. I heard Moana, Blue Ant is doing lots of. Tell us real quickly what Blue Ant's working on, because I always forget. Help me.
We do things like Team Up, Spider-Man. We do a lot of Love Nature. Animals.
Love Nature, yes. So what's happened is they are three big companies, though, a couple with big roots in Los Angeles and beyond, that are creating TV, film, in very interesting ways, using some of the cutting-edge technologies that are out there in very human ways, as they have endeavored to impress upon me. But it is a cluster, and the question is, how did it get built? What are the lessons to sustain it going forward? And what lessons can somebody take to build something, another cluster of industries and talent? And I guess I'd start, Michelle, with you about where you might think this, how did it get started to get to here?
Yeah, and when we say here, I think we mean this really impressive hub that we have in British Columbia for basically what we do, which is creative technology, visual effects and animation. How did we get to this hub? It took time. It did. It took time to get here.
20 years?
20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we already had film and TV going here with like X-Files and things like that, which was pretty cool.
You know, like 20 years ago, visual effects and animation was here, but it was pretty nascent. And then with great support, and this is one of the things when we say here and a hub requires a few different things that are essential. It is great talent, companies, diversity of companies, and government partnerships. So
it's a real chicken and egg. It sounds like too. Like, how do you get the talent in the companies if you don't have the talent in the companies already here, right?
Exactly. So it got here by really industry and government to a large degree working together to build the talent pool, build the competitive environment, and that partnership has been essential to create this hub.
So the government had to be involved to kind of create some of the settings here. So can you talk a little bit about how the work that you do, my understanding is the BC government, the federal government has been very supportive, obviously the film industry as a whole, not just here, but in other parts of the country. What are the kinds of things that manifest as you all are making your next project? Now that you've gotten to a certain level, what's the government support meant at this point, now that you've kind of got this thing built? Any ideas, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's really about nurturing the community of talent. So we get help with immigration when we need to. There's certainly financial support as well. But it's really just having a fantastic, rich cultural hub that really attracts the best talent in technology and animation and artists. And really nurturing a strong community here. So I've had the good fortune to work in a few different cities around the world doing this kind of thing. And really what's remarkable about the hub that's been created here is kind of the aligned goals that shared between the studios operating here, the local government, the federal government, and we can really make things happen when we need to, and move at the speed of production when we need to.
I mean, one of the things that strikes me, it's the second time I've been to Vancouver, is how international the city is. You talked about immigration and being able to smooth some of the ins and outs of people coming from really lots of places, not just Los Angeles, but a lot of them come up here. I'm curious about how you see the setting and what it means for Blue Ant in terms of getting access to talent, not just talent that's here, but talent that may want to come in and partake all the things that Vancouver is, and there are many fine, wonderful things about this place that are nice attractions beyond a job, right? So what is it that for Blue Ant you all have been able to take advantage of that's helped you all grow and be what you've become?
Well, I think Nick alluded to it. It's a great cultural hub, and Blue Ant being a smaller studio sitting here alongside Disney, Sony, we've really benefited from the talent that's coming into this town through immigration. It's sort of, talent begets talent. It's like moths to a flame. So when you have things like...
I want to go work with that person because they worked on...
Yes, exactly. And every great team is like your perfect sports team. You need your seniors that people are aspiring to, your mid-level talent, and then your juniors. It's the perfect mix. And the unique thing, I think, is the business leaders here, Nick, Michelle, very much, we all work together to sort of elevate. The tide very much rises together. We're nothing without the talent that's here, and it's created quite a special ecosystem.
Where do the universities plug into this? One of the things that I intensely feel is the concern in the current moment. I won't use those two letters in deference to your all sensitivities, but the transformation of entertainment and what it means for building the next generation of creative technological talent. How do the universities feed into that? How do the existing cluster of companies work to build so they have somebody to run the place in 20 years? Any thoughts on any of that?
Absolutely. We're on advisory boards with all of the schools, no matter what city we're in, helping shape curriculum. We'll do things like put scholarships into high school. Being an artist.
You're even going down to high school now.
Yeah, and being an artist is scary for some people. A lot of parents, they face...
Let's just be clear. Not scary for the people, for the parents
exactly.
of the people.
Exactly.
Like, you want to do what?
Yeah, exactly.
Why don't you become an accountant? Oh, that might be in trouble too. Never mind. Go be an artist. Right?
So, promoting that. We used to tell schools, the lifespan of an animator, you could make more than the average NHL player.
right.
in Canada.
And have better teeth.
Yeah.
Or teeth.
Instead of lasting a year, you can last a lifetime.
Right.
So, we're heavily involved in all the advisory committees, setting curriculums. Where's the shape of the industry going?
I'm curious, particularly for the big operations that are Hollywood connected that you guys work for, how it works for that kind of, supporting here, the local team, as it were, while you're part of a much bigger international corporation with lots of expectations in lots of places. How do you build for here and sustain for the future here?
Yeah, I can jump in there, and you've probably got a similar answer. So for Sony, we are in 3 locations. We're in Los Angeles, Vancouver, and Montreal, and we actually made Vancouver our headquarters because we really believe in this place as a creative center. But we run the company, we always say location agnostically. Every one of our projects gets worked on in every one of our studios.
Clouds are amazing things.
Clouds are amazing things, and they have been for quite a long time.
Yeah, for quite a while, exactly.
Exactly. But truly, we saw in BC the opportunity to do what we've all done together, which is create a hub of talent. So we really put our roots down here. We are generally, for us here, about 700 to 1,400 people, depending on where we are.
It's a big operation, yeah.
For here, it really
And
is.
how many of those are actually demon hunters?
All of them.
All of them, okay.
Yes,
Good to know.
absolutely.
That's really something. Any thoughts, Nick?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, it's similar for us. What is the animation studio? As we talk about it as one studio operating out of 2 locations. And so really, although we're separated by a few hundred miles between Los Angeles and Vancouver.
2.5 hour plane flight.
We operate very closely together, and we have a very close connection back and forth. And again, a lot of that to the point earlier around having the artists, engineers being able to inspire each other, and you get to work with amazing people who've been doing this for 30, 40 years. And they're getting inspired by the people who are coming new to it, are coming up with new ideas and fresh perspectives.
I think Vancouver probably benefits from the fact that it is a 2.5 hour flight. You spend more time getting to the airport, I can say, and getting through security than you may in being in the plane itself. But it's also in the same time zone. It's a lovely place to hang and do things, and all that's a benefit. Going forward, how do you sustain this space? What lessons do you think somebody who wants to start a new cluster in Vancouver or elsewhere might be able to take from really interesting government-private partnerships that we're talking about here, and education partnerships we're talking about here? What lessons, what challenges, what surprises do they have to be on the lookout for as the macro continues to change? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'll leap in. I mean, I would say like a focus on talent. I'm going to keep saying it. Talent and community, I think, are really what got us where we are today, and what's going to sustain us going forward. And amongst all the changes happening, whether it's kind of world change, business change, technology change, and there's certainly a lot of all of that happening. I think if you can bring sort of the best people together, and you create a community within your organization, but also across the organizations, and we have professional societies up here, like the Visual Effects Society, Women in Animation. We have open source foundations here, and it really gives it that sort of that rich kind of.
There's a density.
A rich foundation beyond any one organization, and that really helps. It gives the whole community momentum beyond the changes in any particular area.
Sure, there's a cross-pollination that goes on across the organizations. There's always that project somebody's got in their back pocket. Oh, I'm going to leave, however hard it is to imagine one of your all's organizations to go start their own, but there's an opportunity, perhaps more than ever now, for some of that. That does bring to mind the cloud. As you say, it's been a thing. I mean, I remember talking to the guys at Prime 20 years ago in Hollywood as they were rolling up visual effects houses, and they were saying, we're going to be using this internet thing, which we think is going to be big someday, to connect us across time zones and all that. Now, post-COVID, we have digital nomads and people working from lots of places. I talk to digital companies all the time. It's like, where are you guys based? Well, I'm in Santa Monica, and the CFO's in Beverly Hills, but everybody else is in Eastern Europe. I mean, it's that kind of thing. So sustaining a cluster gets more complicated now, right? How do you work with those remote people? Because there is talent in lots of places. Any thoughts?
I can probably jump in on that one. Yeah, definitely. There is talent everywhere, and access to talent around the globe is essential. But I still really believe in collaboration and in-person or close virtual collaboration. This is a creative endeavor. It's a creative technology endeavor, and people inspire, as Nick said, people inspire each other all the time. So that model works for lots of places, that complete remote model. I really believe that in-person, together time, when it's appropriate, makes a massive difference in creating the leveling up.
Sure. I mean, animation might be particularly a case here. I mean, film production, you can do it with smaller teams now than ever because of the way the technologies are in terms of the cost of being able to do a bunch of stuff to produce and distribute something. But you still need that creative interaction, right? I mean, that's what I think you're ultimately getting at, that alchemy.
It is, because one of the things that we haven't necessarily touched on about this hub that we've created here is the quality level that these companies are generating. We are generating some of the best film and television and visual effects and animation in the world.
Some of the best and most popular. Sometimes those are not the same two
Quality
things.
needs to be the North Star, and so whatever gets you to that North Star of quality, which in this creative endeavor means working together.
Okay. Any thoughts about like what you guys are doing now to build for the future, where you go with your specific company and organization to make it that next step in this time that we're facing now?
Yeah, I think it boils down to continued focus on culture, communication, transparency, learning. The world's changing, technology is changing, meeting audiences where they're at. I think
so that maybe on different platforms than 10 years ago or 20 years ago.
Being open to it and operating, working with the teams, because your best ideas will come from the teams. I mean, they're the ones living and breathing it, and taking that going forward and embracing it, constantly learning, and a real air of transparency as things happen.
So it sounds like mid-career education might be as important as talking to UBC or whomever. We'll talk a little bit real quickly, we've only got a few minutes left, about that mid-career, how you pull people into the next step of technology opportunities.
I think one of the, and I'd love for Nick to jump in on this too, one of the things that has always worked for our industry is that you really do, you come through education for sure, but this competitive environment that we've built here is really healthy. An artist who wants to grow and learn a different way of doing something, who might have worked with us on K-pop Demon Hunters, can go and work at Disney on something that they really want to. That competition breeds opportunity for folks, and that is really how mainly people grow in their talent. We also all invest in growth and development, et cetera, but that education really is core to how we function as a sector.
Being able to do that stuff, if you want to keep up, you've got to do it. And this is a place where you've got to step up to stay even with all the talent that is here. The talent forces other talent to step up, is what I think I'm hearing. Right, Nick?
No, I mean, and the success of what we do really depends on a high quality of work, which depends on a high quality of collaboration. It really comes down to relationships and people and talent. So we keep coming back to that as kind of our North Star and our focus. And and the same when it comes to technology, visual effects and animation have been through huge transformative changes over the last 20, 30 years. And the way we work today, in some ways, looks very different to the way it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But the fundamentals are still the same. And so I think that's what, when you think about kind of whether it's mid-career or wherever you are, really, we've got to stick to the fundamentals. Human creativity is kind of immense and unique, and we're never going to automate the taste and the imagination of the amazingly talented artists that we have at our studio. And so how do we continue to kind of to create a studio and an environment that acts as a lens to focus that talent, to create stories and characters and worlds that resonate with an audience?
I certainly remember the wrenching transformation at Disney Animation when they went from hand-drawn cells to computer-generated stuff. The old line talent was, shall we say, not enthusiastic But then they went and bought Pixar and kind of brought in that whole infusion of talent in thinking of these new kinds of technologies and opportunities. And now we're perhaps at another place where there's a lot of resistance among some folks, but we need to figure out how do we use these tools to make what we do even better and more human and more cool.
And some of our most talented, best artists today were around in the hand-drawn era, and they've not only kind of evolved with the changes, they've helped steer the course of what we've done, the way we work today, based on those fundamentals through those changes.
We have 45 seconds left. Real quickly, in a couple of words, what's the next cool thing you're working on that you can talk about, even the most vague, broad fashion?
Vague, broad fashion.
You can be specific.
Okay,
I like specifics.
There's a couple of good IPs out there, Spider-Verse being one. We've got another one to do in that franchise, and we're, always talking about K-pop.
Always talking about K-pop.
Yeah, and in November, coming to a theater near you is Hexed, which is an all-new coming-of-age saga set in magical worlds. Very excited about that one, being sort of an original, wholly original story. And next year, we can look forward to Frozen 3, and that's looking very exciting.
You're going to unfreeze Frozen 3. That's great. And?
Well, those are so cool. I can't wait to see all of that. We've just increased our volume of work with Lego, so we've kind of got
more bricks.
Several years of bricks. Yes.
More
very
bricks.
Cool.
Wow. You know, that the talent, I mean, these three you guys are overseeing is sort of remarkable to think about. With that, give them all a big hand for what their wisdom has been shared with you guys and everything going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. Next up, how to win in AI. That is the question of the moment. Raising big, growing fast, or building durable systems, what actually creates advantage in AI today? Our next speakers took very different paths to get ahead, and they are here to share what they've learned. Give a warm welcome to co-founder of Metropolis, Courtney Fukuda, co-founder and board member at Superhuman, Max Litvin, in conversation with Al Jazeera's US correspondent, Kristen Salumi.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Max and Courtney. We are having this conversation at a time when AI investment is shattering all records. We have the numbers for the first quarter now of 2026, $242 billion, 80% of all global venture funding went to AI. That far exceeded the same quarter last year. We're clearly on track to break more records this year. I'm using Crunchbase for these numbers, by the way. So it's very exciting to talk to you both at this time. Maybe if we start with Max, when you co-founded Grammarly in 2009, AI was barely a blip in the public consciousness, much less investor consciousness, right? Talk about how you pivoted last year from where you started with Grammarly and to your new venture, Superhuman, which really embraces AI.
Yeah, excited to be here. And going back to your question, what happened this year wasn't really a pivot. Grammarly used AI in some form for about 15 years now, pretty much since its founding. And initially, we haven't publicized the use of AI widely because it wasn't a known brand. Actually, AI had some negative connotations associated with it because of overpromising and underdelivering, or rather being used in ways that it couldn't be used reliably at the time. So we used AI increasingly, basically since the very beginning. And the rename of the company was more of a convenient opportunity because we acquired a company named Superhuman and acquired rights to the name. But I love the name. I absolutely love the name because it matches the company philosophy very well. Our philosophy from the beginning was to use technology and use AI to support humans, to augment humans, to enable humans, to empower them, not to replace them. And Superhuman fits very well with this mission.
Okay, Courtney, Metropolis is focused on a very practical issue, parking, very real world, not data-driven. Why did you start there for your venture?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's important that we started with parking, but parking was never kind of the end goal, right? I think fundamentally, Metropolis had a view that your physical world interactions ought to be as seamless as your digital ones. And we started with parking because it was a very hard problem to solve. And like Max, we were, from inception, very AI native. We didn't call it artificial intelligence at the time. We called it computer vision. But when you think about AI today, a lot of it is using data and analytics to sort of improve a product. In the parking environment, there's very little data, right? It's a very analog experience. There's fragmented technology and hardware. There is certainly not smart infrastructure, and there's very little way to know what's happening in a parking garage at any given point in time. And so we architecturally designed the company to be focused on computer vision to create all of the data points that we have then used to build machine learning models to create better experiences in parking and beyond parking. So the first question was, how do we take physical world, turn it into data, and use that to feed our models to get smarter? And so we started with parking because it was a challenging problem to solve. It is a friction point in everyone's daily life that we thought we could solve with technology. And in doing so, actually create a relationship with our member such that when we expand our technology to other use cases, as we're starting to do today, we actually have the member experience at our core. We're not building AI for AI's sake. We're building it to create better experiences for people.
And we'll get into those other areas that you're expanding into for sure. But Max, with so much competition, especially in the data realm, how do you stand out and make sure, for people here who are looking to capitalize on this AI venture capitalism boom, how do you stand out and make sure you have something that really has value?
Sure. It starts with user research and applying AI where AI can create real value. So not AI just for AI's sake, but understanding what problems it can solve reliably and quickly and cost-effectively enough to be useful. That's a big part of application of AI, and for us, it came naturally because we started very early when the technology was still relatively immature and could be used for only specific narrow use cases, for only specific narrow problems. So that culture of taking technology, taking AI specifically, and applying it within a niche, within a segment, within a use case or a task where it can actually create value in a reliable way and provide predictable results, that helped us a lot in the current AI race.
Yeah. Both of your companies, as you noted, were building with the AI before it was popular. When you say AI native, I guess that's what you mean you started with. I mean, do we need to expand on that term?
You know, it's, I think that any company that exists today, or at least substantially all companies that exist today, they use AI in some way to augment what they are already delivering. And I think that that's important. I think that most companies should. Fundamentally, to me, what it means to be AI native is it built into the design and the architecture of your product? And if you were to, maybe the test question is, if you were to remove the AI from your product, do you have a less good product or do you have no product, right? For Metropolis, we have no product if we were to eliminate the AI, and I think that is what it means to be AI native. We're not building a UI wrapper on top of somebody else's data models. We're building it with proprietary data that we then use to create this data flywheel that continues to improve our models. It enables us to know even more about our members and create experiences that are frictionless for them in all of the environments.
Max, what did you gain by starting so early in this AI world? What did you learn by being ahead of the curve?
Yeah, so I mentioned one thing already, like using AI for where it works and putting it, sandboxing it in a way that it is predictable, where it delivers results that you expect, that you can rely on. But also, it gave us a better understanding what AI native means in our case. And it's a very vague term, very broad term. But for us, it essentially means building a product in a way that assumes that AI exists, assumes that AI is going to continue to develop and continue to become more powerful, and not just slotting it into existing products and maybe like automating a step or replacing a step with, or 2-3 steps with one step that's just smarter because of AI. No, we are redesigning everything. And that's part of the reason why we went into acquiring companies and that in document space and email space and the communication space to basically build an AI native productivity suite that is designed to work with AI at its core and to interact with AI agents as well. And going back a little bit, Grammarly from the outset was built as a platform for delivery of different AI models or pattern-based models as well, but mostly AI models to millions and tens of millions of users simultaneously. And initially, we just had one bundle of agents on it, agents focused on writing. And as we started expanding beyond that, then basically we realized that, well, working over the top of everything, working over the top of other people's text processing software or CRM or whatever is putting some limits on it, because many of these products are not AI native. So doing screen scraping and making your AI agent click a button like a human would, that's just not an efficient way to apply AI. And that gave us the idea and a push to start actually building AI native productivity suite.
Nevertheless, strategic acquisitions for both of you, very much a key part of your growth. With you, you mentioned Coda, acquiring that. Courtney, wow. Metropolis bought SP Plus, which was the largest parking operator in the country, $1.6 billion acquisition. Why would it make sense to do that?
Inorganic
Why
growth.
not just buy them an app? Why not just sell them the app or sell them the technology?
It's a really good question, and fundamentally the reason we've chosen not to just license our technology to other operators is because we wanted to control the consumer experience. It fundamentally goes back to the question of, are we building AI to have better software, or are we building AI to create better experiences for people? And in order to answer the latter, which was our objective, we felt like we needed to own end-to-end, both the digital experience, the technology in the garage that would create this ambient, responsive environment, but also the day-to-day on-the-floor interaction with your valet attendant, right? And so inorganic growth has been core to Metropolis's growth since the beginning. What we realized very quickly was, especially as we were operating in the real estate space, it is, notoriously slow to change, and it's sticky in both good and more challenging ways. And what our technology created was a better experience for people who park and a more efficient operating system for people who have parking garages, but it didn't fundamentally create a faster sales motion. And so what we decided was it made more sense to go and acquire the contracts of another parking operator and deploy our technology, as opposed to pour all of that capital into traditional sales and marketing. In SP Plus, we also recognized they were best-in-class operations. We had built this technology, which, once again, I think the first use case was always going to be parking for a number of structural reasons, also because when we founded the company in 2017, we had taken a bet on this fundamental shift in the interaction between humans and physical spaces. And the most visible sign was autonomous vehicles. But fundamentally, this idea that you would have to completely redesign how cities are built if humans are going to interact with smart infrastructure. And so we just wanted to get our technology into our first go-to-market as quickly as possible and did that inorganically.
So how do you recognize, if you're looking for investments, what are you looking for when it comes to distinguishing those sustainable business models? I don't know, Max, if you want to take that on.
Sure. For us, it is first and foremost our strategy. Is this going to make our company stronger? Is it going to make our product suite stronger? And is this an essential piece or significantly value-added piece? And going back to our acquisitions, all of them were strategically important for us. We would have to build it ourselves if we couldn't buy it. So kind of the second part is an opportunity. Is there a product or a company with a technology and a team that fits? And for example, in case of Coda, that was a really, really good natural fit because Coda wasn't just a document management system. It was a very powerful knowledge management and manipulation system with documents, databases, spreadsheets, workflows, and so on. So, and also very flexible and built in a way that's easy to work with, not just for people, but also for other pieces of software, including AI agents. That was very appealing for us because every document, every data structure could be easily manipulated by an AI agent. And at the time, Grammarly was essentially a super highway for AI agents for deploying them to any computer, to any user, and working over any UX. But it didn't have, so to call it, a home where whatever your agents produce is stored. And that's what Coda provided, a really nice platform, really nice space to create knowledge, to store knowledge, exchange it, and share. And that was very strategic for us at the time, gave us a significant acceleration in building the AI productivity, AI native productivity suite in addition to our AI superhighway that we built for AI agents. Similarly, Superhuman Mail, formerly known as Superhuman, it's kind of confusing, is a communication company that started with email and went into other modes of communication as well. And if we look at human work, we create knowledge. That's kind of, we collaborate maybe with AI agents to create knowledge. Then we store it somewhere, we exchange it with others, we manipulate it. That's Coda. And we collaborate on knowledge through communication. And that's where Superhuman Mail comes in. So all these acquisitions were very strategic.
Courtney, I wanted to pick up on something that when you were talking about sustainable growth and focusing on parking initially, I mean, there is a negative impression out there of AI in the public. People are nervous about it and where it's going. Do you think it's an advantage? Parking is something, you know, people want to be done with it. They don't want to deal with it or have a bad experience. Is that helpful, do you think?
It was certainly helpful that we picked an area where most people have a visceral response and most people have a negative story associated with getting stuck behind a parking gate with a ticket machine that didn't work. So certainly that has helped. I think the way we think about it internally is people would be rightly potentially resistant to AI if there was no appropriate value exchange. And so we're constantly thinking about it from the perspective of the consumer. Number one, how do we make sure that they own their own data? And number two, how are we giving an exchange of value such that they want to share that data with us? And in the parking environment, it's pretty simple. It's, you know, if you can eliminate all of the traditional pain points associated with parking, stopping at a gate, pulling a ticket, potentially losing your ticket, having to pay a max fare, dealing with a broken machine, et cetera, and you can instead just drive in, drive out, and your vehicle is your wallet, that was pretty easy. As we then expand into other areas, you know, I think about the sustainable business model that you were talking about just a second ago in two realms, purely on the AI and the data moat that we've created by essentially mapping the real world, creating this digital twin and being able to deploy artificial intelligence in physical spaces. All of that proprietary data, the 30 million events that we capture every single month, that is a data moat. but also we have a relationship with our members. And so the members view Metropolis as a trusted brand that creates these frictionless experiences. And as we go into hospitality and we can create, similarly, the removal of a traditional friction point. So for example, last night I checked into my hotel. I had booked my room. I had already paid for my room. They had already gotten, a copy of my passport. I still show up at the hotel. I have to provide all of those credentials once again. I have to provide them the same credit card, even though it's already been verified. And the number of times we re-authenticate ourselves when we are in the real world, and we have to, re-ID ourselves, when in fact, it should be able to recognize that it's you and actually just eliminate that friction point. That is a trust and a value exchange that we've had our members associate with parking today, and I think increasingly will associate with Metropolis-enabled experiences broadly.
I'm curious about that. I mean, with a parking experience, you're identifying the vehicle.
Yep.
How do you identify the individual in a hotel?
In a hotel, you would use the individual. It would be person recognition on an opt-in basis. If you want to say, I want to upload my biometrics into my profile, then you could say, I want to expose this to the hotel that I'm going to so that I can actually do frictionless check-in, or I can do, go to the restaurant and my preferences are stored, my dietary restrictions are already communicated, and then you can essentially pay. Now, I think some people, again, would question, is this a privacy consideration? And in our perspective, it's actually the most secure form of privacy, because if you own it and you are choosing to opt in, you can actually expose whatever level of data that you want, and the computers can know that you're the right person, as opposed to giving your ID to a random person that you don't know at the front desk.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And the technology is advancing. It didn't work for Amazon Go to have the checkout experience or the express checkout.
Yeah, so Amazon Go had a different approach. I think fundamentally they operated in retail spaces and essentially had SKU level technology to understand what a consumer was picking up, putting into their basket, putting back onto the shelf, et cetera. And I think the objective, without speaking as an authority on Amazon Go, was really to eliminate the operating expenses associated with the retail space. And our approach to technology, which first of all, we aren't doing SKU level kind of transactions, but at the same time, is really about how do we create an elevated experience, either for the individual member who is operating in his or her real life day, or for a real estate owner who has a commercial operation that they want to elevate the experience for.
Okay. So, new study that came out today from Globalization Partners, 44% of executives globally think the AI bubble will burst this year. This was based on a survey of 2,850 business leaders. 100% of them used AI. 70% said they were prepared to scale back. So I say that just to set you up on sustainable growth. We've seen AI companies rocket with high valuations of few employees. How do you recognize and maintain a sustainable growth pattern?
I think it comes down to several components. One is looking at what large enough number of users need. And that's where our existing user base of tens of millions of active users using products every day give us good advantage and good insights into. Basically observing how users use AI, how users try to apply AI, where it works, where it doesn't, and not just AI, any technology in general, and being able to improve on that. So that's kind of one component. But I think another really important component now is the depth of the problem you choose. Because it's easy to choose a problem where within a year or two, products become good enough and users can no longer tell the difference. And when this happens, your moat is gone, your first mover advantage is gone. Basically, you're the same as everybody else, and you're playing on the level playing field with 20 other competitors at least. So that's where many kind of quickly growing AI companies find themselves within a few years, because chose a problem that's just too easy, so to say. So kind of depth of the problem is, I think, the second important component. And then a third one is kind of a chain linking products or chain linking product improvements or additional features, additional products in the suite and so on, in a way that whatever you have already gives you advantage in the next move. Because if you make the next move without this, whatever you have already is going to become anchor. It's going to hold you back compared to whoever is not encumbered by that and can move much faster. So every time we embark on a new product or new feature build, we look at what advantage can we give this new thing from whatever we have already.
Courtney, markets have had to deal with uncertainty. Investors have had to deal with a lot of uncertainty recently with the conflict in the Middle East. How long do you think we can go before a closure in the Strait of Hormuz starts dampening expectations? And given the survey I mentioned earlier, and so on, how long before AI investments start to suffer as a result of that? Everybody was predicting it sooner. It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. I think that there will just be increased scrutiny on the durability of the edge that most investors think they're investing in, right? And so it goes back to, is this a UI wrapper around existing AI that is making something a little bit better, or is there a fundamental moat, as Max was saying? I also think that you might actually see, when we started in 2017 focusing on artificial intelligence for the real world or for physical world, it was very much like pushing a boulder uphill, right? I think investors weren't necessarily ready for it. It felt very, very messy. It felt like there was a lot of kind of just data generation you even needed to do in the first place to get to a point at which you could actually have smart models that actually create better experiences. I think the fact that it's a little bit harder might actually become more attractive when people start questioning AI valuations, because at the end of the day, in the physical world, there's a lot of, edge cases or real world conditions and irrational people and behaviors that you need to deal with. And I think that that gets solved with some AI and then also best in class operations around that. And that is actually a more sustainable kind of visceral product that you're delivering to consumers and to the community. And so I do think that there will be a reckoning with, is this AI software that is a nice to have, or is this AI that is actually creating a fundamentally different and better, more efficient system or offering to your consumer?
Max, do you want to weigh in on that?
Not really. I don't have anything to add. I think it goes back to first principles, just the fundamental value you're creating. And I think investors and pretty much everybody in the industry is going to pay more attention to that. Just, are you really creating value and how much? And when the tide rises all boats, it's easy, and it probably is the right decision to be more kind of exuberant and just spray and look what sticks in terms of investments. But when things when things get more conservative, it goes back to fundamental value you create as a business.
There's always ebbs and flows, right?
Yep.
And I don't think this technology is going anywhere. So, Max, Courtney, thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Okay. Thanks for having us.
All right, next up, we're delving into creativity versus technology. How can creative marketers perform at their best when they're often expected to conform to culture of fast, tech-forward companies? Our next panel of speakers are here to share their thoughts on how to protect creative taste and shed conformity by standing up for the conditions of original thinking. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with MIT Technology Review's Amy Nordrum, Head of Business Creative at OpenAI, Andrew McKechnie, and Chief Strategy Officer at Sylvain, Chris Kanya.
Hello, everyone. We're here to talk about human creativity, how to find it, how to sustain it, and why that's worth doing, particularly at a time when there's so much noise online and everybody has access to generative AI tools at their fingertips. So thank you both for being here. Andrew, I'll begin with you. I think we have a lot of founders in the audience here, and many of them are understandably focused on building out their tech stack, maybe raising money for their companies. What's at stake for them? Like, why should they focus on cultivating creative thinking in their company's earliest stages?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. I mean, I think like creativity is one of those things that if you don't embed it early on in your process or in the early stages of building a product or a brand, I think you'll always end up chasing it. Like, it's one of those things that I think like when brands are more established and they kind of, maybe they've managed to scale and have success and they've got the operational rigor down, is you'll often see them now trying to kind of like infuse the innovation, the creativity, the disruption into the organization because, you know, it's maybe sometimes it's missing. And I think like an early stage company, I think it's even more important because you're naturally going to go on a pathway where things are going to change, you're going to have pivots, you're going to have product shifts. The more you can build in a creative mindset will allow you to kind of like navigate those waters and build a culture that kind of, I think, like embraces that in its, you know, in a real like, you know, magical way.
That makes sense. And Chris, this challenge of building this creative mindset, as Andrew put it, is not a new one. It's been with us for a long time. But what's different about that challenge today as we sit here in 2026?
Yeah. Well, I guess the process of creativity kind of remains the same, right? Being creative is the same, but the environment that we're in is changing, and it's very different. So anyone who's done like a creative process knows that it kind of goes in this U shape, and you sort of start at the top, you're excited about what you're doing, and then you sort of start to go, oh, this is actually kind of hard, and then you hit that chasm, that low point of like, oh man, this is real hard. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know that I can solve this problem, and slowly you start to get to a solution, and you get to that high point again, and then the next morning you wake up and you go, oh, I'm not sure if this problem or this solution is quite as great as I thought it was. And the problem about today, or the thing that's happening today, is that the environment means that we're kind of surrounded by chaos, we're surrounded by disruption, we're surrounded by fear of technology, and so there are all these things that are sort of get in the way of like the core human innate things about creativity, which are that it's serendipitous, that it requires courage, that it requires a ton of belief, and it requires resilience because now this chasm is happening over and over again. And so all of those things become more and more important as we continue in this environment for creativity.
Yeah, and one thing that research has shown about creativity is that it does require sustained focus over time, which is maybe the reason to get through all those chasms that you were describing. But that can be really hard to come by in any modern workplace. So Andrew, what's your advice to people on how to carve that out for themselves or for their teams?
Yeah, I think this is probably like the daily struggle that our teams face is just like you've got so many of like inbound kind of needs and requests and pivots and fires, and it's kind of like, okay, like how do you manage like what's like right in front of you, and how do you build a team that can kind of really focus on that and not be distracted by those things, or at least be able to like, you know, deal with those needs. But at the same time, like you need a team that's like kind of in parallel, always working on the things that can help connect the dots for the future. So oftentimes I like to think of my team as has got two kind of fronts to it. One is like the immediate like tactical needs that you need to build for, but you also need to build rigor and creativity into a team that can think more long term and help to kind of like set a framework and a map for where the brand needs to go and be able to focus on that as well. And so like both those worlds oftentimes always clash. So I've always been like, let's figure out a way that you can have those teams kind of running in parallel sometimes, and then sometimes those things will overlap, and that's when I think it works really well.
And Chris, what are some of the conditions for creative, original thinking that you think are important to preserve or build?
Meaning like in cultures of creativity, or meaning in terms of the kinds of ideas that we're getting to?
Within a company's culture.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, there are all the ones that you hear about regularly, right? So there's a lot of creative safety, ability to find risk, fighting fear, creating confidence in people. I think one of the things that I notice a lot is now that I tend to be one of the more senior team members in a room with my team is I find that the most important time for me to speak is when I am most nervous about speaking. It's when my heart starts racing and my palms start to get sweaty and I realize something really needs to be said now. And that's when I have to speak up, because if I don't, usually that thing really that needed to be said isn't spoken. And also, what will my team start to do? If I don't speak up in moments where we need to be courageous, then what does that teach them in terms of the moments where they start to get that feeling? I think that spidey sense, that like intuition, is so important to creativity and to making sure that you say the thing and spot the thing and get to the right place.
I think that's such an interesting point about confidence and courage. Well, I have a very practical question about best practices, because you both work in branding and advertising, and we know that there are certain best practices in advertising, for example, like in many industries. And by definition, a best practice is not a creative original thing. It's something that's been done a lot of times and maybe proven in many situations. So Andrew, I'm curious, how do you think about best practices and folding those into this creative process when you're always trying to get people to think outside the box and come up with fresh ideas that haven't been tried before?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I think of the best practices in a very like practical sense, because I see those as being like formats and containers and templates and things that are usually driven by there are certain ways in which a platform works, or best practices around a piece of communication, whether that's a piece of content or a TV commercial, a on-site activation, a digital experience. They all have like a certain element of parameters, which I think for the creative process is actually very good. Like if you know those best practices, it allows you to kind of like put some of those things to the side and then just allow the creative ideation and the work to kind of be a little bit more pure. As long as you're then mindful of like how those then translate into those best practices. And I think like a lot of the mistakes that I see happen is more because maybe those best practices or the things that seem a little bit more obvious are just, are being missed. And that's when it's kind of like, oh, there's a misalignment of an idea or an audience or a moment in time and culture. And I think that's actually where I think the creative process gets tripped up, is like not having those principles like down and figured out.
Well, a similar question for you, Chris, on performance data from past campaigns. Like you work with a lot of different brands. How much can you kind of use data from past campaigns and how they've performed to inform your strategy going forward? Does that limit creativity to some degree, or do you find that a helpful constraint?
Yeah. It's helpful to an extent, right? I think naturally as humans, we always want the new. We want something new. But the truth is that humans only want this much new, and they want this much familiarity, right? And I think I see it the most in the invention side of our business. So when you look back in history and you start to think about like Kodak actually were the first ones to come up with a digital camera. We just weren't ready for it at the time. Microsoft made the first iPad, but we weren't ready at the time. Does anybody remember Webvan? Webvan were the first to deliver groceries, but at the time, nobody wanted to buy their groceries online. And I think when I think about Sylvain, I think one of my favorite inventions from Sylvain really was Chobani Flip. And Chobani Flip is like 90% familiarity, 10% new. It's the same like 2 canister container of yogurt. All you do is instead of filling the second canister with like fruit jelly, we filled it with toppings. and you just flip those toppings over onto the top of your yogurt, and you get, rather than morning nutrition, you get an afternoon snack. And then it became also like a dessert, and it also became a kids product. It was one of their most successful products. I mean, it still is one of their most successful products because it's mostly familiar and just a little bit of new. I think that's the trick.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. I like that. Okay, well, I do want to talk about artificial intelligence, especially with you, Andrew, since we have you here. I'm curious, have the two of you found clever ways to use generative AI tools in particular to not replace the creative process, but to enhance, extend it in interesting ways with your teams or in your own individual work?
I mean, I'll start. I think and we were talking about this earlier, it's like there's so many different use cases that I think the creative teams discover, and I think it really depends on the individual in terms of what part of the process they are really interested in terms of using AI tools. For some, it's really about the exploration and the creation side, and then for others, it's about using new tools to help offload some of the maybe the more operational elements of their job that they don't want to spend so much time on. One recent one that the team was playing around with recently was just around, as we think about doing an out-of-home campaign, an art director has to kind of figure out okay, where do all these assets need to live in terms of different formats, different sizes, different ratios. And oftentimes it's quite a laborious kind of production task or studio task to kind of lay out those templates. And so one of the team members just kind of created a quick plugin with Figma and Codex and was here's all the specs that you get from the vendor, hundreds of them, go and build out those templates in Figma, and then populate the assets. And then from there, obviously that work stream truncated, much more quickly, and he was able to spend more time then thinking about, okay, how do those assets then look in situations? So find a way to actually then show those locations in environment with the actual asset there, and spend more time actually going through the process of evaluating whether those were the right images for the location, which generally would be quite challenging to do unless you're doing a specific site visit across 100 different out-of-home placements. And so that then became a little bit more of the creative process that he was able to lean into, was actually the curation part at the end of that. But the upfront was accelerated and didn't have to really do all of the the versioning piece of it.
Yeah, the grunt work there. And then Chris, I know you have an interesting example about diversity of thought and how your team tried to use generative AI to introduce more of that into one of your processes. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah. I think you're talking. So I guess in our work, we're usually working in the world of business, right? And so in order to come up with new ideas in the world of business, I tend to look outside of the world of business at things like academia, at history, at science. And so one of the things that I have historically done all the way through my career is talk to different experts outside of my area of expertise. And so, but instead of recruiting a gold medalist water skier to talk to them about confidence, now I can just ask my AI and say, hey, this is a problem that I face. Please act like a panel of specialists. Will you be a philosopher? Will you be a psychologist? Will you be an art historian? And come back to me with solutions that they would have given me from their aspects of life. And it might not give me the exact solution that I need, but it's the inspiration, right? It's the pop that you need in order to get you to a new place, which is always fun.
And then the flip side of that question, of course, is what are the aspects of human creativity that these tools cannot replicate? What are the parts that should stay with us and that we can kind of lean into to continue to preserve our value as we work with them more? Either one of you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for me, again, I always come at it from the point of view of how do you get the most creative outputs from people, and so I often focus on the human emotion of the thing that we're putting out into the world and spending more time thinking about how humans react to things as a way to kind of guide a creative process or an idea. And I think that's something that, again, anything that's tangible is something that cannot not necessarily be replaced by AI. But I really think that the act of making is still very much while you may have new tools to make things with AI, I think the curatorial process, and if you talk to creative people in general, I think like a lot of people like the end result of seeing their creation out in the world, and maybe that's just a personal satisfaction, or it might be because they see how the world interacts with that thing. Some people like the genesis of creating and the idea part, but a lot of people that you talk to, or at least like within the creative world, I think is very much a process thing. People love the process, and I think how you can use AI tools to enable certain processes is one thing, but I think like trying to connect the dots and the curation of that, of disparate ideas and things that kind of give you these sparks, I think is the part that I think is hard to replace.
Yeah. And are there other ways not related to artificial intelligence that the two of you find have worked to sustain, build creativity within your own teams, especially when you're working with a group or with teammates over a longer period of time?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We live in a digital world now, and so a lot of our work is remote. And I'm realizing that the serendipity of creativity, it's hard to find when you work remotely. And so, ironically, one of the very simple solutions that has gone a long way for us have just been chat threads. And we have these certain chat threads that just go off in our company, and they create funny serendipity. We have one that is hot takes. So, and you can imagine a team of strategists and designers, like there's a bunch of debate that happens on the hot takes thread. Yeah. We also have a thread around our work in the wild. So whenever somebody sees our work in the wild or things like that, they post it, and it just like gets energy going and like riles up conversation. Another one is the project resources thread. So the project resource thread, like people can either throw a question out to, we call it the machine, but it's us, we're the machine. And they throw out a question, and everybody will respond back with all these different ideas, questions, answers, different solutions. And sometimes if on a project somebody comes up with a new technique or a thing that worked really well, they'll just post it up on the project resources thread. And it's just a nice organic way. It's like the water cooler, but it happens digitally. And that sort of provides some of that serendipity that creativity really needs.
Yeah, it's like a seed of an idea, or like you're prompting humans, you're prompting the other humans in that case.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a great example. Andrew, I have a question for you about working in a creative role at OpenAI. Such an interesting position you're in. This company is trying to scale massively. It's trying to optimize the heck out of itself, I'm sure, thinking a lot about efficiency. What's it like for you to work within a tech company, an AI company like that? Do you find yourself needing to advocate for creativity or explaining its value in terms of returns and payoff? Like, how do you navigate that?
Yeah, I think my entire career has been trying to advocate for creativity, even more so like from the shift of, let's say agencies and creative consultancies that have now, a lot of that has come in-house, and you have brand side creative teams that are now part of a culture and not necessarily separate to that. And so you naturally get caught up in the operational rigor that is required. And it's a tough thing for a creative organization to sometimes try to incubate itself a little bit from that, and it's not to be here's the group of people that are sensitive creative types that are not able to deal with larger business issues. It's more about how do you give those teams the space to be able to create and not treat that same organization where it's all about creating efficiencies and ways of working. And I think you don't always get a very good product that comes out of that. I use the analogy of the Kraft cheese singles. Is if you want something that's highly processed, okay, or would you prefer a 20-year Gouda cheese, right? There is an element of that happens in every organization. And so I think it's really important to kind of advocate for the brand and the role of creativity that is not always something that can be determined instantly, and to give the only way I know how to do it is to kind of like put points on the table, is to like demonstrate by putting work in front of people and kind of guiding them through where I think we need to go. And when you start to have work that people see internally, it gives them something to point to. And I think, like, especially at a company like OpenAI that is still relatively, I call it, it's still a baby brand in the grand scheme of things. It's like, yes, we've been around for 10 years, but as a marketing organization and as a brand that's been out in the world, in the way that it is today, is really only the last few years. And so we're really in the infancy of brand building, and a lot of the things that we do are the first brand campaign, first codex campaign, things like that we have to help the organization realize the potential of what that kind of work can do. And once people see it, I think that creates the momentum moving forward.
And then final question for each of you, as creative humans yourselves, where are you finding inspiration these days? And Chris, will start with you.
So anyone who's talked to me lately knows that I'm finding my inspiration mostly out of tennis right now. I didn't play as a child, but have recently picked it up, and it's such an interesting sport because it's not just a physical activity. It's really it's very strategic. It's so mental. A lot of times, what you're doing is you're trying to figure out what's happening in the moment. How do you overcome what's coming at you? And then it's very emotional. If you don't believe that you're going to win, you're not going to get that point. And it's just point by point, and you kind of got to get every single one. Even like the best pros, they're only winning like 54% of points, right? So it's a lot of emotional strength to keep yourself going and believe that you'll win. And I think, believing that you'll win is just a really important part, no matter what part of business you're in.
And Andrew?
I think for me, I try and strive to just get outside of the bubble. Like, as much as we all love the jobs we have, oftentimes it's like I like to step out of that and not be so consumed by everything that's happening within the company or within the industry. And so I usually find myself outside in the outdoors, on top of a mountain or in the water somewhere. And I think the best inspiration is the world around us and people and nature. So I'm usually somewhere amongst it there. Yeah.
Well, I hope you all are feeling a little bit more inspired. And thank you so much, Chris and Andrew. I think that's all we have time for, but appreciate this conversation.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. Thank you, everyone.
All right, there is no doubt about it. We're living in an attention-hungry world. Consumers today are split across platforms, devices, and formats. This next talk explores how media outlets are adapting strategies to include games, video content, and cross-platform distribution to win in the attention economy. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Axios' Sarah Fisher, the head of games at the New York Times, Jonathan Knight.
Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for joining us today.
Hi. Thanks. Great to meet you.
We are very excited because we get to talk to you on the heels of a huge announcement. The New York Times said yesterday that your flagship digital game, Wordle, is now being turned into a TV show on NBC. It will be hosted by Savannah Guthrie. Can you walk us through the making of that partnership? You are a co-producer on that show, correct?
Yeah, we're really excited about this. I mean, Caitlin Roper, who's in our film and TV division at the Times, we started talking about this, I think, 3 years ago, and have long thought that Wordle would make a great television and just works well in other media. So we look for the right partner, NBC, the Today Show, Jimmy Fallon, his production company, Electric Hot Dog. They have been big fans of ours for a long time, and so they made perfect sense. You know, Savannah Guthrie's been by The Office. We she solved Wordle in Times Square with our Wordle editor. So yeah, we've been developing the show and the format, making sure it's true to Wordle, that the pacing's right, the different rounds, and really excited. Filmed a pilot, NBC greenlit the pilot, and we're taping it in the summer.
And do you expect this opportunity, moving a game into a TV show, to be something that you replicate for other New York Times games in the future?
It's a great question. It's not something we're super focused on at the moment. This is a big, meaty project, bringing Wordle to TV, so we're kind of focused on that and excited to see how audiences respond to it.
In terms of Wordle, that is a game that you acquired. And I remember at the time, it made a huge splash because Wordle already had so many loyal followers and they wanted to know what it would look like being acquired by the Times. How do you think about buying versus building games? Do you plan to buy more?
We are super open-minded about that and evaluating interesting new innovative games from the outside as well as our internal team all the time. We do have a dedicated new games team at the company. They followed up Wordle about a year later with Connections, which has been incredibly successful and popular, kind of in a somewhat different way from Wordle. It kind of speaks to a slightly different audience. There's a lot of overlap, but a lot of Connections-only players as well. So that was a huge hit for us and sort of proved that our internal game studio could really deliver, and then Strands and other games. So we're focused on the internal pipeline. We're open-minded about external.
And for games, it is a paywalled product at the New York Times. You can buy a standalone subscription to gaming. You can also access games through your bundled New York Times subscription. How do you think about where the opportunity is in terms of keeping games to an extent open and free to users? Like, you don't have to have a subscription to get Wordle, but also paywalling it to get that subscription revenue. Where's the line?
Yeah. So the access model for games generally is that many of our daily puzzles are free, and that creates sort of a very wide top of funnel for us. And we definitely think of the business, obviously, as a funnel and sort of moving users through that journey. And the daily Wordle audience is our largest audience, and that remains free, and it sort of is a great way for those users to kind of discover everything that we have to offer. Most of the daily puzzles, Connections, Strands, et cetera, have that model. And then if you register, create a free account with us, now you're in the next sort of like stage of the user journey where we're remembering your progress, we're storing stat streaks, all of that. And so that becomes important for a lot of users who play cross-device. Got to make sure your kids don't solve your spelling bee for you, and we have a family plan for that. But then we kind of move further down into the subscription, and we have a lot of subscriber-only value on games, including the archives, for the Wordle bot, the Connections bot, which are analysis tools, and more. So it's really, kind of the free daily puzzle, register for memory, subscribe for additional subscriber value. The one difference to that kind of model is the crossword puzzle. So the mini, the MIDI, the daily, those are all paid for the daily puzzle as well as the full archive, sort of our premium line. And that's worked very well for us, and the crossword has a long tradition of being subscriber only. But yeah.
You mentioned the Wordle bot, the Connections bot. What role is AI going to start playing in your gaming strategy?
So I think, what I would say is that if anything, this sort of AI revolution that we're in has given us more conviction about human-made content. We are leaning, on games, and I'm not going to speak to the journalism, but it's true there as well. We're leaning more than ever into the human craft, the human-made nature of our puzzles, because we just hear from users and we see that they can tell the difference. And that difference is more important to them than ever before. And it's just a huge value proposition for us. We're fortunate. We have a large editorial team that creates, curates, edits our puzzles, and that is our main value proposition. A human-made puzzle for you to solve every day with a person's name on it, and you kind of enter into like a little bit of a scuffle with that editor. They're trying to trick me. Can I figure out what they were doing today? And if you solve it, you're kind of beating a human, and more importantly, you're beating a human at the New York Times, right? And that makes people feel smart, it makes them feel satisfied, and they're not going to have that feeling, and we're not going to have that flywheel with machine-generated content. I think AI tools are getting incredibly powerful, obviously, very, very quickly, and we want to be leveraging those tools in our workforce to make sure that we're staying modern, and we're doing all of that as you would expect, but the content will remain human-made.
I remember a few years ago they put out a notice that games had over 1 million subscribers, I believe. Is that still the case? How many do you have?
I mean, that was a while ago. We don't actually report out on sort of single product subscriptions. The strategy at the New York Times is to be the essential subscription for curious people seeking to engage with and understand the world. And we have the All Access bundle as kind of the expression of that strategy. And yes, we have games only, cooking only, athletic only subscriptions. And then the All Access bundle includes all of that. And that's what we're focused on growing and kind of what we're reporting out on. We just passed 13 million subscribers at the enterprise, which was a huge milestone for us.
And then what becomes then the value of games? Is the value of games to reduce churn to the New York Times bundle, or is the value of games to be a standalone revenue driver?
Well, it's the best question, and the answer is both. I think the most important answer is the key insight that we see, and the success we're having, enterprise-wide, is really rooted in the first that you mentioned, which is what we see is that if a subscriber engages with both games and news in a given week, they're going to have the best long-term subscriber retention of kind of almost any behavior we see inside the company. And so that is a big focus. And it makes sense. Games is a very strong daily habit, and we can talk about why that is. The news comes and goes, as we all know, and it can be lumpy, and there's news cycles, right? So the combination and we have a massive audience coming into the news every month, and we have a massive audience playing games every day, and that combination creates real value, long-term value for the All Access subscriber. That said, we do have a lot of games-only subscribers. They're coming in just for the games. They don't want news. They come in maybe through the games tab of the App Store looking for puzzle games, and they just want a games-only subscription, and that's great too. And so it's really both.
How is the audience different from a games-only subscriber to a New York Times sort of bundle or core news subscriber?
Like how are the audiences different? Well, I mean, I think it starts with often the orientation, what they're motivated by is different. They're coming in, some users are coming in because they love the daily solve, they love the feeling of accomplishment, their friends are doing it, and they're motivated by that, but they may not be motivated by engaging daily with the news. I think for our subscribers, registered users that are coming in through the news product and discovering games, it's a different journey where they're already excited about the journalism, it's important to them. Games is a value add, and now that combination for them is incredibly powerful. So it's just a little bit of like two different journeys.
When you think about your competition, it's gotten so much more expansive in some ways. Just today, my colleague Carrie Flynn reported that Time is launching its own gaming product. So who is your competition, and who do you think is doing it well outside of the Times?
Yeah, I mean, we have a few buckets. I think we've been watching. Obviously, there are big companies like Netflix or LinkedIn, social networks, who are finding that games, or at least experimenting with games, as a way to drive daily habit, daily engagement. Contribute sort of to their bundle in the way that we're doing it. So that's one category, and I think they're all experimenting and doing interesting things, but not necessarily with the tradition of games where it sort of makes sense to users why they're doing that. And we feel really good about our long tradition and sort of the human aspect of our puzzles and frankly kind of like journalistic standards and rigor around the puzzle content that is similar to how we treat the journalism. We do have obviously competitors in the media space, the Post, the Journal, the LA Times, who also have long traditions with puzzles and are leaning in. There are also kind of very traditional game companies that make word games that you can find on the App Store, who usually have a different business model around in-app purchases, and so they're not direct competitors in that sense. So that's a little bit of the landscape. I'm not going to give you a satisfying answer to like who I think it's doing well. We're focused on obviously our growth and our success that we're having. And we do think it's somewhat singular and rooted in a long tradition and difficult to replicate. And I think our brand plays a big part in that as well. So yeah, we're focused on winning and growing, and we love to see that there's a lot of excitement around puzzles, and it's sort of having a moment.
It was a long answer, but I found tremendous value in you clearly defining your differentiator as tradition and journalistic standards and human, so thank you for that. When it comes to games, we're seeing this evolution into sort of the social IRL aspect of games. And not just games, but everything from games to dating. People want to share moments socially. I know with Wordle, for example, and with other games, you can like post results online. But what are you guys doing to bring gaming fans together more? Any plans to bring them together more in IRL?
Yeah, I mean, nothing I can announce today, but we have long talked about real-world events for games, and we have done some things, and we just celebrated the 1000th Connections puzzle, and did some really cool stuff in New York City. It was somewhat localized to that region, but we'll do events in cafes there's crossword puzzle tournaments that we participate in and so forth. So I think it's a great question, and there's more to be done there, and that's kind of on our agenda for the future.
When we think about games, for the Times, so much of it is around words, which makes sense because you're a journalistic company. Should I be expanding my brain wider? Are there game categories that the Times could get in that aren't word puzzles?
Absolutely, and we're looking at all of them. I think, Pips was a recent launch that has done well, and we're excited about it. Together with Tiles, we have an offering in the games product that is not language-based. These are visual logic puzzles, and they resonate really well with audiences that maybe don't think of themselves as great at word games or word puzzles. So we have some of that. We're always looking at that. I'm very interested in other kinds of visual puzzles. I'm excited to see what Time Magazine's doing with jigsaw puzzles and sort of the visuals of their covers. I think that'll be cool. And yeah, I think trivia, there's a number of categories. I mean, we're not going to make shooters. We're not going to make RPGs. We make curious games for curious people, and sort of, I see NYT Games as kind of the premier destination for thoughtful play, and I think that's kind of a value that we hold and we use to kind of evaluate categories.
Premier destination for thoughtful play, writing that one down because that's smart. In terms of the opportunity for you, at my access point, I am seeing these games in English. Do you have an international expansion plan? Do you currently offer games in other languages that I'm just not seeing because I'm based in the US?
So it's an English language only product for sure. We are very popular in non-US English speaking countries. We've seen a ton of success, not just growing audience, but growing subscribers in a few kind of key English speaking markets outside the US. And we're definitely focused on continuing to grow in those territories. I think translating, localizing, culturalizing puzzle games is really hard. And we've studied it. I think it's not as simple as just make it in a different language. The French, for example, my wife is French, every grandmother in France is doing crossword puzzles at the kitchen table. It's just sort of what they do, and it's a huge, huge part of the culture. We don't see that translating into the digital space, and their idea of a crossword is it's a different format. There's different rules, different layout. The UK has particular types of puzzles. Germany, other countries in Europe. We've looked at them all, and they just have a very different cultural approach in each region, and so it's a big undertaking.
When we talk about games for the Times, it's really about driving a daily habit, making sure that people become engaged with the Times bundle overall every single day. Why do games uniquely help people develop daily habits in a way that other products might not?
Well, I think one of the things I'm most proud of is that our games are frankly time well spent. And we feel like the way they're designed, the fact that there's one puzzle a day, that we're all doing the same puzzle, right, which seems simple, but it's a really big aspect that you don't see in sort of traditional gaming, that there's a single puzzle and we're all involved in solving that together. And once you solve it, you can very safely and comfortably put it down and come back the next day to see what the next day's puzzle is. And we work hard to respect users' time. And, people have, 1,440 minutes in a day, and if we can get a few of them, we're really happy about that. But we want a product where you can put it down. We're not begging you to come back in all day, every day. I'm not really looking at, sessions per day, minutes per session, minutes per day, like the more the better. It's not how we think about it. A daily habit, for sure, that we think is healthy and time well spent. But I think that, again, that shared experience of we're all, like, did you do connections today? It was brutal. That kind of thing is what reinforces that habit.
Any plans outside of IRL to emphasize that shared experience, more social sharing, more social media?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have moved into a new kind of era of social for New York Times Games. In February, we launched Crossplay, which is our first actual multiplayer game, competitive game, and sort of a classic timeless format that you'll all recognize, but kind of going back and forth, playing words against each other. We've got we've done close to 4 million downloads of that game already, and it's been really successful out of the gate. So that's exciting, and I think opens up, we've built new capabilities around multiplayer and opens up a lot of possibilities for us.
Okay, at Axios, we like to end on one fun thing. So I am thinking back to my first experience with internet games, and I had such different opinions on all of them, and I want to get your rapid-fire reaction when I say these games.
Okay.
Minesweep.
Addictive.
Were you good?
I mean, is anybody good? I don't know.
Nobody could beat Minesweep. Solitaire.
Biggest gaming audience on the planet.
Has the New York Times ever thought about card games?
I think that, yes, we have, and I think there's something there. It needs to fit within our kind of like premier destination for thoughtful play, and what would our version of that be? But cards are a great entry point. Everybody gets 4 suits, and everybody sort of gets it.
Wordscapes?
Very well done. Yeah, I know the people that run that game, and they do a great job.
So this has been a very illuminating conversation for me, and I've been covering this gaming space for a long time. Some of the biggest takeaways. The New York Times is about being a premier destination for thoughtful play, and that dictates how you make decisions about games. At the top of this conversation, Jonathan said that they are open to acquiring other games, but they're also focused on developing your own in-house. I thought it was so interesting that you said you are thinking about this from a human level. What differentiates the Times from others is that it's journalistic first, it's human-made, and that you have this long tradition of doing the crossword. The crossword, by the way, I love that it gets its special subscription treatment compared to some of those other games. In February, you launched Crossplay, which is a foray into some of the social gaming things that we can consider, that you might be considering. When it comes to TV shows, it's not something you're actively looking at right now. The Wordle thing is special. You called that endeavor meaty, which I can imagine producing a TV show has to be. But you guys are clearly looking at all sorts of different things. We talked about, IRL events. We talked about possible card games. And so I'm just excited to see how New York Times gaming evolves. Everybody, a round of applause for Jonathan Knight, head of New York Times Games.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Good timing for the music, just as it come out. Our next speakers are here to talk about quantum computing. Now, I consider myself a tech-savvy guy, but quantum is on another level that even the experts find confusing. Luckily, we have 2 of them here today to explore how AI, quantum computing, and real-world systems are converging into a new computing paradigm. Please give a warm welcome to VP of Discovery and Quantum at Microsoft, David Carmona, and founder and chief quantum officer at Photonic, Stephanie Simmons, in conversation with MIT Technology Review's Amy Nordrum.
Hello, Hello again, and welcome, Stephanie and David. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to begin by having you both just introduce us to your companies and your approaches to quantum computing, briefly, if you can. Stephanie, start with you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much for attending and listening in on a quantum session. So my name is Stephanie Simmons, and I'm the founder and chief quantum officer of Photonic Inc. We are a disruptive type of quantum. There's been a bunch of different approaches to quantum computing over the years, and we are a new one that works on distributed quantum computing, multi-core quantum processing to achieve limitless scale. So that is what we have accomplished. We've done distributed quantum computing and have been the only company to do that and are working to deliver that to value to customers.
Thank you. And David?
Yeah, Microsoft, I mean, the approach that we take for quantum is the same approach that we take for everything. So we're a platform company, and that's the DNA that we're applying to quantum too. So we start with the hardware, with the foundation of everything, where we work with multiple hardware providers, including Photonic. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Stephanie. And including also our own hardware approach with the topological approach. On top of that, we have like the core quantum systems that are really unique for every modality. And we have in there also a good partnership with Photonic and other hardware providers. And then on top of that, we have like the independent platform, that the OS, the equivalent of the OS. And on top of that, we have applications and SDK and developer tools for really the goal is to provide an end-to-end full stack platform, but always opening up every layer so you have an ecosystem at every layer of that platform.
Thank you for that. Now let's take a step back and kind of set the scene for people because, you know, there's some folks in the audience who've probably been to a session or two on quantum computing before. It's been talked about for a long time. So tell me kind of what's different or new about the roadmap toward a practical quantum computer? Like what's changed in the last 2 or 3 years? And Stephanie, I'll let you start.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal journey. It's been known for decades that quantum technologies offer exponential speed-ups once you unlock certain pieces. And what you've seen, what you've heard about in the media, is that people were trying to use earlier versions of quantum systems to see whether or not you could use them for commercial applications. It wasn't known. That was what we call noisy quantum. What's just unlocked, and one of the things that we've contributed to the field on, is this logical quantum computing, this reliable quantum computing. That only turned on in the past year or two. And so now we have that clear path towards delivering the known applications that deliver ROI, which is why Microsoft has been so excited and motivated for quantum, to develop quantum for so many decades. That promise is on the near-term horizon because of these innovations on the quantum stack.
When we say near-term, David, what does that mean to you now? Like how optimistic are you about the time horizon for a practical quantum computer, and what seems reasonable in your view at Microsoft?
Yeah, so that milestone of having reliable quantum is deeper than it sounds, right? Because it's really the foundation of then getting to the next big phase, right? Which is scalable quantum. So we were on shaky foundations to do that, right? Now that we are in a new era where we talk more, the conversation is more about reliable qubits and not physical qubits, right? So who cares how many physical qubits you have? The importance here is how many logical qubits you have, because that's the foundation where we can start talking about scalable quantum, which is the one that will be out there with a commercial value and with huge impact.
And to stick with you for a moment, to get to that scalability, what are some of the practical challenges that still need to be solved or worked through to achieve that?
Me too, yeah. So the core part of it, so a problem that is not like discussed a lot. We talk a lot about error correction, for example, right? And we say, hey, at the end of the day, you bring a lot of physical qubits, and that will create a reliable logical qubit. Perfect, that sounds great. The problem that we had till now is that the more noisy qubits that you added, the less reliable the resulting combination of it was. We call that being above the threshold or below the threshold. So the big change now is that we are below the threshold, and that is the fundamental problem that now we are starting to see an end to it. So now the conversation is how do you bring that together in a system that can scale? And that's where you also need to consider other aspects of the technology itself. That's why we think that having multiple modalities and having a platform that is bringing all of that together, that richness, is what will really get us to that scalable phase.
Yeah, I know error correction is something that early systems really struggled with, but it does seem like there's been progress recently. Can you just describe what changed there and what the nature of that advance was?
Sure. So for the longest time, people were trying to find value in these noisy quantum systems because they assumed that to do error correction, you would need thousands, tens of thousands of physical qubits. And the best thing that people had put out was, maybe a dozen or even maybe up to 100 or so. So the gap was big. One of the things that our firm was able to contribute to the world was about a year and a half ago, we shared how to use an entirely new kind of quantum error correction code. We redefined the stack around what's called QLDPC codes. These are 5G codes that were made quantum. But that meant that suddenly, instead of having to hit 10,000 physical qubits, we can do so with 100 or 200. And there's been more innovation to bring that in yet further. So the whole world is open here. The whole stack is open, and lots of different innovations are happening top to bottom, but that's brought in the interest in commercial applications. Right now, there's a clear shot through scalability mechanisms, either through networking or other mechanisms, to hit the kinds of numbers needed to really affect the bottom line of many, many different firms. So when we're talking about timelines, this is like a small number of years, 2 to 3 to 4 years, rather than 10 or 20 because of stack innovations that are affecting many, many different teams. So we're kind of in the pre-ChatGPT moment for quantum, but we know it's kind of like 2028 or 2018, right? But we know it's coming, right? It's a couple years away, and it's going to hit like a tsunami.
I also want to ask about quantum proof encryption, because I know the National Institute of Standards and Technology released some quantum proof encryption algorithms a couple of years ago. I think it was in 2024. This was a big concern for a long time. So can we consider that a solved problem now? Or is there more work to be done on that front?
It's a great question because we tend to think about this problem as a technology problem. It is not a technology problem, at least not anymore. So as you said, there are already standards that can help us implement quantum safe algorithms that we can apply. What is really the problem here? The problem is more like an organizational problem. It's an implementation problem. It reminds me, I know that is so long time ago, but it reminds me a little bit to the 2000 effect, right? Where that was not a technology problem. It was a deep problem in every organization that basically has to update like every single system to make sure that it complies with that big challenge that we had, right? If you apply that same concept to this new, I mean, again, completely different scenario because it's much deeper. It's everywhere. Encryption is everywhere in an organization. So just the process of understanding what are your challenges, inventorying everything that you have, not only software, but even devices that you have in your organization that you will need to make sure that they are ready for that future, quantum safe future. That is a fundamental step that every organization, before you ask, every organization should start taking today. Because so 2000, I was right after college, first job, and I remember being on call in New Year's Eve, right? So I don't want to leave that again. Actually, in this case, it's even worse because they can go back in time and try to decrypt things that they can be capturing today. So the sooner the better. And the way to approach it is not only thinking of a magical silver technical bullet that will solve all my problems. This will require a lot of processes, planning, organization, and strategy to make sure that you do it across the entire organization.
So it's not too early to start thinking about how to quantum-proof your operations. It sounds like, even though I know companies have a lot of other things and shorter-term concerns on their minds. Okay, well, I want to ask you just about like looking ahead. You know, what would be the next kind of milestone that we all should look out for? We've talked about some things that have been worked through here, error correction to some degree, quantum proofing our encryption algorithms, but is there other big milestones in the quantum computing progress that we should keep an eye out for and that you think might be coming soon-ish?
So if you take it.
Well, then layer in when I'm
Perfect.
through. So yes, it is going to be in a really exciting phase. What are the known applications that deliver performance that can't be achieved any other way with quantum? Those unlock at around 100 to 200 application-grade logical qubits. That's when we start understanding chemical processes like metabolism or catalysts or batteries or heavy element anything. We do not have tools that can simulate those quantum mechanical processes, and so everything to do with the energy transition, as well as just manufacturing chemicals, all of those things, we will suddenly have tools fit for purpose. A couple hundred logical qubits more than that, and we'll start talking about the cybersecurity impacts. That's part of that mix. And then a couple thousand past that is where we start to get into financial applications and optimization. So that's going to be kind of the known wave, but what we don't know is how the heuristics on top of quantum are going to really impact AI. So the math of quantum is the math of AI. These are matrices, and so the natural language for quantum can help with some of the AI workloads that we have. And what that interaction looks like is going to be figured out live in the next few years, right? Now, keep in mind, quantum systems require far less energy than AI systems. So there's pieces where we can leverage the best of HPC and AI and quantum and fit them together and get the most combinatorial benefit for all of these really advanced compute platforms. That's in the short term. And so when you talk about quantum ready, yeah, what are you going to do in your organization if suddenly you have on Microsoft or via any other provider access to that kind of compute power? What are you going to do to stay in front of the competition that may have a quantum plan in place?
Well, how should we think about that? Like for the average, large or small company or a scientific lab, perhaps, like how should they think about classical computing and quantum computing and artificial intelligence kind of fitting together in their kind of future repertoire of tools and different computing solutions?
Yeah. Well, the first thing to say is that it's not a replacement. So quantum computing is not going to replace CPUs or GPUs, just like GPUs didn't replace CPUs, right? It's a new compute paradigm for specific problems that will be complementary to the ecosystem. That said, I think one example that I use, because I think you mentioned it as one of the hero scenarios for quantum computing, will be scientific discovery. So in general, anything related to understanding science, from chemistry to materials to life sciences, that will be completely redefined with quantum computing. In Microsoft, we already have a platform. We call it Microsoft Discovery. It's a platform to help R&D organizations to do scientific discovery. And you realize that that platform is a combination of all these computing paradigms. And I think it's a great example of what the future will look like, because you have agentic AI that is the one doing all the heavy lifting on the reasoning. So going through for example, scientific literature, reasoning about that, coming up with hypotheses, then validating those hypotheses, and then learning from the results to start over. If you think about that, the validation of hypotheses is very tricky right now to do, right? Well, either with CPUs, so you're using HPC processes like complex HPC algorithms like DFTs for molecular simulation, or whether you're using AI, it's not accurate enough. So you start requiring like the physical world. You need to include into that loop the physical lab. So you have even efforts in there of doing automated lab, where you can bring the lab in the agentic loop. What is quantum here? So quantum will be dramatically revolutionary for that concept, because the AI models, the AI loop, will be able, without having to instantiate a physical lab, it will be able to get like lab-accurate simulations of every hypothesis that it can come up with. So that means that you are in silico speed, you can suddenly explore a vast search space between AI, HPC, and quantum. That, for me, is the perfect example of what the future will look like.
Yeah, it's a powerful vision. Do either of you think there's any chance that quantum will soon be considered a nationally competitive technology, as GPUs have been?
Quantum is already named as one of the technological priorities for the US, for Canada, for the UK, for China. So these are really important technologies because of the transformative potential and how it can click into so many different verticals. It will become an interesting part of the equation. Yeah, from an economic perspective, it's going to be something that people are looking at. It's already something that people are looking at. So it's already one of the things that are in the Wassenaar Agreement for export controls, for example, and that's probably not going to stop. So the important point is to have good, strong relationships with like-minded allies and make sure we're all benefiting and not just doing a bunch of high, tiny gardens with big walls, right? Let's work together and get in front of it and make sure that we're all benefiting from it, because there's big upside for this kind of technology.
And Stephanie, I imagine as you're building your company and this future, you're competing on some level for talent and maybe for funding with AI companies and other tech companies that have shorter time horizons and returns, near-term promise of returns. So what has that been like for you?
Well, yeah, I'm happy to share that today we're announcing a $200 million US close for a raise, because it is the case that there is this recognition that humanity just needs more compute. We always seem to want more compute, and so AI is part of that journey, but it's been a generations-long journey, and quantum is the ultimate level of that compute, right? It is the most complete kind of information processing that are allowed by physical laws that we know of. So we know that commercializing this next branch of physics is not just going to be a small side note. It is going to be the next part of human history, just like commercializing semiconductors has given rise to things like AI.
Interesting. Well, final question for each of you. What will it mean for this advent of quantum computing to come within our lifetimes? What changes will this bring about? And David, start with you.
I like to think, and also connecting to the question of how important is this to every region in the planet, right? To nations, for example. If you look back at history, and there's a book that, I love that book. It's called, I think it's called Technology and the Rise of Powers, that does like an analysis on all the industrial revolutions, what was the defining factor on the winner for each of them, right? And you quickly realize, if you just do an analytical effort on it, that is the scale of it, right? So it's not so much the innovation, which is also super important, it will give you that head start, but it's more who's the first one who's able to scale. Now take that to quantum. If you think about quantum, about the applications of quantum on areas like energy, life sciences, materials, chemistry, agriculture, food, so you have sustainability, every single aspect by itself is an industrial revolution. Just think about that. So the way that I see quantum computing is more like a machine of industrial revolutions. That's how important it's going to be. It's something that will dramatically change society and industry for the good. It's not going to be like a quantum computing in your pocket, so you are not going to be able to see it directly, but it's going to transform every aspect of our lives.
And Stephanie, final word.
Well, I'd just like to add, when people started commercializing semiconductors, they were excited about hearing aids. They already had vacuum tubes making computers work, right? They had no idea what was going to come from commercializing semiconductor physics. So everything you said was true. And then there's the whole world of opportunity that we cannot yet see, because we are not the generation that will see it. We're going to take these tools and going to make them real. They're going to make them normal for everybody. So quantum won't be the same thing as magic. It'll be a normal feature that we get to use, a tool we get to use to unlock all kinds of opportunities.
Compelling vision. We'll leave you with that. Thank you so much, Stephanie and David. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we introduce the next talk, I didn't think that was a very exciting cheer for Stephanie. Stephanie, come back in front, please, with me. So Stephanie and Photonic is from Vancouver. They just announced today, she said it, she very modestly said it, they raised $200 million. They're a $2 billion company out of Vancouver. Please, let's give her a round of applause. I think she deserved a little bit more than that. I know that the founders are very, very modest about that, but I think that's a great thing. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You're definitely going to be a big spotlight for next year. We're excited to see what Photonic is doing out of Vancouver.
Oh yeah, made in Canada. Let's make it happen
That's
here.
Great, awesome. Okay, awesome. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you. All right. All right, and finally, before we break for lunch here on center stage, we're moving past the chatbot era and into the agent era. Imagine an enterprise where AI doesn't just answer questions, but actually clears your to-do list. IBM is at the forefront of architecting this new world where humans steer the ship and AI does the heavy lifting. To tell us how they're making that a reality, let's welcome to the stage in conversation with Time's Zachary Karabell, the CIO at IBM, Matt Lightson.
All right, so we're all that stands between you and lunch, so we'll make it quick. Well, they're all quick, so
very quick.
You know, very quick. Matt, I've been really looking forward to this conversation. IBM, I think for a lot of us, exists in its image, right, as a frozen in amber 1950s, 60s. No one at IBM would ever have shown up in a vest. You know, you would have had to wear the gray suit, the white shirt, the black tie. You would have had the pen and the
maybe
lapel.
A blue suit, but
yeah,
I don't roll that way. But sure.
In the uniform, you would have had the mainframe computers, very buttoned up, dominated the industry, right? That's a lot of what Apple and some of these early tech companies in the 70s and early 80s were reacting against. And yet here you are, huge multi-$100 billion market cap company, and also doing work that in many ways is not as centrally a part of the debate, conversation, obsession, fear matrix about what's going on in artificial intelligence, and yet you're doing some of the most cutting work in the world on it in a way that is more beneath the radar, but even more potent because of it. And so, you know, talk a little bit about this, because unlike the dominant consumer-facing hyperscalers, large language models, you're doing some of the most important work in AI and in agentic AI, but it's different than, or it's distinct from all of that. So in what way?
Let me try to give you a little bit of perspective. I think IBM has always been at the foundation of enterprise computing technology. You mentioned the mainframe. You can think databases, virtualization, hybrid cloud, even the early days of AI with Deep Blue, and now our Watson X platform. But think about that context in terms of I, as the CIO at IBM, need my AI to be secure, governed, trusted. I am focused on my enterprise workflows. And as organizations look to have this almost agentic operating system at the heart of the way that their organizations operate, you want to make sure that your data is running on trusted platforms. It's stored there, it's processed there. Those are your systems of record. And then how are you going to take control of the way that agents are operating on that? And again, in a way that is governed, trusted, auditable, meets the regulatory requirements. We try to do that inside of IBM first through our Client Zero program so that we can demonstrate to all of our clients and our potential clients out there how they can think through this and really accelerate their own journeys.
Yeah, talk about that for a minute, because that's an interesting business model where you are essentially your own first client, right?
That's exactly right. I like to say part of my day job is playing around with the stuff our product teams are developing, even maybe in some cases before they're ready for prime time. But I think extremely important. And one of the things that we did early on was to really focus on our enterprise workflows. And again, back to your earlier comment around differentiation, I think a lot of the hype out there is around these almost consumer-grade experiences. Yes, I love to use AI to plan my vacations. My wife may disagree with the choices that it makes, and we can have that debate on it. That's not the way that work's going to get done in an enterprise. So an example of that, a couple years ago, we deployed agentic capability for something we call Ask IT, which is our IT support capability. Deployed it to around 280,000 employees in the matter of months. Quickly learned from that. Now it's deflecting 86% of the calls that would have gone to humans on the back end. My IT support staff now are really excited because they get to go into the real nitty-gritty problems, not, hey, can you help me reset my password? Which I don't know any support engineer that typically enjoys doing that.
So I'm going to ask something that I find fascinating. I hope all of you will as well, but if you don't, you're just going to have to humor us, which is there was this period of time where IBM was very forward in a kind of a public image marketing way
around Deep Blue, around the chess matches, around these early machine learning tools that were being touted as the next generation, well before, you know, OpenAI, Anthropic, any of these things were appeared on the scene. And then that seemed to kind of fade into the background, right? How did that sort of pave the way for the kind of work that IBM is doing now?
Well, what I can tell you really as the CIO at IBM is that we've got a strategy that's around hybrid cloud, AI, and quantum. And if you look at those first two pillars, they really need to come together to have value for the way that an organization operates. And back to the example that I gave you earlier about Client Zero, think about now that being applied to every single one of your business functions. We have a mergers and acquisition function that needs to analyze a lot of contracts. They can't get through them all at human time frames because you're looking to close a deal in a very short amount of time. So now being able to process 100% of those contracts with 95% accuracy and finding 30 times more terms that are unfavorable that we need to have a human go and look through. I think that's the difference in focus and approach that we're seeing now and trying to change ourselves to an AI-first operating model that can then benefit all of our clients through the feedback that my team, for example, gives to our product teams and then into our consultants. But
are you building on some of that earlier work? Because again, you're not the hyperscaler. IBM is not announcing $200 billion of data center spend for FY 2026 and $400 billion of data spend in 27. And yet you're developing these tools. Yes, a lot of them are agent-based, but it's not as if they're cost less, right? So how are you able to do that and not be in that world of just massive CapEx, massive investment? Obviously, you are making substantial investments.
Again, I'm not in a position to comment on the way that we market. What I will say is that there is a fundamental difference in the way that we think about the large language models and the way that we're using them. We have our Granite family of models, which is a mid-tier model. So think smaller models that are more specialized. So one use case in an example, I can run models on my own infrastructure and my own data center on my Spire cards, which are on our Z platform, that are giving me the performance that I need for my use cases and not necessarily need to go out to the frontier models. I can use things like Red Hat's Instruct Lab. Red Hat's part of our family now. I can fine-tune that model to be very good at certain tasks. I think we often conflate, and I often see this in my own teams, that, hey, I need a really big model to go and do everything. And the really big models are great and amazing at everything. They're really helpful for me from individual productivity because I can give it any question, help me plan my day, and help me figure out what I'm going to say to you when you ask me questions and things like that. And that's always a fun sparring thing. I don't need that type of capability when I'm thinking of how do I match and reconcile what came in for our actuals from our financials versus what was forecasted. Another agentic capability we're working with our FP&A teams. I can take a mid-tier model, do that, which means then I can manage the costs. As a CIO, what am I after? I'm really looking for the value that I can bring my organization through AI. Well, if my spending is going through the roof in order to bring that value, then my ROI is all over the place. It doesn't make financial sense, and in some aspects that's not being fiscally responsible. So for every single one of our use cases, we calculate the value on that. Think basically an operations use case. I need something to get done, I need to produce an output faster, or I need to do that at less unit cost. The more that I have control over what that cost is, my technology costs, the better value I'm going to bring to my organization that's going to set me up for faster speed and then be able to scale. And that's where smaller, leaner models that can run on a variety of different infrastructure and platforms become extremely important to that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost an irony, though, in a company that used to epitomize the big is now epitomizing the usable, the deployable, right? And I wonder if you find, I mean, this is a little bit outside of necessarily the pure CIO function, but it does play to this question of what do people need? That there is so much focus on the LLMs and, is AI going to come for our jobs and is it going to overwhelm anything? That, we almost forget culturally, and also I think a lot of people in businesses forget, that there's a lot of more incremental tools rather than like transformative reality. It's not like AI is this thing that that you're going to bring into a business and it's going to eat your business.
Right, there's a lot of this incremental change, and so I mentioned how we focus some of the workflows, and really the AI first operating model, I think, focuses on those workflows first. At the same time, as you pointed out, we're seeing this proliferation of tools that I refer to as individual productivity tools. It's not unlike when we all learned how to use rules within our email. You're going to organize your email one way, I'm going to organize it another way. I have rules for the incoming spam, things like that. We need these individualized everyday productivity tools. So my team deploys those across the organization. Those are important. I like to say the value in those is really about job satisfaction, engagement of our employees, and ultimately happiness. If someone's smiling because I gave them the capability, that's a win for me and my team. That is not the same conversation I can have with a CFO,
right,
who is looking for what's the intrinsic value, because if we can free up value and make people more productive in accomplishing those workflows, then that sets us up to be able to invest and then creates a flywheel for growth.
So something relevant to this audience and to a Web Summit audience. I mean, traditionally, IBM's has had corporate customers, huge enterprise contracts, multi-million-dollar, multi-year contracts. Obviously, if you're a startup, if you're a newer company, that was never going to be your need set or your use case. But I know you've actually now, and IBM's been creating tools to try to sort of be tools for everyone who needs them in an enterprise sense, but that it can include small businesses. So how are you doing that? How does that work for you economically?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the economics, but I'll give you one concrete example, because I think examples show. A couple weeks ago, we released IBM Bob, which is our agentic integrated development environment. And I think a lot of the audience is probably familiar with these AI-powered tools. You probably use some of them at home. I know I use some of them at home. It's great for working on a project with my kids. As a CIO, I need an agentic development partner that's going to help me get the requirements, plan an architecture that's consistent with the technology architecture in my organization. That is, yes, writing the code, testing the code, checking for security vulnerabilities, making sure I'm compliant. The IBM Bob product helps you to do that. And to your point about making it easily accessible, anyone can go and get a free trial just by going to bob.ibm.com and checking that out today. I've done that, and we focused on the experience of that to make that more seamless.
So do you, and I know you had a background in Red Hat, which is a much more open source world, but there's also the question of kind of within your organization, do you feel you have to create everything internally? Do you look to buy companies that have tools and capabilities that you don't want to develop internally? I mean, how much of this is you're kind of picking from an entire ecosystem versus we have to develop this proprietarily on our own in our way?
I think every CIO and every CTO and people in similar roles are thinking through that very calculus. IBM partners with a lot of companies. We acquire some capabilities. I like to joke that my role is maybe easier than some CIOs because I don't get to make a choice around which Linux operating system variant we're going to use for obvious reasons on that. I think it goes back to some of the core principles and the way that we think about IT. What are the capabilities of strategic differentiation that I need to, based on my business, do better and different than anyone else out there? Those are the things that you're going to want to focus on building your resources and engineering those capabilities. The things where you kind of do it the same as everyone else, and we've got strategic business partners that help us with that, we want to leverage those capabilities. And for a team like mine that needs to engineer those and make sure that employees have access to those capabilities, understanding where we're going to invest our resources and time becomes extremely important for us on our journey.
So let's kind of broaden it for a little bit of you as a senior leader of a major company, and there's a lot of public concern about even the tools you're talking about, which are much less, are the machines going to come from us? Is there going to be AGI, right? Because a lot of these agentic tools they're doing a task. I mean, whether AGI lies in some advent horizon is a whole other question. But even then, these have implications of enhancing corporate productivity on the one hand, but potentially eliminating jobs on the other. That's always been the case. New technologies continually change the nature of work, change the nature of jobs. But I'm wondering just, how do you think through the constructive versus disruptive, and also the security implications, the competition with both other companies and with other national actors, whether it's China or elsewhere?
I think there's a lot to unpack there, but maybe...
There was a lot of questions thrown into a little bit.
Maybe let me put it in two important things that I think you hit on. Number one is the security, safety, governance, auditability. As an enterprise, I need to make sure that those things are happening. So we have our enterprise AI platform that has some of our technology in it, some of our partner technology, where we build things on where we're going to build in, and how we govern and make sure that the things we plug into this, especially when it's talking to our systems of record, is safe, secure, we're adhering to compliance. Now that we've got capabilities like our sovereign cloud, can run it in your own environment if you want to. Those things are all going to be extremely important. The other piece of it, I think, really gets to the human dynamics of this. And I think this is, again, as you and I were chatting earlier, there's been lots of changes over the past decades. And every change there's a lot of hype. And then it comes down to the people like myself that need to implement this within our organizations. And bringing the people along for that journey is extremely important for us. So yes, we want to make people more productive so that ultimately our companies can grow, and that's going to help to make the world a better place. Having the conversations with people about the roles changes, the skills that they're going to need to adopt. We put a lot of time and effort into that. And then also bringing in new talent into the organization to make sure that we can get the best from what's outside and bring that in and have this continuous change motion. That's extremely important.
And you're also a global company with clients around the world, businesses around the world. Are there differences and different needs that you're seeing, or is there kind of a global business environment that is not really shaped by whether you're a Mexican firm doing legal contracts, or a Brazilian, or a Dubai or Singapore or China, and do you tailor products to those different, or really is it essentially a global business market from your perspective?
I mean, I'll put it this way. I think everyone is looking for how to extract value from AI. And depending the country that you're in, you may be subject to different regulatory requirements, and we've got to help you along that journey. And I think have ways and mechanisms to be able to do that. I think understanding how you measure and track value that's appropriate for your organization. We like to think of it in three macro buckets. I'm either helping revenue growth, I'm either improving my operating performance, or I'm helping to manage risk. That's sort of core principles. And then I can dissect it in some of the ways that I mentioned.
But those
earlier.
core principles you feel are essentially globally applicable.
When I talk to my peer CIOs, and I'll focus within the CIO community, I think those are resonating with everyone very, very strongly. And then on top of that, it's how do I make everyone a little bit happier, a little bit more productive within their work environment.
All right, so we got 30 seconds. Here's the speculative question du jour. If we're sitting here in 5 years and having this conversation, and you're in the same role still, what do you think we're talking about then that we're not talking about now?
I think we are talking about hypergrowth, and I think we're talking about, I think coincidentally, what we heard the last talk talking about, and the impact of quantum computing on the global stage. I think this is an exciting time, and I think we'll also be talking a little bit about maybe we haven't figured this all out yet. And I think that's really from a human impact and an organizational change capacity that we all need to be mindful on as we're technologists taking our teams along this journey, or supporting our clients and our partner companies along this journey as well.
All right, well, thank you, Matt. Thanks for your insights.
Thanks so much.
Everyone else, enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
The stage will now break for lunch. Content will resume in 45 minutes. Please make sure to arrive in time to secure seating.
The future isn't waiting. It's being written by every decision we make today.
Technology is the pen. Humanity is the author. The story is still ours to write. And that story can be a positive one of a brighter future.
Small actions at scale don't just change industries, they change history.
We don't inherit the future. We co-create it with courage, code, and compassion.
Every startup, every breakthrough, every bold idea is a vote for the world we want to live in.
The greatest disruption of this century won't be in technology. It will be in how we choose to treat each other.
Please welcome to the stage, founder of Vancouver Tech Journal, William Johnson.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. How are we feeling after lunch? Did everyone hit up Food Summit? Yeah? I'm William Johnson, founder of the Vancouver Tech Journal. So today we started by talking about Vancouver's film industry and the latest developments in quantum technology. But as the sun starts to move over the Pacific, we're shifting gears. This morning was about the what. This afternoon is about how. We're going from the unstoppable loop of open source AI to a real talk about whether a slow government is a bug or a feature for tech. We're looking at the massive VC bounce back of 2026 and hearing from local heroes like Jack Newton on how to build a global powerhouse without leaving Canadian soil. And because we like to keep things spicy here in center stage, we're going to end the day looking at the high-speed fan economy of Formula One racing. It's a packed afternoon, the capital is in the room, the coffee is hopefully still kicking in, and the future is moving fast. So are you ready to keep day one rolling? It's pretty good, it's all right. I'll take it. So first up, I remember when open source just meant free. Now it means unstoppable. And we're seeing a world where AI is actually maintaining the very code it was built on, identifying bugs before we even know they're there. It's a loop of innovation that's leaving closed-door software in the dust. To explore how this community-driven AI is changing the rules of the game, please welcome to the stage, in conversation with AFP's Alexander Pigman, co-founder and CEO of Tailscale, Avery Penoramam, and co-founder and CEO of Cal.com, Bailey Pumfleet. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We're here to talk about open source, and I really wanted to launch it with you, Avery, just because Tailscale is like you guys have embraced open source, and you sort of have come to sort of represent the adoption of open source for a major company like yourselves. I was just, if you could describe the moment right now in this sort of agentic AI, everyone going crazy, staying up all night, how that affects and how you feel about that in your company.
In my company, Tailscale, maybe ironically, has always been a little bit of a late adopter, and we're intentionally a late adopter of AI. It doesn't mean we don't use AI, but we use it really carefully, and that's because Tailscale is a network security infrastructure project. It's used by Fortune 500, Fortune 50 companies, and we can't, like, it would be violating their trust in us to take too many risks too quickly when their entire network security depends on our company, right? So we're being careful, and I think there's a careful way to adopt AI that's really, really productive that I think people are overlooking.
Now, in a slight sort of plot twist, is that at your company, Bailey, is actually you were open source, and then very recently, 2 months ago, to keep things a little bit spicy, you did a major pivot. If you could describe that for us.
Yeah, recently we went kind of viral when we went from being historically an extremely open source company. We've always been huge like open source evangelists. We actually decided to go closed source due to sort of security concerns, because this stuff rapidly changes, as we all know, as we sit here and discuss. And for us, we thought that the environment was a little bit turbulent to be able to safely operate in. And much like Avery said, for us, we also have a duty to protect our customers, and that led us to kind of perform a bit of a risk assessment of that.
Maybe if I can just drill down a little bit on that, like how did this change happen? Because maybe it can help us sort of explore the open source experience right now. Like what happened? Was your customers are coming to you and saying, hey, wait a minute, we're giving you all this data, what's going on with it? What was the story behind the change?
We're all familiar with like the changes recently where, AI has become a lot more useful. It can now build software a lot more effectively than it could before. Like vibe coding has been around for years, but only in the last like 18, 24 months did it become something which we can actually use for production-ready cases. And just as AI gets better at building software, it gets better at breaking it. Yet the problem is AI isn't developed enough to the point that it produces the most consistent answers. You get different answers to how many R's are in strawberry. You get different reviews to the same PR, whether you plug it into Claude or a GPT model. And the problem for us is that with AI able to break software and find vulnerabilities, we can't seem to find a single source of truth which can determine if an application is secure or not, which leads us to that kind of uncertain and turbulent atmosphere.
Avery, I'm tempted to say, how do you respond to that? I mean, because he is describing a world that we all know, hallucinations, bugs in the code, and all that kind of stuff. But maybe it doesn't need to be that simple. It's not a just sort of all-in open source or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is. Let's be honest with ourselves, absolutely true that AI does a bunch of weird stuff. It's super gullible. I've described it in the past as like, hiring a really smart but not very worldly intern, right? That can code very fast, but it makes mistakes, right? It makes really scary mistakes. And then you can clear its context and ask it to review its own code, and it'll find those mistakes and say, wow, whoever wrote this, I don't know what they were thinking, right? And so you need to build systems around these things to make them to make them functional, right? And the open source world is experiencing that in particular, right? Where a whole bunch of projects suddenly appearing because somebody vibe coded something they thought was cool overnight, and a whole bunch of people are like, oh, I can fix my favorite project by modifying it to do something. I'm going to send in a patch, but they haven't actually reviewed it, or they don't even they've never coded before. They don't even understand what this patch does, and the maintainers of the project are just like, look, there's 100 of these. I don't have time.
So, I mean, some people talk about like the hundreds of these things, thousands of these things. GitHub is just exploding with what, some people say is like AI slop, there's just so much out there. And then, so therefore, engineers and technical people are just stuck going through it all. And then you're stuck in this moment of sort of what was this all good for? I mean, how do you address that kind of that sort of issue of just sort of like having just a massive surplus of product out there?
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I observed that I think people don't necessarily realize is that AI is at least as good at reviewing code as it is at producing code, right? And there's kind of, in the open source world, with this AI slop, there's this interesting, like, you can think of it as a giant distributed system of people producing the slop. Anybody can do it and upload it to your GitHub repository and make your life as a maintainer miserable, right? But you can also get an AI to review those incoming PRs and tell you whether they're slop or not, and sort of automatically disqualify them if they're slop. But that would require the maintainers to set up some stuff, and that's like expensive time that hasn't really happened very consistently yet. People are only just getting started with this kind of automated review process, right? But you can do very good code reviews. In the like extended version of this, you can have automatic code reviews of PRs coming into your project, and then the person whose bot uploaded the code can actually read the code review and then fix the code, and it can do this in a few cycles until eventually it gives up because it's always going to be slop, or it's actually come up with a pretty good change, right? And once you've got a pretty good change, then you should bring the human in to say like, hey, this is a pretty good change, do you want it or not, based on the vision for your project, based on your design principles, based on these other things. And that's the opposite of the kind of exhaustion that we've been creating today, right? So it's all about the processes that you put stuff in.
Bailey, we had this moment of the mythos moment very recently. I just wanted for you to sort of like, in the work that you do, has there really been this, we've heard about the mythos and about, Firefox, like what you said, discovered like these fallibilities. I was just wondering if you could just sort of, are you in agreement that this is definitely a moment where there are new sort of security dangers out there that there weren't before?
Yeah, I mean, Mythos scared us all a little bit when they found vulnerabilities across Firefox, FreeBSD, and a ton of other things. And as AI models improve, they're going to find better vulnerabilities. There are some extremely complex and intricate like exploits that can be done, and some which are so hard that humans may not be able to do that. And while Mythos, like, they created a monster really, and they decided like, let's gatekeep this and let's try and like roll it out in the most cautious way. But like, this is AI, anybody can innovate in it. We have frontier models coming from American companies, and then suddenly China comes out with DeepSeek, and it's literally open source. You can just download a state-of-the-art model. Now, what happens when China comes out with a Mythos alternative? Does that mean that now every single person that can, self-host an open source AI model now has the ability to hack into almost any system on the planet, including some of the most secure and open source projects that exist?
That's a very good question, which I'm going to put.
Well, I think I'm actually more optimistic than that. I think the timing is really important, right? There's the attackers, the red teams, there's the defenders, the blue teams, and there's what I would call the arms dealers who's selling tools to both sides, right? And maybe they don't want to think of themselves as that way, but they have to, they built this incredibly powerful tool that can be used for good or it can be used for evil. And I respect Anthropic a lot with Mythos in particular. Like, they've been holding back on availability of this thing, probably for multiple reasons, probably including for marketing reasons, but it finds real serious security holes in real critical infrastructure software. And if they had given that to the bad guys first, those bad guys would be exploiting that software before we have a chance to fix it, and we would be in really big trouble, right? The fact that they didn't do that, the fact that they're giving us a chance to like, hey, we can fix our stuff first, is a gift. And then the question is like, well, okay, as the models keep getting better and better, are they just going to find more and more obscure security holes, and it's never going to end in this like sort of downward spiral into doom? Or are we actually just going to like, is stuff just going to get more secure and really hard to attack? And I think it's actually more like the latter, right? Like, most software in the world today has never had a security review ever, right? And even software that's been security reviewed gets reviewed once or twice a year, gets pen tested occasionally. Some of the PRs get security reviewed because they're considered to be sensitive, and some of them don't, right? So like, most code has just never been looked at. And now you have these tools that can look at it constantly. Every single change you make can investigate and try to find one of these security holes. And so I believe that if we all get on board with caring about security, which is a stretch, but if we do, we can secure our software.
getting people on board to worry about security may involve regulation or may involve governments. Is that sort of something? Are you, Bailey, are you reluctant to see government taking too much of a role in this, or is that something that you think there might be a way for them there is a place for regulation here?
There might be a way. I think, in answer to what you said, I don't have access to Mythos. Something exists out there that may or may not be able to completely break my code base. I don't have a good opportunity to defend against it. And I think much like how, the government has created structured and regulated markets, which enable, like each party in the stock market to be able to trade in a fair way, there might be opportunity for, as long as they don't overreach, to try and equalize this stuff. That might be through export controls, that might be through laws and acts, but yeah, I think there's definitely a little bit of equalizing that needs to happen.
At the opening of the Web Summit, Patty Cosgrove sort of talked about these two worlds, that there's the open source, there's those who say that open source has already won and it is the way, and then there's the others who are saying that the US frontier models have already won and it's the way. The reality is somewhere in between there probably, but I was just sort of wondering on the big picture level, Avery, where do you sort of see things right now?
Well, I think all the models have their place, just as in any economic system. There's going to be the premium product, and there's going to be all the levels down to the mass-produced product, right? And I think the most expensive tokens from the most expensive models are going to get more and more expensive. That's what I think will happen, because there's a shortage of GPUs, and if you want this good stuff, you're going to have to bid for it with everybody else, and the price is going to get eye-wateringly high. You think it's high right now, I think it's going to get even more high. But at the same time, the price of the tokens that are a year behind that are gonna crater, right? And that's gonna be really exciting. We can pick the tokens we want. I think from a security point of view, that's gonna be if you're building infrastructure software that everybody depends on, the Firefoxes, the FreeBSDs, the Linux, the Chrome of the world, and I guess the Tailscales of the world, you're gonna have to pay a lot of money for the best security defense, right? What I think about open source software, a lot of the stuff that we're all gonna vibe code for ourselves or for the 5 people on our team, right? You're never going to be able to afford to run the best frontier security software, for example, to review that. You have to do something else, right? My proposal is don't put it on the public internet. It doesn't need to be there. And if it's not on the public internet, nobody can attack it, right? That's the best approach, unless you're building these fundamental front-end facing public products.
Bailey, token maximization, we hear these stories about, at the big corporations, or people are told to spend as much as possible, to use as many tokens as possible, which ultimately means spending. I was just sort of wondering, how does a company like yours approach, just the using up of tokens? Is it go crazy, or how do you navigate between showing that you're utilizing these tools to their fullest potential, but at the same time, staying afloat,
Yeah, I'm a little bit against the whole token maxing hype train. I think, a lot of things are hype trains in this industry. Even to some degree, people want to be open source just because it's the popular thing or not because it isn't. And it's really about using what's sensible for you. Now, I do completely agree with Avery on the whole thing about being a little bit sensible and a little bit cautious about AI adoption. Do I think that everybody should be spending as many tokens, writing as many lines of code as possible? No. We've known for years that lines of code does not equal output. And so I think really you want people to be AI enabled. I can do a better job with AI. Everybody on my team can do a better job with AI. But otherwise, let's keep it sensible.
Right. Avery, to people in the audience, people that are, coding, who are coding for a living or thinking about coding for a living, what is sort of your advice to them in terms of, being in this world where, some people say AI and they think it's a magic wand and then something magically just appears and it's fit for purpose. There's still a major role for, the good old human being in the story, isn't there?
Yeah, well, rather than a magic wand, maybe I can compare it to a genie, where you make a wish and you literally get what you asked for, and it turns out not to be what you wanted, right? Because that's what happens over and over again. It's it is magical. It's magical in the most literal sense of we don't even know how it works. Even the people making it don't know how it works. And it grants wishes, but it grants them in strange ways that you might regret, right? But I think it's a tool, just like a human is a tool. Humans are magical, right? You ask them to do something, and you don't always get exactly what you wanted, and sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's bad. And we've got tens of thousands of years of building human society around the fact that humans are magical, right? But I think society exists to serve humans, right? It doesn't exist to serve computers in running mathematical calculations that simulate humans, right? And so it's up to us to do what we want with the tools that we have, right? And these tools can be used for anything, right? They can be used for attacking, they can be used for defending, but they can be used for writing a bunch of slop code, but they can be used for defending and fixing slop code without humans having to be involved. So then we have to up-level ourselves to this, I'm gonna think about the abstract, okay, I actually have, this patch came in, and maybe a bot wrote it, and maybe a human wrote it, who knows, right? But it works now. I've verified that it does what it's supposed to. I've even verified it doesn't have security holes. Is it what I want to exist in the world? That's what an open source maintainer will have to decide, right? And that's the fun part of being an open source maintainer. That's why we get into it, right? Once we start, we realize it's even before AI, it's 90% jerks writing angry posts in your issue tracker, or triaging stuff, or slop that might or might not have been AI generated PRs, right? But the 10% that was fun is working with people, building something cool, and having someone send in something that makes your cool thing even more cool, right? And that can be the whole job, because we can eliminate the tedious part using these tools. But it's the human's job to decide what they want to exist in the world. That's what we all are going to be able to do with these more advanced tools.
Billy, do you have, what is your perspective on that too? In terms of you may not be the most senior, most experienced programmer, but suddenly these vibe coding tools allow that person to explore ways that they couldn't have done before.
Yeah, I know for us, we said we're never going to fire anybody because of AI. We never overhired the team in the first place, but now we just expect people to be able to produce more. Like I said, this doesn't have to be going crazy at it and overusing tokens just for the hell of it. But it's a very exciting time to be in open source, to be in anything really. The world is rapidly changing each week to the next. We have more and more capability, and overall, this should be able to be a positive that we can all use just to build more things and invent.
All right, cool. I think we have to leave it there. Thank you very much, guys. That was really cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker here on center stage in Vancouver is a double threat, a tech founder turned government minister. Tech used to think government was just a roadblock to ignore. Now with AI and global trade wars rewriting the rules, tech and government need to pull together to quickly turn today's challenges into opportunities. Here to break down how to turn red tape into a launchpad, in conversation with CTV Vancouver's Penny Daflos, is British Columbia's Minister of Finance, the Honourable Brenda Bailey.
Brenda, you and I have known each other for a long time. We were just talking about that. And you're in a unique position, having spent 2 decades in the tech sector and now nearly a decade in government. But for folks who may not know you, give us a sense of your CV.
Great. Well, 6 years in government, but so I started out in the tech sector about 2001. I was co-founder of a video game studio, Deep Fried Entertainment, with 5 very talented people from EA, and then founded the first women-owned and run video game studio called Silicon Sisters Interactive. And then I ran the trade association, did GBC. I was lobbying government on behalf of tech and creative tech specifically, when the then premier said, "Oh, Bailey, for God's sake, you're driving me nuts. Come and fix it from within." And that's when I thought, that's an interesting invitation. Maybe that's what I should do. So I've been trying to do that.
The subject of this talk really caught my attention. Is slow government a feature or a bug? And I have to tell you, probably like many of these people, my eyebrows hit the ceiling because I thought, how is that possible? So how can red tape, moving at the speed of government, how can that be a good thing?
Yeah, so red tape is not a feature. Red tape is a bug. We're trying to get rid of red tape, and we have a red tape reduction strategy. We're doing a lot of work on that. But moving slowly is a feature of government. And when I first was in government, I was a bit shocked by that and pushed for things to go faster. And I've learned a few things since being in government, and one of them is government moves slowly by design. And it's for a few different reasons. One is that, you know, in the games industry, if you put out a product, you can iterate on it, and so like iterate, as we do. In government, you kind of get one shot to deliver something. The public is very unforgiving of government, probably rightly so. And when you deliver something, you have to deliver it fully baked, ready to go, and properly delivered. And it takes time. It's also interesting that very often when government is delivering something, there's no opportunity to test it, right? Because you're delivering it and it's kept secret and unknown until it's delivered. There's a big reveal, which means no testing often. And so it moves more slowly. And when you think about it from a lens of not being able to iterate and having to be fully baked and no testing, it kind of makes a bit more sense.
There are situations where I think we as citizens want government to move faster. I think you want government to move faster. I'm thinking about online harms legislation, which for folks who may not be familiar, BC has been a leader in revenge porn, that type of thing. I'm thinking about guardrails for AI. Some would say the horse has kind of left the barn, but surely there must be some situations where government should move faster in having greater oversight or protections.
Absolutely so, no question. So one of the things we're really proud of in British Columbia is the work that we've done on online harms prevention work. So we have online harms legislation that we've brought in, which compels organizations to take down content where there hasn't been permission granted. And so this has to come down within 48 hours from Meta or whatever major organization the pornography is posted. This is really quite unique. British Columbia moved on it very quickly and moved on it first. But I think even in that, it was designed in a very, this one segment we will do now and do very well, knowing that we can build on it over time. And so that was a way of delivering that product in a relatively quick way. Many times government will stand back and watch until we understand how things are playing out. And it's been really interesting to see different governments around the world grapple with the question of AI and how we address it. And also the question of youth and social media. When you look at Australia, for example, who's been an relatively early mover, some would still say we're moving slowly. I would suggest that while really positive that they've taken some action, didn't kind of capture what they were trying to capture. So British Columbia is watching how things unfold and taking notes from other jurisdictions, and that's often the way it is in government, very comparison to other jurisdictions and taking best practices.
So it sounds like there's something that's called the salami strategy. I don't know if people are familiar with it, but you take a little slice of salami, you may not notice, but before you know it, you have enough slices, you got a sandwich going. Is that kind of the strategy that you think is appropriate in dealing with things? Just like take a little slice at a time, make sure you've got that slice carved up perfectly or as near to before moving forward?
Yeah, I've definitely seen that. And it kind of makes sense when you think about it. Governments are very risk adverse. And sometimes that's positive, sometimes it's negative. So I'll give you an example. If you are looking to procure something, so procurement is an area that I really want us to change. I really want government to be more nimble in procurement. Governments are so risk adverse that hiring a local company, say for example, a British Columbia tech solution, well, a bureaucrat would never be let go for hiring IBM, but they could take a risk by hiring a company that maybe doesn't deliver as well as it could have. Get away with it if it's IBM, less so if it's a small company. So we really want government to be more responsive. And one of the things that we've done in order to address that here in British Columbia is create the IMI, the Integrated Marketplace Initiative. That allows us to one step away from government. It's a crown corporation. right? So it's not this ministry, it's a crown corporation, and they're supporting the ecosystem. And the way that IMI works is we identify a large buyer of technology, and we de-risk it through a government investment, allowing that relationship to happen. And the startup or the up-and-coming company gets proof of a first client. It's been a very successful model here in British Columbia, and it kind of helps us solve the procurement challenge.
Our American attendees, they may be used to a government that's a lot older, that may be out of touch with technology. I think in Canada, we're lucky that we have a lot of younger people who are a lot more dialed into technology. But you have a unique lens into that because you've literally been in the tech sector and now you're in government. So I'm curious, AI is a big focus of Web Summit this year, and it's a big focus in a lot of our lives. It's hard to have a conversation even with family and not talk about it. So, now that you've got 2 feet firmly in government, where do you think government should be focused when it comes to artificial intelligence?
Kind of see it in 3 different buckets. The first one is the AI sector in British Columbia, AI as companies who are part of the industry, the technology and innovation industry. How does government interface with that as a segment of our economy? We've got 600 or 700 AI companies. Many of them are already making money. Some of them are very deep AI companies that have been doing this work for 20 years. So the relationship between government is one of how do we help you be successful in terms of creating the climate for you to be successful. There's also the question of how does government adopt AI and how do we use AI? How does AI help us? And you're seeing some of those inputs happen now, things like permitting and some of the agents that are being adopted for interface. But I think there's a much larger solution available, and I invite people to think about this. Governments around the world are struggling with the trade changes that have happened, new alignments and challenges to who we do trade with and what it means in terms of supply chains, a reduction in revenue, tariffs, also the war that's happening in the Middle East, for example. And so governments are struggling with revenue. And decisions are made more than ever on a cost basis. I think it's a really interesting opportunity for folks developing AI to really help government get costs down. And when I look at some of the challenges I have now as finance minister, 41% of my budget going into healthcare, I think there's a real play for AI and technology to help us with that challenge.
And then in terms of guardrails, do you see government having more of a role in that, or would you prefer it to be more driven from the consumer level for what consumers are looking for as opposed to what government thinks might be appropriate?
Well, government is always going to put in guardrails. It's always going to be the case that government is guided from a people-first philosophy, not from an adoption philosophy. That's the way it will always be. When we get a little bit further away from government into some of the organizations we fund, they can take more risk than we can. So that's sort of the model at play. There must be guardrails put in place, and you'll see more of that work coming.
We talked the other day about how there's so many brilliant minds in BC. There's so many great innovations and companies that come from here. The problem has been trying to keep them here. Do you think they need to be a little bit more patient in terms of trying to find out how government funding or programs can help them? Do you think they need to kind of take the opportunity when it's there? How do you see that going in terms of trying to keep companies here versus understanding that maybe that's not in their best interest?
This has been such a challenging issue the entire time that I've been in tech, and my husband's been in tech even longer than I have. This has always been the issue. We often are the backyard where amazing things are created, invented, and when it comes to commercialization or scale, it's an outside buyer who comes in and purchases the technology or the company itself and moves it away. We are so devoted to getting away from that model and building companies to stay in British Columbia and be successful in British Columbia. You see us making investments in InBC, which is a $500 million strategic investment fund, $400 million in the last budget, a strategic investment fund to help government be able to make direct investments. The work that we're doing in Innovate BC on IP and IP retention, the work that we're doing with the biotech sector on ensuring that IP is staying here and doing an evaluation that, are there some tools that we could be looking at to help that happen? So it's so important that we continue doing that. And I'll also say it's one of the reasons we brought Web Summit here is because we want to create the environment where BC companies can grow, can scale, can become successful companies in British Columbia. There's more than 800 investors here at Web Summit, and this is part of the goal.
The Premier touched on it this morning, and it's top of mind for me because every time I see somebody who's new to the city, they're just transfixed by the mountains, and they're just keep staring and talking about how beautiful Vancouver is. How much of a draw or an advantage do you think it is for our province, the fact that lifestyle plays into so much? Because I think maybe people in the industry are just used to really working hard, and maybe they're seeing there's an opportunity to have a life, to be able to go for a bike ride or to go skiing. We have an old cliche in Vancouver, you can go to the beach and the mountains in the same day, and I guess ski in your bikini, I don't know exactly what that's supposed to mean. But how much do you think lifestyle plays into decisions companies make when they choose where to invest?
You know, I think historically we've rested on our laurels a little bit on lifestyle and on the beauty of Vancouver. Someone once described Vancouver to me as a beautiful girl that doesn't have to work on its personality. I thought, oh, harsh. Kind of rings true, though. So I think it's a matrix, you know. I think we have to have many things in place, but we've got so much to offer. We've got some of the best universities in the world in Canada, many of them right here in British Columbia. We have always had extraordinary talent. We have exceptional researchers. We've got really, really amazing tech companies doing very deep and important work. So we've got the factors that are needed. The pieces that have been missing, really, are the investment climate. And we need to continue to build that. And I think that it's a really interesting time. I had someone, I'm not married to this theory yet. It's just a theory I heard, but I float it to the audience for your input and thought. I heard someone say that this is a moment where this might break a bit because engineering costs are coming down. AI, there's a whole different conversation about that. Engineering and AI, what does it mean for us, and so on. But engineering costs are coming down. And so when I was running my company, 90% of my costs were engineering, right? So when you fundraise, you're largely fundraising for engineering costs. So if engineering costs are coming down and you can go to market more easily, does that change the dynamic in terms of fundraising and who has success? I just think that's a very interesting question. Of course, fundraising will always be important. Of course, there's only certain levels of engineering that are being replaced, but it's an interesting question as to the changing dynamics from AI.
Well, there's also, it seems to be a changing dynamic within government as well, and I wonder whether you think it's because folks like yourself with experience in the industry are implementing some of those changes from within. You were she liked to call herself the Jedi Minister before, Jobs and Economic Development and Innovation.
You nailed it.
Which is, I think, the best title.
Yes.
But I wonder how much you think it's a matter of folks like yourself having an influence versus slow government finally coming around to tech and being able to close that loop in terms of being able to make those changes.
Yeah, I do think government is really coming around. And I think also, British Columbia really benefits from a diverse economy. We've got, yes, we have forestry, yes, we have mining, but the tech sector is really a growing slice of what's driving our GDP growth. And government notices that. And so we need to make sure that we're making the right investments to help that continue to grow. So it's partly that the tech sector itself has put itself on the map by doing that really important work. But there's something else really interesting happening in British Columbia, which is that interface between tech development and our natural resources. This space of mining technology. We're one of the leaders in the world now in mining tech. It's fascinating. Not only is the technology built in British Columbia, deployed in British Columbia, sold internationally, triple word score. We're seeing that in some of the firefighting technology, for example. So there are particular areas that British Columbia has some real advantages, and it's been interesting to watch those sectors grow.
Now that you're finance minister, I can imagine you've got a lot of companies that are like, hey, minister, invest in my company. I'm the winner here. We're going to be the next best thing. But government budgets, it's not just our province running a deficit. It's across the country. I imagine a lot of states and other jurisdictions are feeling the same pinch during a wobbly economy. So what is your advice for companies? How can government work for them, or they can take advantage of government in a way that doesn't involve actual cash?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, a couple of things. Everyone's made the decision to be here in this room, so well done you. That's part of it. We, attracted Web Summit here in order to provide this to you, so that's part of it. I would say that we've built out some really helpful organizations, Innovate BC, probably foremost among them, that does a lot of work within the ecosystem in order to build up companies and help them get the training and tools that they need. Things like IP training and Road to Web Summit, and also sort of post-Web Summit, what happens next. We do have the opportunity to help companies scale through NBC. NBC does direct investments to companies, but also invests into VCs that are investing in the ecosystem. So there's a couple of different plays going on there. And probably the direct investment, the SIF fund, is going to be a little bit less for everybody and more to partner big plays that are happening that the federal government is investing in, that BCB wants to be part of, and so brings on additional investment as well. So all those pieces in place.
Very complicated web of supports and everything, but I'm really glad that you were able to explain that to us today. Brenda Bailey, Finance Minister of British Columbia, everybody.
Thanks, Benny.
Thank you.
Q1 of 2026 was the largest quarter for venture investment in many years. This next session explores the sectors that are attracting the most aggressive capital today, from vertical AI agents to massive infrastructure behind the next-gen energy and robotics. Who is winning the fight for quality, and which sure bets from 2025 are losing their luster? So let's find out. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with VC News' Kia Koka-Licheva, founder and CEO of Techstars, David Cohen, and general partner at Uncorrelated, Salil Deshpande.
All right, that was very dramatic. I love it. All right, thank you guys so much for being here. I'm really excited to have this conversation. We're gonna get into where the smart money is going in 2026. And we're gonna be so time efficient. We're gonna demystify everything in 18 minutes for you guys. So let's start by setting the stage. We're in the middle of this huge AI boom right now. Everyone that's doing anything is AI. Where in the cycle are we? Are we somewhere in the middle? Are we coming to the end? Is there a lot more to come?
When you say coming to the end, do you mean like, is it all about to be over?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. Pretty early. I mean, I think the shift that's going on is from, what is it, 1% of the world that's actually using these tools to that's going to be much more mainstream. They're going to understand what it can do for them, the impacts, and we're going to shift from, sort of a chat-based understanding of AI to the actual implementation of intelligence more broadly. So I think we have a long way to go. It's a major shift in innovation. It's the second big one of my life. I'm hoping to see quantum also. It'll be the third big one, but I think it sort of changes everything over a very long arc.
Yeah, I think we're super early. I think society will be transformed dramatically in some good ways, some bad ways. And all of that is ahead in the next 20, 30 years. It doesn't help me figure out how to invest directly. So if that's where you're going, yeah, we can talk about that.
Okay. Part of the theme of our conversation is the fight to quality. What does it actually look like today when you're meeting new startups, you're looking at what they're up to, you're evaluating investments? What does quality look like?
Want to go first on that one?
To me, quality looks like gross margin. I am really, really surprised, and that's why I hesitated a bit on where in the cycle we are. I'm really, really surprised at how many companies in that
middle layer, the AI producing layer, so not the lowest layer of infrastructure and not the highest layer of applications, but in the middle layer, which is the AI producing machinery, how many companies have negative or very low gross margins? So I'm sure you're thinking, when you say flight to quality, you're thinking OpenAI, Anthropic, et cetera. They all have poor gross margins. So at this point, I'm not sure what the flight to quality there is. And you know, most VCs have a software mindset, so we're thinking about the software stack. And I'm not sure exactly where the quality is without going lower and lower. So I do a lot of infrastructure software. There's still some gross margin there. And there's a lot of gross margin at hardware, you know, NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, all of those companies. So as I look for quality, I go lower down in the stack. I don't go higher in the application area because although there are some really interesting opportunities there, AI is getting better so quickly that that top layer might get disrupted by the middle layer.
Fair.
I would say context matters a lot, and that's not just like an AI dad joke. Like it actually, for us, like I'm investing very early stage, right? And so pre-seed, when you talk to me about focusing on quality, right? I'm still investing in lots of founders and lots of places, hundreds of companies a year, and I'm doing it at very early stage, right? And so I can afford to maybe take some more risk on things. And I'm very focused, and I think Techstars overall is very focused now on spaces and verticals that are less attackable by a 15-year-old with a laptop that can come and just copy some software. The software is not the special thing anymore, right? In fact, we're kind of coaching all of our companies, hey, you should be willing to just give away your source code, right? Just publish it. Don't do that with your database. That would be crazy because data is an asset. But someone can see software and copy it. And so, when we're looking for quality, it's now, well, what vertical are you in that maybe wasn't so sexy a few years ago, and now hardware is a thing again that maybe is interesting. Physical connection to the world, AI can't touch that as easily. You're thinking about industries like space, where access and regulation matters, or healthcare, where very proprietary collection of data and the loop around that matters a lot. And so quality is going to depend on the stage you're looking at. And we were chatting backstage, like I think there's an enormous opportunity right now for individual people who understand this technology to go and make plenty of money and do something that is really just a thin wrapper on AI, which investors don't want to touch, but is a huge opportunity for an individual in the next couple of years to go and monetize. So I think the context of where you're investing matters a lot.
So let's dig into defensibility. Where do you guys think right now in this like AI boom, where is that? Where are the moats? What can you actually defend as a startup?
Yeah,
well,
I'll jump in if you want.
Yeah, in the top layer. By the way, when we were chatting backstage, we were saying, "Did you pick this title?" Because I didn't pick this title. It's a little bit of a presumptuous title. But in the application layer, so not infrastructure, not the model layer. My framework is to ask 2 or 3 questions. First one is it forms on top of a database? If it is forms on top of a database, it's not great. Not all is lost, but it's not great. We can come back to that. If it is forms on top of a database, is the well, so if it's not, then I think you're good, because you're probably doing something lower. You're probably not application software. You're probably infrastructure software. But if you are, then the next question is who does the data belong to? It might be your data, but does it belong to you? For example, your driving data in a Tesla belongs to Tesla, not to you. But your data in Salesforce belongs to you, and you could export it. So then on the data part, how much data is there? How hard is it to manage it? Can you Do you need Salesforce? Let's take the example of Salesforce, which is forms on top of a database, but it's a system of record, so it's hard to migrate away from. Why is it hard to migrate away from? The data has a lot of knowledge about the business of sales, about what opportunities mean and what contacts mean and how they can or cannot be related to each other. So that's worth something. So that makes it a little bit hard to take all your data out and have your own database and then have agents work on that data. But it's not that hard. You know, it's a little bit hard and it's extremely inconvenient, but it's not that hard. There are other types of data and schemas that are much, much harder. And there are other data that's more valuable and more voluminous. So I think that's probably the key. You ask that progression of questions, and if some of those are green check marks, then maybe there's something there. Otherwise, it's under attack by AI.
Yeah, that kid with the laptop, right? Again, hard to attack. Something that has a physical connection to the world. Something that requires you to be in a particular place and touch and engage with something. Something that creates a proprietary data loop, right? There aren't a whole lot of areas that are defensible, and that's the challenge. I think humans in the loop is a misunderstood one. It doesn't mean just throw people in there for no reason. It means if you've got a collection of people that are really important to a process, and you then enable that as a service, that's going to provide value for people. If you've just got software, it's probably going to be easy to compete with. And so I think what you're trying to do is configure that in a way that is no longer this sort of pay-per-seat model, right? I think that's kind of like a suicide pact for a startup to go with a pay-per-seat model in the future. It's going to be pay for performance, pay for success, pay for utility. Yeah. We're so used to this environment where we're creating software to distract us and take our time, and now we're shifting into a new mode, which is to create software that you don't even have to see, that you don't even have to engage with, that can save you time. And that's a better mode to be in, I think, and so I'm excited about it. But yeah, defensibility is going to require some of those assets, like clearing those regulatory hurdles, being in difficult, hard tech, space, defense, things like that. And having some sort of data asset that you're building that you can really prove, instead of just saying, yeah, I have a data asset, which is what we see a lot in pitches. Show me what that data asset is. Show me how it's compounding over time.
How do you guys feel about the idea that, those specialized models, for legal work or medical or anything like that, do you think that's defensible or not really?
I worry because you see every 6 months, the sort of core technology is getting so much better and destroying entire swaths of startups. Again, I think if it's doing something as a utility, as a service that you can't get, I think there's value there. I think, the LLM race is being fought with an awful lot of money, right? I mean, that's where the money is pooling, and it's being fought in really one place. That's very strong at that. And I think that's going to be hard for people to compete with. Rather than building the next LLM, I think it's how do you build the service around that actually provides value to people and charge for it that way. So what does that look like? I think it looks like an agent that you never see that consumes that capability to get something done for you that you used to have to do. It's the actual application. I feel like that's the mode we're moving into. Is we've poured a lot into creating this incredible technology and this intelligence. That will continue to get better, driven largely by a few. And then I think entrepreneurship now becomes about how do we use that new capability of intelligence to deliver actual value downstream. And that's happening everywhere all over the world. It's going to be happening for probably the next couple of decades at least.
Salil?
Yeah, I think he covered it well. I think the lower you go, the easier it is to rationalize opportunities as a business, because AI is going to be a very good customer of infrastructure for the next 20, 30 years. So anything AI needs, so that's racks and machines and chips and power and cooling, like all of that feels like it's going to be good. I'm still trying to figure out how durable various aspects of that are. I mean, is that going to last forever? How long can that AI producing machinery remain at low or negative gross margins, and why is that happening? Normally when something has low gross margin, like a carrot slicer on Amazon, there's a reason for that. It's not because it's a bad product. It's because it's not differentiated enough. It's not unique enough. It's replaceable, and AI is behaving like that now. OpenAI, Claude, whatever, DeepSeek, open source models are 6 months behind. Surely that can't be a permanent state of things. Something has to change. So I'm waiting for that change. But meanwhile, anything that AI needs is a good business.
I was wondering where you're going to go with that carrot slicer thing. That was good. Yeah, I wasn't sure for a second.
You like carrots?
You actually mentioned when we chatted last week that you've had to move away from a lot of software because it's under attack from the LLM giants, and you're getting into a lot more hardware. Tell us about that journey for you as an investor.
Well, I feel like I'm forced to do it a little bit. I used to be, so I got a bachelor's and master's in electrical engineering, and then I never did hardware after that. I became a software engineer and then a software investor. So it's been strange that I'm having to dust off some electrical engineering and hardware knowledge to at least try to sanity check some ideas. It's been fun, so that's been, it's been rewarding. I've made half a dozen hardware investments now. I have a company that makes a chip that lets devices communicate through your skin at 2 to 4 times the rate of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and 1/10 the power, and a few others. So they have long gestation periods. A couple of satellite companies, space capsule company. So it feels very different than investing in software. All the signals are different. All the KPIs are different. So it's been it's been some work to think that way, but I'm doing it for now.
Have you had to change your kind of mental model of these companies' trajectory, their capital needs, all of that stuff, which, hardware, it takes a little bit more than a 15-year-old with a laptop?
Completely, yeah. I think it feels like you need to have a little more flexibility. Well, let me compare it to something. So SaaS investors got very spoiled because SaaS businesses throw off all sorts of wonderful metrics. ARR, growth, expansion, churn, GRR, NRR, et cetera. And with a dozen or so metrics, you can evaluate a business pretty quickly because customers are constantly expressing their wishes and opinions on whether the software is good. So you can use that customer behavior as a proxy for the value prop. Is the product getting better or worse, and lots of things. And that's what I'm going to miss. You can't do that with a lot of other companies. And so you really have to, every month after reading the investor update or a board meeting, you really have to think through, okay, how are we really doing? What do we actually know? But I guess that's why we get paid.
I hear you. For our last few minutes, I want to talk about where smart money should not be going into. What category would you guys say right now is way overexposed? Just run away from that as an investor. Don't do it. Don't write the check.
Well, again, I think the context matters. Who are you and where are you investing in the spectrum? Because again, there's a lot of opportunities. Most investors say, well, the thin wrapper, around AI that just solves a particular problem, like, those all get wiped out, and we're seeing a lot of that. But again, if the context is you're an individual who understands this technology and wants to go into the dry cleaners, around your city and automate them, like, you can probably do pretty well investing in that. For venture capital, I think that's going to be less scalable. That's not going to create $1 billion, outcome. So I think the shift that's going on, the analogy that is sort of left over from the last question that you asked, is when I think about when the internet came along and I was investing in that context and experiencing it, from zero to what it is today, it was so much about like, let's focus on the infrastructure, the picks and shovels. That's what everybody was talking about. I think there's a similar moment now where if it's trivial application, it's not that interesting to invest in. If it's infrastructure, energy, you mentioned, I have a company called Level 10 Energy, right? That's used to be just software, but now it's a service that lets people, contract for energy procurement much more efficiently. So I see lots of software turning into service. So just software is how I would describe it, is what you need to be running from as an investor. Just software that doesn't sell an outcome, it just sells a seat, right? Or just a layer wrapped around regurgitating something that a model is doing for a particular purpose. Again, individual entrepreneur can do really well with that for the next few years, but as a 20-year arc, less interesting today, I think.
So I've got multiple answers. In the top layer, I think there are going to be applications that are going to be mega successful, just like after the .com era, there was Netflix, Amazon, and many other applications that relied on the fact that other companies had built out the network. And I think that will happen. I just don't know which ones those are going to be, and I don't know how to invest there. And I think part of the problem is that the middle layer is getting getting better very fast. And so you can't really predict what mega applications are going to exist. But maybe once the middle layer slows down, you'll be able to predict it better. Then where not to put good money is forms on top of a database, as I said earlier, and data that can be easily moved out of a system of record. So something that is not a strong enough system of record. That was a question, right? Where not to invest?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the middle layer, for me, is difficult to invest because of the reason I said earlier. I'm trying to figure out when gross margin improves. And lots of games get played there because when you train a new model, that's a huge cost. So you could think of it as CapEx, and you could say, well, that was a one-time thing, our gross margin's pretty good. But if you're going to have to keep training models, then it's not really a one-time thing. So in the meantime, the infrastructure layer is beautiful because AI is a very big budgeted customer with urgency, with price insensitivity. AI needs a lot of things, so let's make those things.
So last question, super fast. I need one-word answers from you guys. If you could only invest in one category or one vertical for the next 5 years, what would it be?
Easy, healthcare.
Okay.
We're going to live forever, you guys. Not forever, but for a long time.
Well, I don't quite know how to do this, but power and energy.
Fair enough. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you guys for being here with us.
Thank you.
Late last year, this next company closed a record-setting $1 billion acquisition. But CEO and founder Jack Newton didn't slow down. He raised the bar. That mindset is still too rare in Canada, especially as AI reshapes every industry. Build Canada is working to change that by building the policy, narrative, and community to support more ambitious companies. This session will explore what it really takes to build and scale a global company from Canada and treat every win as a starting point, not a finish line. Please welcome to the stage CEO and founder of Clio, Jack Newton, in conversation with CEO and founder of Build Canada, Lucy Hargreaves.
Wow. Hello, Vancouver. So great to be here. Great to have you here, Jack.
Yeah, excited to be here.
And I'm excited to talk about the 18-year success story, overnight success story of Clio.
Me too.
And ambition, which is a word that I think about a lot these days, and something that we need a lot more of in Canada, I think, and we'll get into that in our conversation. Let's first begin, though, by talking about the billion-dollar moment and the mindset around that. Clio made a billion-dollar acquisition of VLEX in October, which was the largest merger and acquisition transaction in legal tech history, which is incredible, and I think we should celebrate you for that. I'm curious, though, I mean, that's such a big milestone. How do you compound the momentum after such a big win like that?
Well, we looked at the acquisition of VLEX as really almost a refounding of the company, in the sense that we saw really an existential moment for Clio in transforming from a traditional SaaS company, a system of record company, into an AI-first company that could evolve into a system of action. And we saw in VLEX a really transformative opportunity to bring an enormous amount of legal content, over 1 billion documents from 110 jurisdictions around the world, as well as a very powerful AI platform called Vincent, and couple that with the platform we'd built over the last 18 years. So for Clio, we really saw this as the start of our next chapter, and the response in the marketplace to what we've done in terms of bringing together the business of law and practice of law and bringing that into one platform has been really, really extraordinarily positive. And it's helped us reshape how we think about our opportunity. Really, what we've done is expanded our TAM from a $40 billion software and payments TAM into the $1 trillion legal services TAM. And so keeping up our momentum, I think, is actually going to be really straightforward, because we've drastically expanded our market opportunity and our TAM, and have, in my view, the best set of tools out of any company in the world to go chase after that $1 trillion TAM, with this combination of very powerful software in the form of Clio's operating system that we've built on the business of law side, coupled with the assets that came to us through the VLEX acquisition on the practice of law side. And again, we can combine the business of law and practice of law into one platform powered by AI and chase after this massive opportunity. And we're actually seeing accelerating revenue growth. Today we actually had a really exciting milestone to share with the world, which was we passed 500 million of ARR USD, and we're experiencing accelerating revenue growth thanks to, again, this market response to the value proposition we're able to bring together with VLEX and Clio.
Yeah, 500 million ARR USD is amazing. So
thank you.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
It's huge. What does the next 18 months look like in terms of your roadmap? Like, where are you going? This is like, you obviously have had a couple of pivotal moments in the last 6 months, but like looking forward to the next 18 months, what does that look like for Clio?
So we're defining what we describe as a new category of software. We talk about building the intelligent legal work platform. And again, I think the next 18 months is continuing to execute on this hugely ambitious vision of how we can build the world's first intelligent legal work platform, and how we can tap into this previously unaddressed market in the legal space. Law firms are adopting technology faster than they ever have. We're seeing the AI adoption cycle
is actually literally 10 times faster than the adoption cycle we saw with the cloud. We've experienced in 18 months what took 18 years to accomplish in the cloud, just in terms of the adoption level of AI. So it's hugely exciting to see the hunger that the legal market has for these tools and capabilities. And ultimately, I really see, again, the opportunity is not just tapping into this $1 trillion of legal spend that happens around the world every year, but to actually dramatically expand that TAM as well. When you look at how underserved most people are in terms of being able to get good legal outcomes, there's a crisis that needs to be addressed. The World Justice Project cites the fact that 77% of legal issues are not resolved by lawyers. So that means that 77% of the legal demand in the world is not currently addressed by lawyers. It just falls to the wayside.
77%?
77%.
Wow.
So that $1 trillion of legal spend is just on the 23% of legal services that are served by lawyers today. And so that implies this latent legal market, the 77% of unmet demand, is a multi-trillion-dollar market opportunity for lawyers that figure out how to innovate and how to evolve how they're delivering legal services. And AI will be a fundamental part of that transformation, and making Clio the foundation for that AI transformation is exactly the roadmap we'll be executing on for the next 18 months.
And so when you say Clio is becoming an AI company, like, can you walk us through sort of what actually changed first? Like, is it product? Is it internal operations? Is it, like, what does that actually look like in terms of the mechanics?
It's all the above. And I really think I use the word refounding deliberately, in the sense that you need to remake not just your product and not just the value proposition you're delivering to customers, but you need to reimagine the way your organizational structure works. And I think what is key about this moment in AI is winning in this era isn't just about coming up with the next great AI product idea, but it's actually reshaping your organization so that you can chase after that idea with the highest rate of speed of the competitive set that's out there. And when you look at how dramatically the pace of these organizations have evolved, the way AI-first organizations are executing, they're pulling apart from the pack, not by 10 or 20% increase in speed, but by, again, literally an order of magnitude or greater. So every company that has existed for more than a few years, I think, needs to be thinking about how do we rewire ourselves from the ground up to operate with that kind of speed and that kind of cadence. The other, I think, really key reframing that every software as a service company needs to be thinking through is how do you invert the traditional value proposition and think not about software as a service, but service as software. And for me, one of the more seminal pieces on this was published by Sarah Tavel from Benchmark, and she talked about the concept of selling work, not software. And really, I think increasingly what we as software companies are selling is outcomes, and we're actually selling work product. And in the new product that we launched following the VLEX acquisition was what has become our most successful product launch to date, which is a product called Clio Work. And with Clio Work, you can actually produce concrete legal product. You can input contracts, you can input agreements, and you can ask it to draft all sorts of, whether it's an NDA or draft a new agreement, a purchase agreement for a software purchase transaction. It can help you draft all sorts of agreements, and it benefits from having the context of what's going on with your matters and what's going on in your business. So for me, this pivot to really thinking about selling outcomes, selling work, and reframing the value proposition of your entire software platform to, again, be a system of action that can deliver on that work product outcome, rather than a system of record that just stores the work that human beings are doing, is really a fundamental shift in perspective. But if you can deliver on that shift in value prop, the market is so hungry and so ready for those kind of products.
Let's pivot, because we don't have a ton of time here, and I really want to talk about ambition and get your views on ambition in Canada, and particularly in the Canadian context. You've hit 500 million ARR. You are making billion-dollar acquisitions. Like, I think you've quite successfully proven that you can build and scale a significant company in Canada. But why is that ambition instinct in our country so rare? Why are you the outlier here? Why are there not more Jacks and more Cleos in Canada?
I think we are wired to be more conservative. I think you see that all the time in Canada. I even see that selling to Canadian consumers, trying to sell Canadian lawyers. They're more conservative than their US counterparts. And I think we tend to just aim a little bit lower. We view a $10 million acquisition as a big success, rather than thinking about how do we build enduring generational companies that generate not $10 or $100 million outcomes, but billion-dollar outcomes. I think we need a culture where we celebrate entrepreneurship more. We need to celebrate builders, and that's why I love what you're doing at Build Canada so much. I think it's all about mindset. And even at Clio, although we've turned into this incredible 500 million plus ARR company that's worth many billions of dollars, our ambition with Clio initially, when Ryan and I founded the company, was pretty modest. We started out building a lifestyle company, and we thought it would be great if Clio employed a few people. And we didn't ever envisage, in our wildest dreams, that Clio would turn into this kind of company. But it was actually an early investor, and an investor that was actually based in Germany, a guy named Christoph Jans, that really helped us evolve our thinking from building more of a lifestyle business to a company that took on venture capital and really swung for the fences. And what he told us that really helped kind of evolve and change our perspective was, look, you might be able to build this cute lifestyle business out of Vancouver, but if this is an attractive market in any way, there will be a venture-backed company that eventually comes into your space and will eat your lunch, or maybe acquire you and pick you up for $5 or $10 million. Yeah. But why don't you guys take on some VC and become that venture-backed winner in the space and swing for the fences and see what happens? And that does become a bit more of a 0 or 1 proposition.
Yeah.
And
were you scared, taking
I
that
was
on?
scared, but this was really, I would say, this was the crucible moment where Ryan and I said, yeah, let's take a shot at being this winner and aggressively going after the market, which felt bizarrely un-Canadian in some way. It was more ambitious and higher risk because, again, the odds of failing became dramatically higher, but then the asymmetry that exists and the kind of positive outcome that exists also became dramatically higher. And thankfully, we've navigated a very narrow path that few companies manage to in becoming this great success. But I think we just need more risk-taking and more of that ambition.
Yeah, I mean, we do a terrible job, from my perspective, in this country at celebrating entrepreneurs. If you look at any kind of mainstream media outlet, you're not seeing Clio typically, or stories like that. You're not seeing founder stories or entrepreneur stories, but people who have built and scaled companies. And you're certainly not seeing entrepreneurship and risk-taking taught or celebrated in elementary school, high school, and so it's just not really part of our culture. And I think there's a lot that could be done to change that.
And I think when you look at frankly, the crisis we're experiencing in Canada with declining productivity and declining happiness, declining standard of living, we need more entrepreneurs, we need more builders, and I think we want the next generation, we want our kids to be excited about the idea of becoming entrepreneurs. And I think from the earliest stages of our education system all the way to having conferences like this in Vancouver are an important part of encouraging people along that journey.
Yeah, at Build Canada, I always say decline is a choice.
Absolutely.
And so if we are living in a society that is in decline, it's because we've made choices that have led us down that path. But the great thing about that as high agency people is that we can always make different choices. And that's a lot about what we talk about at Build Canada with our different ideas for growing the economy, is that we can get our country back on track by making different choices.
We have the ability to be the most prosperous nation on the planet if we make the right kind of choices and encourage the right kind of behavior and encourage the next generation of entrepreneurs. And I think if we do a good job of that, we could have many Clios, many Shopifys building Canada and building our economy.
Absolutely. If you had to place a bet, one bet, for the next 3 years, where would you place that bet?
Well, I might say we've placed that bet in the $1 billion acquisition we made, but really the bet we've made, I think is, maybe a bet that seemed a bit riskier a year ago, but I think is becoming increasingly obvious by the day, but that is that AI will fundamentally transform how legal work gets done in a really profound way. And I think what we've seen, again, dramatically just in the last 6 months, but this has been playing out for a couple of years, is in the coding space, in the engineering space. We've seen such a rapid adoption of AI tools, and we've seen so many companies starting to talk about the fact that their engineers don't write code anymore. Their engineers are orchestrating swarms of agents and supervising the works those agents are doing. And I think the industry that is just behind software development in that transformation is legal. And when you look at what LLMs are strongest at today, they're strongest at text-based inputs and outputs, and they're strongest when there's a large corpus of information to train off of in generating those outputs. And obviously, engineering has that in spades. They've got very structured text code as inputs and outputs, and they've got petabytes of source code that's been written over the last number of decades that LLMs can train off of. And legal is more or less exactly the same scenario, except that instead of code, there's structured language and contracts and agreements and other kinds of legal documents. There's the billion document corpus of legal data that we acquired through VLEX, the actual primary case law, statutes, regulations, and secondary materials that the AI can be trained on. So our bet is a really straightforward one, which is AI will transform legal work in a very profound way and transform the legal economy in a really profound way, and that Clio can be at the heart of that transformation.
I love that. If you had advice that you could give to like a young founder, entrepreneur thinking of starting a business today in Canada, what would you advise them?
Number one, do it. Take the risk, take the leap. And you mentioned a young founder. I think what you don't appreciate when you're young is how cheap that risk is, in the sense that if you try something and it doesn't work, you can go get that 9-to-5 job, you can go get that safe job, you can go try another startup idea. And it's as you get further and further along in life, you have a spouse, you have kids, you have a mortgage, and you have all these other things that kind of create drag coefficient. Taking that risk
a lot more friction
is a lot harder, a lot more friction. So, my advice is just, when you've got the opportunity, when you're in a phase of life, and maybe depending on your situation, that's later in life or that's earlier in life, tends to be earlier in life, but take that risk. The safe path is always there for you, but take advantage of that phase of life where you can take big risks and potentially reap big rewards if you get lucky and get good.
I think that's a great place to end it. Take big risks, be ambitious.
Yes.
Aim high. Thank you, Jack.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Up next, there's been a lot of talk around digital sovereignty this year, and it's no longer just about where data lives. It is about who controls the AI systems powering the national economy. Our next speakers are here to outline their vision for the newly launched Canadian Sovereign AI Alliance, the importance of connectivity and compute for national resilience, and how strengthening domestic supply chains and keeping our talent in Canada can help us to lead globally. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with CBC News' Kyle Bax, CEO of BCE Bell Canada, Mirko Bibic, and Executive Chairman of Coveo, Louis Tetu.
Thank you, everyone. You're in the right place for the best panel of the day. So let's begin. Mirko, why don't you share your vision for this new Canadian Sovereign AI Alliance?
Oh, with pleasure. It's nice to be back here this year again. The Sovereign AI Alliance that we put together, Louis' company, Coveo, is part of it, so is Bell. It's a group of Canadian technology companies, some larger, some less large, but all have the same mindset, which is that we want Canada to really seize the AI moment. And that's our ambition together. And what essentially that means, to be a little bit practical about that, is we want to make sure that as Canada leans into AI, that we do it in a way that our sovereignty is protected. And when I talk about sovereignty, or when I mention sovereignty, national security, productivity, who controls our infrastructure, who controls our technology. That's what kind of we mean by sovereignty. And at the same time, so we want to lean into AI in a sovereign way, and at the same time enable AI so that it creates economic growth in Canada, because as the last panel mentioned, productivity and GDP growth is an issue in Canada. This is our moment to make sure that we turn that around.
Yeah, what's your vision for it?
Well, we work together, so vision is very similar, but I think first of all, the definition of sovereignty, as we go around the country, people have various views about sovereignty. I'll start with a simplistic one, using Canadian technology or by Canadian. That's not sovereign. The very definition of sovereignty is we become immune to geopolitics, essentially. Nobody can turn off Canada. And nobody can compel or force any company, any government, any institution to hand over their data, except perhaps for a Canadian court of law. So when you think about that in those terms, it has a lot of ramifications from an infrastructure perspective. I always say this is a railroad moment for Canada. We need to build the infrastructure that enables us to do that. It starts with the networks and the 5G and the fiber and the satellites. It has to do with the AI compute. It's not just about building a data center that physically resides in Canada. It's who has the switch, who controls and governs it. And then it has to climb all the way to the stack, the cloud services, the identity and trust. When you pull out your iPhone, who processes your face recognition, and so on. So it has to do with the entire stack that allows us to essentially make sure that we are immune to geopolitics, to anybody else trying to turn us off. And it's a national interest imperative for sure.
And Louis, how would you judge success?
How are
you going to judge success of this alliance?
Well, I think Mirko pointed to productivity and sovereignty. Those are two intertwined topics. So we need to seize the moment of AI to regain control of productivity in Canada. We know we don't stand well in the OECD in terms of productivity. And so AI is a moment that we shouldn't miss, and we can expand on that. And we need to do that in a sovereign way. So those are two topics that are intertwined. Personally, and we set a goal within the Canadian AI Alliance to see to see in the range of 100,000 companies adopting AI by the end of this decade, in depth in Canada to gain productivity. So that means making AI and infrastructure available, making it on tap, making it easy for companies to leverage their data and leverage AI models from technologies from all over the world, not just Canadian companies, but always ran in a sovereign way.
Yeah, so that's, I share that vision. So that's kind of the positive ambition, which forward-looking positive ambition, get at least 100,000 Canadian companies using AI so that we can adopt it at scale and create that economic growth. So that's the positive forward-looking vision. I can kind of take a step back and kind of the defensive answer of, the defensive perspective on success is not repeating the mistakes Canada made with the advent of the internet and the app economy. So if you think about all the economic growth that was created over the last 25 years with the internet and then the app economy, all the economic rents, frankly, the vast majority of the economic rents flowed largely south. We're talking about hyperscalers and large platforms. If you think about all the creativity over that period of time in Canada, there has been a brain drain. We keep talking about the brain drain. IP's been exported out of Canada and commercialized elsewhere. And the underlying infrastructure that lets all of this work, talking about core networks, frankly, I don't want to exaggerate too much, but you can say that in large part have been commoditized, where those rails, that infrastructure that allows the internet and the app economy to work have been utilized by others for them to get super normal rents. You can look at it that way. I'm being deliberately provocative, but what's clear is AI is in its formative stages now. We're not all locked into particular platforms just yet. So I think it is the moment now to not repeat those mistakes of the past. And we go back to the first answer, the Alliance wants to create something unique and special that's Canadian that we can adopt in Canada by 100,000 plus enterprises. And I should mention, Louis talked about the full stack. So AI infrastructure, Bell can provide that through Bell AI Fabric. And then you've got, as part of the Alliance, you go up the stack, Cohere with the large language model. We have Coveo with data relevancy, ThinkCon on the cloud services, Celestica with kind of the electronics engineering, Hypertech with the specialized AI servers. I mean, these are all the companies that are part of our alliance. So we're able to offer a full Canadian tech stack, so we can have something that's made in Canada, built and made in Canada for Canadians in a sovereign way.
But even with sovereign AI, you need a company to build it, a data center. You need someone to operate it. You've got software, hardware, the chips. So for sovereign AI, let's say here in Canada, how much of that has to be Canadian then for it to be sovereign?
It's like Louis said a little bit earlier. So here's how from a policy perspective, but I think also from a practical perspective, how I would look at sovereignty is who controls the compute. We don't have to manufacture the GPUs, design and manufacture them in Canada for the GPUs to be sovereign. It's who controls those GPUs, number one. Who controls the actions that those GPUs take. Who controls the data, in other words, where is the data stored, and who has governance, who governs that data, and who has control, authority over the movement. So does the data transit entirely within Canada, or does it leave Canada? So who controls the compute, the action, the data, the movement, and the governance? You don't have to manufacture, build, design all of that in Canada, but is every step of that chain controlled in Canada by Canadians, subject to Canadian law?
I think the governance part, again, think of it this way. Think of it as two parts, building on what Coveo just mentioned. The sovereignty part is about governance, is about having it 100% in our control. And I think we've expanded on that. The productivity part, building on the sovereign infrastructure, needs to leverage the best technologies. Canada deserves the best technologies, and we won't achieve quantum leap in productivity unless we are capable of adopting the best technologies. We are, Coveo, a Canadian-based company, but 95% plus of our revenue comes from all over the world. We're about 800 employees here in Canada, but our AI platforms are used mostly outside of Canada. We wouldn't want, I'm leaving the selfish part aside, we wouldn't want to be put to use in Canada unless we had the best technology. But our technology is used by NVIDIA, it's used by HP, it's used by Pfizer, it's used by scores of 1,000 large corporations in the world. So because we can bring a lot of productivity to the country, it's obviously very good that we're Canadian, and so we can govern. But fundamentally, the first task at hand is to build a sovereign infrastructure that we govern, and then leverage that to ideally put Canadian technologies, but the best technologies from all over the world ran in a sovereign way. If I take a large language model that's an open source model and I run it on a sovereign infrastructure, I'm sorry, but it will be sovereign. And it will be controlled. It achieves the goal of sovereignty. And so, bringing in the mix, the best technologies in the world is not at all at odds with the idea of being sovereign. And sometimes that's what people don't quite understand. They mix by Canada or physically in Canada with the goal of sovereignty. And I think this is, as I said before, it's national interest. It's really, really important.
Let's talk about the federal regulations. So there are some regulations in place, but the federal government has talked about unveiling this AI strategy, which could come at any time now. What are you specifically looking for, Mirko, when it comes to what might be unveiled or what's to come?
Well, I'm quite encouraged by kind of the emphasis that the federal government in Ottawa has placed around AI and technology as an economic enabler. So I'll start with that. It's quite encouraging. There have been some recent announcements which I think are the first steps of building momentum, which I also think is quite encouraging. In terms of a fully fledged AI strategy, what I'd look for is to see if, first of all, the ambition is there. And I would define ambition again, going back to my first answer. I mean, do we have a strategy that's going to lean into AI to create economic activity and prosperity in a sovereign way? And then that's not enough, right? You just then, what will be the work plan? What will be the milestones? What will be the key performance indicators? How will we measure ourselves, rather than having kind of a strategy that has a lot of motherhood statements, and then, like many other things, sits on a shelf somewhere to collect dust. That's what I look for: ambition, an actual roadmap with deliverables, and measurement of outcomes and tracking progress. But again, leaning into AI with Canadian technology companies to create something special in the country. So
not so much regulations to clamp down on the industry, but if anything to kind of.
Well, I think you need scaffolding. So for sure, as part of that, I would expect that there would be some scaffolding around it. What are the guardrails that kind of protect against things going awry, while at the same time not getting in the way of encouraging innovation and investment. Because too often policy, regulation, legislation can actually clamp down and suppress investment, and investment spurs innovation. So I'd also be looking for that. Like we kind of thread the needle on putting forth the right scaffolding without being too heavy.
I would say I'm looking for an industrial policy. I think in line with the goal, ultimately the objective. Sovereignty is defensive. It's a governance issue. It's a governance challenge. Productivity is really what's at stake here. We need to adopt AI, and if we don't, we're going to be into serious trouble. And the reason is very simple. AI empowered workforces are can handle 30% more complexity 90% faster. And that's just a fact. And we see it all the time, and we quantify that, and it's tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of benefits every time. And so we really need to embrace that. So the reason I'm saying is we need an industrial policy is back to what Mirko said at the beginning. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. And I'm going to sound perhaps a little provocative here, but Canada is in love, or has been up till now, and still is, and should be in love with science and research. Monetization, industrialization, we leave that to others. We've exported our talent. We've exported, as Mirko said, the value out of our talent. In many instances, we've paid for it. We've actually invited companies. We paid foreign companies to come and establish cost centers here and so on. Now we have a shortage. Arguably, Canada, that was a stat last year, trained 10% of the AI experts in the world. We have some of the best universities, some of the best institutions. Someone mentioned this morning that Waterloo graduates more engineers than Stanford. And so the question is, the yield. Who gets the benefits of that? So what I'm expecting from Canada right now is a policy, and we had some very good, back to my railroad moment analogy, the track is in the right direction. We had some very good announcements in the immigration area. Hey, the H-1Bs in the US, US doesn't want you. We want you in Canada. We'll give you, I'm from Quebec, so we'll give you a Canada Goose. We'll give you a 3-year tax break. We want you to come over. We need those research scientists and et cetera. We need to re-import talent. We need to keep IP. We need to leverage on that, build on that. But we also need to industrialize, and I'll finish on that. And industrialization of technology means we don't do one of little, deep science projects. We create infrastructures that allow 100,000 companies to tap in, this infrastructure, to connect to their data quickly, fire up, engines. This is software that is this is what we call industrialization.
We've been on stage for 15 minutes. This is the most important answer, actually. It is creating the building blocks that will enable adoption at scale.
That's right.
That's the most important.
You have to make it easy for every Canadian institution, every Canadian company to tap into the data and fire up AI. AI does not intrinsically understand, data, secure data, and you don't want to. You wouldn't want your medical record to be, sucked in OpenAI, right? I don't think so. I'm just giving an example, an image. And so fundamentally, you need to create the whole stack. It's not just about the data center and the energy and the talent. It's the whole stack. It's the energy, it's the networks, it's the data center, it's the compute, it's the cloud services, it's the connectivity, it's the apps, it's the services. System integrators have a role to play, and ultimately it's about keep our talent and import talent. And that it requires the whole value chain. We need to think about it that way. And again, this is our railroad project.
And if the government strategy only focuses on one or two elements of that value chain, then it won't be industrial policy.
Then it's not a chain.
It'll be a science project.
That's right.
And take some risks too, to try to be aggressive with this.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Take some risks, invest, and seize that opportunity to leapfrog, in fact, because we need to leapfrog. Again, look at the OECD numbers, productivity numbers. They're great. They're not great. We're not the greatest. And then we can be.
If I may, if we go back to the very first question that you asked, what's the purpose or what's our vision for the Sovereign AI Alliance? Really the question I ask back is the like-minded companies that I mentioned, the vision is who do we want to be at the center of Canada's AI moment? I mean, that's really kind of the anchor point for all the companies who form part of the alliance. We want Canadian companies to be at the center of Canada's AI moment for the country.
Please, everyone, round of applause for our two guests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
as tensions escalate into open conflict and the prospect of the US sending ground troops to Iran grows, we must ask a deeper question. What happens when global power meets its limits? In this conversation, we examine the strategic, political, and moral consequences of a prolonged confrontation with Iran. Could this become a defining moment in the transformation of the global order and the US, or the end of US hegemony? Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Dropsite's Ryan Grimm, Editor-in-Chief of the Chris Hedges Report, Chris Hedges, and the Robert and Renee Belfer Professor of International Affairs at the Harvard Kennedy School, Stephen Walt.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm Ryan Grimm with Dropsite News. Thrilled to be on the stage with these two gentlemen. I wanted to start with Professor Walt, who has for many years been making the argument that it is in the US's own national interest for it to have a much diminished footprint in the Middle East. It now appears that you're going to get exactly what you've been calling for. Nobody expected, however, that it would be not at a time of our choosing, and that we would be kind of driven out by the force of an adversary's arms. Now, we still have significant assets currently in the region, but our bases are all smoldering and the direction is clear. So the question I'm curious about is, on the other side of this, do you see a more stable world or a less stable world?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't assume that the American military footprint in the region is going to diminish anytime soon. Let's hope it does, because we want the war to come to an end. But there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. And there's some risk that we double down and it turns into an even bigger mess. But I think it would ultimately lead to a more stable world. First of all, the United States has not been a stabilizing force in the Middle East for the past 30 or 40 years, when you think about it. I mean, we destabilized the region when we invaded Iraq in 2003. We have backed military operations in other parts of the Middle East that have also destabilized those regions. So attempting to transform the region to try and remake it in our image has not worked and hasn't made the region any more stable. It's what got us groups like ISIS, it's what got us Al-Qaeda, if you think about it, going back further. So a reduced American footprint would, I think, lead to a more stable region. And that would be an American Middle East policy where instead of having special relationships with one or two countries and no relationship at all with some other countries, we have normal relations with all of them, where we support those countries that we think are acting consistent with our interested values, and we distance ourselves when they're not. And that's closer. It's not identical, but it's closer to the policy that the United States followed in earlier periods in its history. Wasn't perfect, but it left the region in better shape than we have in the last 20 or 30 years.
But just to follow up quickly on that, and then I want to bring in Chris, what's the knock-on effect on the rest of the world then?
The knock-on effect, I think, is quite substantial of the current situation now, because the effect of the war in Iran, of course, is even more egregious or even more harmful to many other countries around the world who are facing much higher energy prices, because they depend on that oil more than the United States does, are facing much higher food prices because fertilizer isn't getting out the Persian Gulf. And what I think this is really doing is raising real doubts about American judgment and competence. If you're an American ally in Asia, in Europe, in other parts of the Middle East, you really have to wonder about the quality of American decision-making that we could make such a catastrophic blunder, sort of acting out of our back pocket, as you will.
Right, and Chris, and by Chris Hedges, they mentioned the Chris Hedges report. Everyone should also, if you haven't watched his YouTube page, it's terrific. You covered the Iraq War. You've been covering War and Peace, for much of your career, maybe your entire career. And so I'm curious, after having missed it so badly when it came to Iraq, how did the United States miss it so badly again? Many of the same people, but what is it about our system that fails to learn lessons?
it's ideologically driven. So all of the Heritage Foundation, all of these think tanks are funded by the war industry, and that's how you resurrect the same people. Elliot Abrams. I was overseas for 20 years as a reporter. I dealt with Elliot Abrams during the war in El Salvador, and Robert Kagan, who was his deputy. And they never go away, even though they're wrong about everything, because they're shills for the people who make money from war. They don't know anything. I think it's also coupled with the degradation of the diplomatic service. Empires need competent and skilled diplomats, not only to read your adversary, but even read your friends. And even my time overseas, I watched embassies just get turned over to military attaches in the CIA. And that means that you can't actually, take the case of the war in Iraq, it's driven by Cheney and Wolfowitz and Pearl, who impose their own ideology. The idea that Ba'athist would greet us as liberators, that democracy would be implanted in Baghdad and emanate outwards across the Middle East, the idea that the oil revenues in Iraq would pay for the reconstruction. This was a non-reality-based belief system, no different from the non-reality-based belief system of the Trump administration that thought it was all going to be over in 3 days and they would kill the supreme leader, and everybody, of course, fed to him by the Israelis, by Netanyahu, would come out into the streets, and you don't have to worry about the Strait of Hormuz because the government would be pro-Western. This is just Alice in Wonderland garbage. And as John pointed out, there were people in the military, our own intel, who tried to caution, but we live in a system where checks and balances, the right of Congress under the Constitution to declare what's all been jettisoned for the whims and bizarre intuitions of Donald Trump. And we're in big, big, big trouble now because Iran has all the leverage and will take a lot of pain. And let's not forget, as John mentioned, that twice in the last year they've been attacked, unprovoked attack, this is a war crime, in the midst of negotiations, once in Geneva. And so this is an existential battle for Iran. And they have the ability, you already have in India, the Philippines, Japan has twice now had to go into its strategic reserve. There are countries, our allies, who are paying tremendous prices. Here, we're a little, in the United States anyway, we're a little cushioned, but diesel is way up, fertilizer, the knock-on effect, and I think just to close, that the longer this continues, the more it actually disrupts the supply chain. The more it breaks down. You can't get helium, you can't make microchips, and that breaking down that supply chain is it's going to be very costly and time-consuming to resurrect. So Iran has the potential to really drive us. We're already probably in a recession, but to really, if the Trump administration is obstinate, drive us towards a really frightening global depression.
And so, Professor Walt, this war is currently a coalition of the United States and Israel, and kind of a two-part question. The first part is a counterfactual. So in mid to early February, as the New York Times has since reported, Netanyahu, as Chris mentioned, came to Washington, D.C., went to the Situation Room, gave a 90-minute presentation for why the United States should join Israel in attacking Iran, and as a day or two later, Trump said, I'm in, we're going to do this. Marco Rubio later said that the timing was chosen because Israel was going to attack Iran. They knew that then Iran would attack the U.S. in retaliation, so we'll hit them first. Right. So first question is, absent Israeli pressure, do you suspect that there were enough forces arrayed inside the United States that would have pushed Trump to war? And relatedly, how does the United States get out of the war with Israel pushing for us to stay in it? Netanyahu has said he doesn't want the war to end, we need to remove the uranium by force, and so forth.
Yeah. Well, the first point to emphasize is Donald Trump is a grown-up, and he makes his own decisions. So he doesn't get off the hook just because he was being pressed by Israel to do this. I mean, Israel has been
Let's imagine he wasn't being pressed.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
If he was not being pressed, I don't think he would have done this, right? There was no imminent threat from Iran. Iran was not about to develop a nuclear weapon. You'll remember, of course, we had supposedly obliterated its nuclear capabilities back last summer when we did a short version of this. So absent this 90-minute briefing, I think Trump wouldn't have done it. Now, absent the successful kidnapping of Maduro, he probably wouldn't have done it either. I think he did, believe that the American military was magical and could pull off something. They were convinced erroneously that the Iranian regime was about to collapse on its last legs. A sharp rap would be enough to bring down the House of Cards. Had exactly the opposite effect, of course. We have a more radical Iranian government than we had before, and it's somewhat more popular than it was before as well. So, but absent that briefing, I don't think he does this because, the one final thing that may have played a role, and I can't get inside his head, is this desire to be hailed as the greatest American president ever. And, if he can deal with Venezuela, maybe deal with Cuba, and then finally deal with Iran, a country we've been at odds with for a long time, he will then, deserve his spot on Mount Rushmore. I don't know how much of a role that played in it, but I think you take that briefing away, right, and this doesn't happen.
Right. Now, what about getting out of the war? So the U.S. has its own interests, but Israel has agency as well. So how difficult is it going to be? And for people who don't know, Professor Walt, the author of the Israel Lobby in American Foreign Policy, so you've studied this. You've studied the influence of the Israeli lobby here in the U.S. more than anybody. So what does the U.S. What does Trump have to do to be able to actually exercise kind of American agency here?
Well, he's got to be able to recognize what American interests are and recognize that our interests and Israeli interests are not identical. Right? They overlap in some areas, they don't overlap in a lot of other ones, and this is one where it is not in America's interest, not in Europe's interest, not in our allies in Asia's interest. It's not clear whose interest it's in to keep this war going. Having made a mistake, most of us know that when you make a big blunder, you don't get out of it without paying a price. And the question is whether or not the United States is going to be willing to admit that it erred, and it's going to get an outcome that's worse than the situation was before the war began. That's going to involve telling the Israelis that we're no longer supporting their war effort towards Iran, and telling Israel that we're going to settle the war, or we're going to end the war now, even if that makes them unhappy.
And Chris, as somebody who is so embedded in kind of alternative media structure, I want to get your take on the American public's attitudes towards this war. What has struck me is that, every previous war that the U.S. has entered, it may wind up unpopular by the end, but in the beginning, whether it's Vietnam or Iraq, what have you, there's polling shows, overwhelming support, rallying around the flag. That was not at all the case this time. The U.S. seemed completely unable to kind of gin up any public enthusiasm for it, and quite shockingly, the Iranian public has been able to produce propaganda, including, most famously, all of these Lego animation videos that have stunningly, kind of deeply resonated with an American public, which is unafraid to say out loud on social media that they are sorry for what the United States is doing, and many of them saying we're rooting for you. You standing up to us is rooting for civilization. As somebody in alternative media, does that surprise you, and where does that come from? Because that is a different approach that the American public is taking to war than they've really ever taken before.
Well, usually in war, governments will, and they're of course incredibly deceitful, but they will build a case for war, as the case was the war in Iraq. The Trump administration made no effort. Not only that, let's not forget that they never even informed, forget our allies in Europe, they never informed the GCC countries, which have paid a tremendous price in this war. They weren't consulted, they didn't want it, and that again I think is an indication of the gross incompetence of the Trump administration. I mean, I had covered Iraq, so I was very outspoken against Bush's call to invade Iraq, but it was a very lonely stance. In fact, I would come into the New York Times and my phone message bank would be full of death threats because that propaganda effort, of which unfortunately my newspaper at the time was a part of, was very effective. And that's always true, usually in war. You build the case for war, it may be based on lies, it often is, Tonkin Gulf resolution, everything else, but they never even made the effort. And I think that that is a window into the deep decay within the American body politic.
Can I add something? Remember, the other part of this is that Donald Trump ran for president in 2016 as the peace candidate, opposing forever wars, claiming the American foreign policy establishment was, incompetent and needed to be replaced. And he ran in 2024 saying he was the peace candidate. Kamala Harris would get you into wars. So part of what's happening here is Americans starting to say, that doesn't seem to be true. Gets back to what Chris said about how we seem to be hardwired to do this, independent of who's president. But it also, I think, is a sense of betrayal by some, not all, but some of Trump's supporters, that he didn't live up to what he'd always promised.
Right. Not only did he not make the case for it, he actively made the case against it quite consistently. And today, if people didn't see the news, he was asked, how does the American people's financial situation play into your thinking about ending this war? And he said, I don't think about the American people's financial interests at all. At zero. Like, oh, okay. Well, that's a guy that's not running for re-election. Chris mentioned Robert Kagan as one of the neocons who's cheerleaded war for decades at this point. In the last couple days, he put out a very interesting essay about laying out basically how the United States had lost the war against Iran, sounding maybe much like yourself. What do you make of a figure like Kagan coming out in that way? What does that say about the kind of pro-war institutions in the United States that you've spent so much time studying and have such an outsized influence on our policymaking? Are they rethinking things, or is he a special case?
I would like to think they're rethinking it. And there is this group of former neoconservatives that now are thought of as never-Trumpers, in part because they understand that whatever other disagreements you might have, that this is threatening sort of essential features of American democracy in some ways. So I'd like to think that Bob Kagan has, thought about some of his prior positions, realized that the things he advocated in the past did not work out particularly well, and is smart enough to have looked at this war and seen how unnecessary it was and how it has left us in a much weaker position. So I'm going to conclude that he's finally willing to agree with me, and I welcome that.
There we go. The New York Times reported, I think today or yesterday, that, I'll ask this of Chris, Professor Wall, if you have any thoughts on it too, feel free to weigh in, that Iran maintains, they estimate, 70% of its ballistic missile capacity and 90% of its underground storage, that Iran for decades had been preparing for a war in which they would not have air superiority, built massive missile cities basically under mountains, and that the US is able to hit the entrances to these. They have bulldozers inside the mountains that can then clear the opening and just keep firing again. Meanwhile, their budget used to be 10 billion, maybe now it's up to 15, 20, maybe you know the exact figure. It's a very relatively small military budget. Meanwhile, we have a $1 trillion military budget. They're asking for 1.5 trillion. And in roughly 40 days, we exhausted, apparently, much of our kind of global ammo supplies. What is it about our military-industrial complex that was revealed to be so deficient?
Well, because relative, what are drones, $60,000 to do these drones? We've been, and the Israeli military, by the way, in southern Lebanon, their tanks have all been taken out by these killer drones too. So in an asymmetrical battlefield, relatively cheap or very cheap equipment, I mean, what's a cruise missile is, do you know the price of a cruise missile? I don't know. It's million or something. We're just firing off these. We have technologically superior forces, but like our fleet has to remain 800 miles away because these ship-to-shore missiles can take out an aircraft carrier. So I think it's a classic example of, the war in Vietnam would be a good example of that. The war in Afghanistan against the Taliban would be a good example of that. We have all of this amazing military hardware, but it can be rendered very ineffective by relatively cheap munitions. And you talked about the ballistic missiles. Yes, they're buried, and that's why if you see the picture of the missiles being fired, they're always kicking up these giant dust storms. And you can bomb the mountains, which we have, but it doesn't affect it. So you don't need much. And Iran has been preparing for this for a long time. That whole Strait of Hormuz, which I think is 1,600 miles long, it's very long. It's just littered with, it reminds me of the 1905. It's the reason we won't send our fleet in there. It reminds me of the Russian Imperial fleet goes to fight Japan in 1905, and the Japanese sink every ship. Well, that's basically what would happen if we tried to deploy it in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah. Chris Hedges, Professor Stephen Walt, thank you so much for being here with me. Ryan Grimm with Dropsite News. Thank you so much. All right.
I have a quick question. How many F1 fans do we have in the audience? Nice. With a global audience of 827 million people in 2025, F1 is now the world's most popular annual sporting series. Amidst a session of new regulations, new teams, and unprecedented changes, this panel will look beyond the grid to discuss the fan economy, commercial partnerships, and global expansion that are driving the sport forward. So please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Not Another Media Company's Tony Cowan-Brown, CMO of Aston Martin Aramco F1 team, Rob Bloom, and CMO of Cadillac F1 team, Ahmed Iqbal.
Okay, we have 18 minutes to convince you about F1 being a juggernaut. Rob, Ahmed, it's great to be here, suited and booted, not in a sweaty paddock somewhere running for 2 minutes. So welcome to Vancouver.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
I am going to have the hard task of trying to give you, in under 60 seconds, just a brief overview of how we landed where we are today in Formula One. And then I'm going to hand it straight to you, Rob, to explain to us about this next chapter. So I don't think there's a better word to describe Formula One in 2026 than the juggernaut. And it is worth having a look at where we came from and considering that this was a sport in decline. Teams were struggling to get sponsors, let alone title sponsors. The ratings were falling. The sport as a whole was trying to understand who their audience was and who their next audience and next generation audience was going to be. I think audiences and fans themselves were trying to figure out where they fitted into the new landscape of Formula One. And then this incredible thing happened, this perfect storm. So we had Liberty Media come in with a massive amount of investment, new strategy, and a new sort of story arc that they were pushing through. We had Drive to Survive on Netflix. And then also importantly, we had the pandemic. Everyone was stuck at home with a desire to watch sports and live content and entertainment. Then we had the boom of TikTok in America and the rise of the creator economy. And then we had where we ended up, where we kind of are today, which is in 2025, 827 million people are tuning in to watch Formula One, not once a year, but more or less every 2 weeks. Rob, help me understand why Aston Martin as a team 6 years ago made that conscious decision to come back into a sport that it had a hiatus for 60 years. What was the impetus? What did you see?
Well, Tony, you're absolutely right. F1 at a time was perhaps a beautifully kept secret, really appealing to the sporting aficionados. But, if you look now where the sport is, Formula One has firmly burst its banks.
Yep.
It is absolutely booming globally, but particularly here in the US. So let's talk about what Formula One provides Aston Martin as an opportunity. From a performance point of view, we as Aston Martin build high-performing, ultra-luxury sports cars. There is no better platform on planet Earth to tell a performance story than the world of Formula One.
Yep.
It also brings tech storytelling. So, it's a beacon to attract some of the biggest technology brands in the world to the sport. Aramco, Marden, Cognizant, CoreWeave, these are significant organizations that are coming to the sport because of the storytelling potential of Formula One right now. But also think about it from a lifestyle point of view. The spectacle of watching a Formula One Grand Prix is intense, and it's an amazing sport to watch and engage in. But F1's river bursting its banks isn't about just what's happening on track.
Yeah.
Its ability to show up and create experiences and bring fans in and meet them on their terms. Fundamentally, it's a lifestyle brand, and we as Aston Martin are a lifestyle brand. It's a perfect fit for us to turn up, express ourselves as a brand, provide opportunities through content, storytelling, experiences, to engage this huge new fan base that's swarming into the sport. So for sure it was the right time,
Yep.
but I think all of the fundamental ingredients that are required for Aston Martin to promote the Aston Martin brand, but also to attract what is the fastest growing commercial program in Formula One. We're about 15x up as to where we were 5 years ago in our commercial partners.
Yeah.
The platform of Formula One that builds worlds and ecosystems to activate those partners has never been better. So all of the ingredients together at the right time.
I thought you were about to list all your partners when you started, and they have a lot of partners, which is the beauty of Formula One these days. I was like, uh-oh. Mehdi, you just heard Rob say 6 years ago was the perfect time to enter the sport. Would you argue that March 2025 was maybe the most perfect time to enter the sport? What was going through Cadillac's mind when you were looking at the growth in the American market and you thought, this time might be ours?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it is the exact right time. The sport's obviously been booming for some time, for some years now. Obviously, Drive to Survive was a great catalyst. The Apple distribution, another big moment here, at least in the States. I think for us, it was a journey that started much beyond the March 2025 date. There was a team of people that were working, for a couple of years trying to get this wish to come true, right? It's a lot of work and time and dedication that they put in without the full, assurance that this would happen. And so what this represents for us, obviously, it's a team coming into the market while the American market specifically is really starting to wrap its head around Formula One and find different ways to become a fan. And I think that is really given us a unique moment and opportunity and time to give the US market a home team, but also provide the global market and North American market a story with American heritage, which in its ideals is all about a race against time, ingenuity, unmatched determination, that American grit and spirit that is pretty everlasting. And that's one of the reasons why, in our Super Bowl commercial, we chose to go with the moon landing theme, because that was also a story about a race against time and ingenuity. It's going to be a really interesting year for us. And as we continue to go forward, the goal of this is to really lean into the US market and get that home court advantage and then bring our American spirit to a global stage.
And I have to say it because I don't think you will, but that team fought tooth and nails to get an 11th team on the grid. We have mostly had 10 teams in Formula One, and it took quite an amount of considerable work and promises and due diligence to get you there. It was interesting talking with Graham, your team principal, where I don't think I'd realized this, but you were building out a car not knowing that you were going to get that final green light. You were building out tires because you couldn't get access to the tires and Pirelli and the Pirelli data, because that's obviously for the teams. Let me switch gears just a little bit here. Between the two of you, we have a team that's in its 6th season, we have a team that's in its inaugural season. You don't have the storied history of maybe a Scuderia Ferrari. What are you two selling? What are you selling to the fans, and what are you selling maybe to your partners and the people who want to get involved with you? Let's start with you, Mehdi.
Yeah, I think that's our unique advantage. That's the value proposition we have. We're the only team on the grid that's starting from absolute scratch right now. And what that offers to not just fans, but partners. Let's start with fans for a second. If you've been a fan of Formula One for 30 years, or if you're an emerging fan, or maybe not even a committed fan yet, but you're curious, what better way to experience the sport than starting to build it with starting that experience with a team that's building from scratch? And in an age where digital media, social media is now giving a level of content at the velocity and speed that it is, being behind the scenes means something completely different than it did 10 years ago, the last time a team was building brand new from scratch.
What do you mean by that? What's changed?
The amount of content we put out,
Yep.
the amount of platforms that you can get the content, the relationship with Formula One and the idea of scaling the amount of content, which I'm excited to see over the years has become a better and better, let's call it a move forward into getting the beauty that is Formula One onto different platforms and the stories being told in different ways, whether it's leveraging creators or different platforms or just allowing teams to be a bit more flexible. So I think that's been a huge catalyst. So for the fan, what we're selling is an opportunity to be a builder with us, to join a team that's starting from scratch, be a builder, be a dreamer, step by step, take it with us. From a partner perspective, I think it's also a unique value proposition because we don't have a partner stack that we're building on top of. We're a brand new slate, which means that the partnerships we're developing are first of its kind, which means we don't really have a template that we're going to force partners into. In fact, we're relying on them to collaborate with us as much as possible. So I think we're in this unique position where we're coming to the table with the partners that we've already started working with and the new partners that we will be bringing in, that we get to customize and really design what a real partnership experience looks like in this current stage of Formula One.
And Rob, you have a kind of a unique philosophy when it comes to your partners. We were talking about this. It's not about the numbers, it's the quality. Talk to me a little bit about when I ask the question, what are you selling? What would your answer be to that?
Well, Tony, I firmly believe that Aston Martin Formula One team is the most effective marketing platform in world sport right now. You get brand adjacency to Aston Martin. First and foremost, this is a 100-year-old brand that isn't just about beautiful product or being involved in motor racing. This is a cultural phenomenon as a brand. Associations in music, fashion, other sports. Of course, I'm going to mention James Bond up here. So brand adjacency to get that rub off of trust and quality that you get through Aston Martin is really important and very appealing as a sales proposition. In F1, look, the basics, you get 2 billion eyeballs a year on Formula One Grand Prix racing. It's a tremendous media buy. But I think the industry has moved from stickers to stories.
Yep.
It's not about just putting a logo on a car. It's about a 360-degree activation platform that can include ESG programs. If you look at the work that ARM, one of our partners, do in female empowerment through the lens of Formula One with one of our driver ambassadors, Jessica Hawkins, it's an amazing program that they've put in place through the partnership. As I say, it gives you tech storytelling and tech showcase. We've got a new technology campus that we built at Silverstone, a huge investment, ultimately a cornerstone of the building blocks in place on our journey. We've got the newest wind tunnel in Formula One. We don't call it a wind tunnel, we call it the CoreWeave Air Tunnel, AI research. Because look, what a phenomenal platform that for CoreWeave to tell that story about integration into our world. So I think in a world of fragmentation in marketing right now, digital CPMs have become higher. Brands really are looking to consolidate and find one opportunity that delivers on so many different layers. I don't think there was a more effective platform in world sport right now than partnering with Aston Martin Formula One team.
I want to stick with you a little bit on that. How do you ensure that the fans, it's not I don't do your job, but it feels like it's not a hard sell right now to get people to invest in Formula One. It feels like everyone is knocking on the door, whether it's a Formula One or the 11 teams or the 22 drivers. We want in. We want to wave that flag of we're an association, like we're cool, right? How do you ensure, is that part of the strategy of ensuring that those brands remain sticky brands and sticky partners and that they follow the journey along with you and they're not just in it for the hype and then leave once they get what they, and I guess it's a question for both of you, but what's the strategic play here to ensure that those partners are in for the long run with you?
And I think every partner that comes into the sport, we have a very strategic approach with. Like all brilliant marketing, it starts with the audience. So we take our briefs from our fans. We meet them where they are. We do a lot of activations that maybe crossing over with Pilates or run clubs or collaborations with programs like Toy Story. These are opportunities that have really opened themselves up because of this new, rich, multi-layered fan base that's coming in to the sport. So the more that we learn from our audience, and whether it's about the B2B programs that we put in the Paddock Club, where hundreds of millions of dollars of business is done, or a consumer engagement program with collaborations with the Rolling Stones or Toy Story, it really is about making sure that we're putting the central needs and insights right at the heart of our activation programs. And our partners, look at Cognizant, they joined us in 2021. They've been with us throughout the journey. They are integral to our journey. And we've got a fantastic portfolio of partners with a combined market cap of around $3 trillion. Some serious brands are with us on our journey. And I think that's the key word. Mehdi used it earlier. It's about the journey. And clearly, we've stated our ambitions as Aston Martin Aramco Formula One team. We know exactly where we want to be, and our partners are with us for the long term on that journey.
There's an interesting piece actually that came out a couple of days ago from TechCrunch that said that the Formula One paddock is the place to now wheel and deal and close all your business deals, which is fascinating. Mehdi, as someone who's just started, do you have a very clear goal or North Star on how to ensure that these partners are sticking with you for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, definitely. I think, even when we take a look at one of our first partners with Jim Beam, right? They had a fantastic story that the founder of Jim Beam used to actually drive a Cadillac home every night, and this is during, I think, the times of Prohibition. So around that time, so he would take the yeast with him in his car in his Cadillac and drive it home. That's an amazing insight, and we start to storytell around that. So I use that as an anecdote because for us, it's getting to know our partners really, really well, so we can find the through lines and the stories, whether it's something technical or whether it's something artistic or something in spirit that we both collaborate on and feel alignment on, and build the story on that. And now what does that turn into? That turns into experience that we did, for example, in Miami Grand Prix, and making sure that we bring the soul and the essence of our partners to life, or it happens in customized content and making sure that we turn our team into a media engine, right? And a content engine that's producing, 300 to 400 pieces of content per week. And then not just the actual, let's say, day-to-day content, but creating franchises of content, right? There's a couple series that we're working on right now, with Cruise Control with Terry Crews and What Makes Fast with General Motors, where we're thinking about how do we work with partners and integrate them into the stories that we're telling that are targeted to different audiences. So to create a more sticky environment, it's paying attention to who they are, their DNA, their details, where that crossover is, being innovative with how we bring those stories to life, and then helping them find scale and attaching to that fandom, that F1 fandom that brought them to us in the first place that they want to be a part of.
You've got an interesting, both of you, and I think both teams have done a really great job at hiring people from outside the automotive space, and you did have some time in the automotive space, so it is a space that you know well. But after that, and prior to this job, you were a former TikTok and Twitter executive. It's weird saying Twitter these days.
It is.
When you came into this space, and on TikTok and on Twitter, these are maybe an audience segment that is closer to the audience segment that Formula One has today than they maybe did 20 years ago. Is there anything that you looked at from past years that you thought Formula One as a whole or teams did really well, or maybe missed the mark on engaging with fandoms of that generation? Because global, younger, more female.
100%. I think, the fascinating thing about working at both Twitter and TikTok is one was the most conversational platform, and then the other one was the most entertaining platform. And it was the intersection of a social content graph where a lot of the let's call it the content you were consuming was based on who you knew and who you followed, and then it quickly switched into the algorithmic media model. And that is, I think, at the core of thinking about how content's velocity should be moving. So to answer your question, what was the opportunity that I saw? It was the amount of content they were putting out, the velocity of how often they were putting it out, and then the platforms they were using to do it. Now, I think traditionally, and I mentioned this before, I'm starting to see Formula One lean further and further into opening the gates of how to storytell and really get the message and the content out there.
And lending their IP.
Lending their IP, allowing creators and influencers to help with the storytelling, allowing teams to do it in more dynamic ways, and really paying attention to what the consumer wants, right? And I think Rob was mentioning this before. It's going to where the fans are, right? And even digitally, why do they go to YouTube versus TikTok? What's the difference in the content they want to consume, right? We see in YouTube, it's a little bit more long form for the core consumer of F1 that's been following F1 for a while. For TikTok, it's much more about the hero storytelling and the quick action content. For Instagram, it's the lifestyle piece of it and all that surrounds the race business and not just the actual core product. And so paying attention to those signals and creating the amount of content at the right time for the right consumer groups. And I think that's one thing that I've seen evolve a lot over the past few years, and I think is still a lot of opportunity for all the teams to push in that direction.
Question to both of you that I've loved seeing, because anyone who spends a minute in the paddock, you are most surprised and taking back how it feels like you're in a media studio. Everyone is creating and pumping out content every single minute. I think that is the thing that surprised me the most when I started working in the paddock. F1 these days is described as this massive media studio, media entity that sometimes goes racing on the weekends. Do you agree with that? That's my first question, and I'll start with you, Rob. And then the second part of that is, if that is true and if you agree with that, how does that shift where you're putting the money, who you're hiring, and how you're looking on return on investment?
Well, Tony, as I said, I think it's gone from stickers to stories.
Yep.
You know, it is fundamentally, it's a storytelling platform, and I think what teams have realized across the grid is that you need the in-house resource in order to be able to tell those stories. So over the last 5 years, we've built what's called the AMR Creative Studio. In-house, frightening level of talent. You know, strategists, creatives, social media content, editorial, all of the disciplines that you traditionally maybe have gone external for in an agency capacity. We are now effectively an in-house agency in the way that we operate and show up.
You were also one of the only teams that had an art director on the grid, which I thought was
100%.
spectacular.
And look, if we want to take this new opportunity that Formula One has afforded us and step into that space, a whole new demographic of fans, we need to be dialed in as to what their interests are, and we need to be able to create stories and experiences that really connect with that fan base. That means assembling a group of people together who are massively talented, you know, some world-class talent in-house, but also understand where we are in culture right now. And, you know, the collaboration that we did last week with Ashton Earl at the Miami Grand Prix, that's because the team understands, you know, if we want to reach that demographic in Miami, we need people like Ashton Earl to help us on that journey. And yes, we did run the Aston Martin campaign, of course.
It was right there.
But look, it really is about, it's a storytelling platform, not just for Aston Martin, but, you know, our phenomenal portfolio of partners who come to us and we're able to offer them this turnkey solution where we strategically create that story, really mapped against those objectives, just like an agency would do, and then put the right opportunities in front of those partners, go and create that content, create those experiences, and really bring the partnerships to life. Because I think that's where we are right now in sports sponsorship, particularly in Formula One. You have to activate, you have to get your story out there, and whether it's a tech partner or a lifestyle consumer brand, you know, it's the richest, most multi-layered sport in the world, and you need a team of people who are able to unpack that story for those different partners.
Mehdi, has this helped you to be able to tell the story first and tell the racing second as you started telling the story before you even had a car on the grid?
Yes, that's the big challenge, right? It's like, how far do we go on telling the honest story of building the team and building the brand before we start to, you know, actually make gains and progress on the race side of the business? I think the overall aspiration for us is 100%. We see ourselves as a media company, a sports media company that's going to churn out some really thoughtful, insightful content that hits different topics, right? That's the ambition. With that said, it's year one, right? And so one thing I learned as like one of the first, if not the first marketing employee was, okay, I have a skill set coming from, you know, the social media world, but there's so much to learn about Formula One, and Formula One is one of the most nuanced and complex sports as well as it is a business. And so it's really important for us to do things the right way. And so we've been trying to find a balance of making sure that we leverage all the wisdom and insight that we have from the amazing team members that we have in Silverstone, and understanding the sport and making sure we pay homage to that, and then balancing that with different types of hires. For on my example, for my team, we have people from Audi, from Nike, from Instagram, myself from TikTok and Twitter, and making sure we find a right balance that gives enough push for innovation while respecting the foundation of what Formula One is. Because one thing I learned very quickly, and I think we can all attest to, is you can't just come in and innovate away and change everything overnight. There's a lot of things to learn and pay homage to first.
And there's a lot of uniquenesses in and across the paddock.
A ton.
Just like, I'm sorry, you do what now? And you're like, there's a reason for it. In the last few minutes that we have left, I would be remiss if we didn't talk a little bit about AI. We should talk a lot about AI, but we've got 2 minutes, so we're going to do our best. There's something incredible with the liveries in Formula One is if you look at the sponsors on Formula One cars, it tells you a pretty interesting story arc of the business models and our society as a whole. We went from alcohol to tobacco to fashion to tech to crypto, back to big tech and infrastructure, now AI. Give me a little bit about how your teams are approaching, Mehdi, let's start with you, how your teams are approaching AI, either from a content perspective or either from a team perspective and a tech.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we both just talked about is at the end of the day, teams are media companies, right? And what do media companies do? They pump out content. And so AI is, it's not a replacement of content, it actually is an optimizer. And so from a creative perspective, finding ways to produce more content and better creative at less cost, increasing the volume and the velocity of that content. Number two, thinking about the insights that you can pull and be able to make really smart decisions on the content you're putting out there to match the consumer where they are, where they want the content, how they want the content. And then third, because it is a media business, there's always a paid element as well, right? And so how do you optimize a good paid media strategy to make the most ROI, bang for your buck, on the dollars you're putting into marketing? So I think those three pillars really are accelerators and optimizers for the overall marketing business for what our sports team is.
And Formula One has always been at the cusp of technology and innovation. And it's no surprise, therefore, that it's a beacon to attracting these AI companies who are now coming to the sport in order to be able to tell their story. If we look across our partner portfolio, CoreWeave, Cognition, Cognizant, Arm, NetApp, Xerox, they're all in the team for a reason, because it's a phenomenal platform to tell that story. It's a working prototype sport, constantly iterating, innovating. There is no better tech showcase on planet Earth than Formula One if you're an AI company to tell that story.
And I think on that note, we're just at time. Look at us. It is a fascinating story to tell of Formula One being the fastest billboards in the world, and now also this massive content studio that is pumping out content for all of the diverse fans that we have. Thank you so much for being in conversation with me. Rob, Mehdi, thank you. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for joining us today. That concludes our program here today.